Victory Odes. By Píndaro. Introduction. Though it is quite possible, and indeed probable, that the Epinician Odes do not represent Píndaro's highest achievement in the realm of pure poetry, the student of history has every reason to be thankful that, of all his works, it is these that have escaped the ruin that has overtaken the rest. For they furnish us, perhaps more fully and more convincingly than any other remains of antiquity, with a solution of a problem which has troubled historians. Some of these have exclaimed against what they consider the narrow, short-sighted, parochial spirit of the Greeks generally, in failing to see that their material prosperity, their safety and true independence would be best secured, if not by frankly enrolling themselves under the hegemony of one strong state, preferably Athens, at least by a close federation as binding on each member as that of the United States of America. Still more writers have denounced what they consider the unpatriotic selfishness of the aristocratical party in the several states. Their unscrupulous plottings and alliances with the enemies of their respective cities, and, when they gained the upper hand, their ruthless treatment of the democracies. Does not Píndaro furnish us with the key to this jealous isolation, by showing us how each city cherished a belief in its divine origin, how the first parent of each state, or its founder, was a divine being, whose very name it perpetuated, for in Píndaro the name of the goddess founder and that of the state are interchangeable, Thebe, Aegina, Cyrene. Or how its founders were demigods who settled there in obedience to divine commands. To subordinate this heavenly guardianship to other powers might well seem sacrilege. And the tradition of the sacredness of an independence thus hallowed, when once established, might well survive the age of unquestioning faith. For the families of the aristocracy, to whom 1,000 memories called far more powerfully and insistently than to any other order of nobility in the world's history, there were incentives to political exclusiveness whose cogency we cannot appreciate unless we take the Olympian hierarchy as seriously as Píndaro did. The Chronique scandaleuse of Olympus, which shocked Plato, inspired Píndaro. While repudiating belief in anything derogatory to the gods, he does not consider their amours with mortal women, or even their paiderasty, in that hght. The men whose praises he sang had in their veins the blood of gods, their human ancestors were half divine, and their achievements were worthy of their high descent. The sons of the great houses whose lineage was from Heracles, Aeacus, Perseus, counted themselves of different clay from the common herd. They recognized in their hearts that they owed no duty to a democratic constitution. They never ceased to chafe under the yoke of equality with beings whom they held scarce fit to be their servants, and to intrigue against a system which placed their personal liberty at the mercy of the caprice of the base, and allowed their wealth to be exploited for purposes with which they had no sympathy. No wonder that they accepted with complacency the poet's digressions into the old heroic myths that to us are but fairy tales. For them these were unassailable fact. Their records in song were the charter of their superiority to the world around them, of their right divine to govern their fellow men. It must also be remembered that these highborn men were superior to the lower classes not only in pride of lineage, but they bore about with them the witness to this in their bodily development. The aristocrat was a stronger man, and far more skilled in the use of that strength for personal encounters than the average democrat. He was a man of leisure, and we may say that practically all such men made it their aim, their daily practice, to perfect their physical condition in the gymnasiums which were in every town. In many states, perhaps in all which belonged to the Peloponnesian League, a small organized body of aristocrats kept the far more numerous commonalty in subjection, solely by their fighting superiority. We must not lose sight of the transcendent importance of bodily vigor in an age when all fighting was hand-to-hand, and where the numbers on each side were so small that a few abnormally strong men might, by breaking the enemy's line, decide the issue. Each successful champion in the great athletic contests means a large number of men who went through a course of training in which they were wrought up to the highest pitch of perfection not only of muscular development, but also of pluck and endurance. Among reasons which have been assigned for the discursiveness of these triumphal odes, in which a very small space is given to the victor, and none to the details of the contest, Perhaps the most important was this: excessive praise was universally regarded as mischievous to its objects, as tending directly to provoke the jealousy of the gods, and to invite their nemesis. In the mouth of an enemy it was malicious, tactless in that of a friend. Hence the praise in an ode was distributed widely. The bard celebrated the champion, his family, former victors, the city or island of his birth, his ancestors, the ancient heroes of the land. So that the phi theta nu omicron might fall heavily on none, especially as all success was ascribed to the gods, to whom the competitors sacrificed before engaging in the contest. A religious halo surrounded the great games. Not unto us is the burden of more than one ode, in which success is expressly attributed to the help of a god, as Poseidon, and often to the Graces. A feature of the games which strikes us moderns unpleasantly is the absence among the Greeks of what we call the sporting spirit. While no praise was too high, no reward too splendid for the victor, his unsuccessful competitors neither expected nor obtained any sympathy even from their fellow townsmen. Even the victor was sometimes assailed by envious disparagement, especially where a state was rent by political factions. While the vanquished had to hide his head from the storm of derision which greeted his failure. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Victory Odes. The Olympian Odes. Chapter 1. For Hiero, ruler of Syracuse, on a victory won by his horse Pherenicus, 476 BC. Strophe 1. Chiefest is water of all things, for streaming. Therefrom all life and existence came. And all proud treasure of princes the gleaming splendor of gold outshines, as the flame of a great fire flings through the night its rays. But, heart of mine, if thou fain wouldst praise triumphs in athlete contests won, search not, when day with his glory is glowing, for a radiant star more life bestowing in the whole void sky, than the kingly sun. Even so shall we find no brighter crown than Olympia giveth whereof to sing. For thence doth the chant of high renown o'er the spirits of bards its perfume fling, when, the praise of Cronion in song resounding, unto Hiero's blessed hearth wealth abounding, the hymn of his praise they bring. Antistrophe 1. Hiero, for the rod of his power is a scepter of righteousness stretched o'er the land of the myriad flocks, and the choice of the flower of chivalry ever is plucked by his hand. And he also is garlanded with the blossom of song instarring his head, the song that with gladsome voices now we singers chant at the banquet meeting of the prince who giveth us friendship's greeting. Now, O my muse, from its rest take thou the lyre that is strung to the Dorian strain. If the glory of fleet Pherenicus, he who triumphed in Pisa's Olympian plain, haply with rapture of song thrilled thee, when flashed in the course by Alpheus river, his body by lash or by goad touched never, and wedded to victory. Epode 1. His lord, the ruler of Syracuse town, the king who joyeth in gallant steeds, flasheth afar his name's renown, flasheth from Sicily far over sea, where Pelops, the exile from Lydia's meads, founded a hero colony. Pelops, beloved of the earth enfolder, Poseidon the strong, when the fate of the thread drew him resplendent with ivory shoulder from the undefiled laver, whom men deemed dead. There be marvels full many, and fables hoary, with inventions manifold broidered o'er. Falsify legend, I wot, with a story wherein truth liveth no more. Strophe 2. But the grace of beauty, which I is weaving all manner of charm round the souls of men, taketh these tales unworthy believing, and arrays them in honor, so cometh it then. That man with unwavering credence clings to a false feigned tale of impossible things. But the afterdays are the witnesses that be wisest. Reverent speech beseemeth the mortal who uttereth that which he deemeth of the gods, so shall his reproach be less. O Tantalus' son, I will speak not as they who told thy story in days of old. But thy father bade thee a guest that day to a banquet arrayed by the righteous souled. Upon Sipylus' loved height, so he tendered to the gods requital for boons they had rendered. On a sudden the chariot of gold, Antistrophe too, of the lord of the trident gleaming splendid, whose soul was with love for thy youth overcome, bare thee, as up through the blue ye ascended, to imperial Zeus's glory home, whither also came in the afterday Ganymedes ravished from earth away, in halls celestial the nectar to pour. But when viewless thus from the earth they had caught thee, nor the questors that far and near had sought thee, to the arms of thy mother could thee restore. Then spake some neighbor in envious spite, a whispered slander of sin and shame, how that over the boiling waters might, which hissed in the bronze that best rode the flame, did they carve thy flesh with the knife, and seethe it, and served at the feast, and, dare lips breathe it, that the god guests ate of the same. Epode 2. But impossible is it for me to call any blessed one man-eater, with loathing and scorn. I recoil. Oh, the profit is passing small that the dealer in slander hath ofttimes found. But if ever a man on the earth was born, whom the watchers from heaven with honor crowned, that man was Tantalus, yet of their favor no profit he had, nor of that high bliss. But the man's proud stomach was drunk with its savor, and gorged with pride, and by reason of this he drew on him ruin utter crushing. For Zeus hung o'er him a huge black score, and he cowers from it eye on his head down rushing, from happiness exiled far. Strophe 3. And there unto torment fettered for ever, living on in eternal despair. He abides with the 3-2 on whom hope dawns never. He who from the feast of the gods could dare to steal the ambrosia and nectar whereby they had given him immortality, that the guests of his wine-cup might revel thereon. But who thinketh to hide his evil doing from God, he heirs to his bitter ruing. So then the immortal sent back his son, exiled to earth from the heavenly home, thenceforth with the sons of a day to abide. But in process of time, when Pelops was come to the flower-bright season of life's springtide, when the soft rose tint of his cheek gone darken, to the whisper of love did his spirit hearken, and he dreamed of the world-famed bride. Antistrophe 3. Hippodamia, the glorious daughter of the Lord of Pisa, a prize for him who could win her. Alone by the surf-white water of the sea he stood in the darkness dim. To the thunder-voiced he cried o'er the wave, to the Lord of the trident mighty to save. And lo, at his side did the god appear. And, O Poseidon, he spake imploring, if the gifts of the Cyprian queen's outpouring to thy spirit, O king, be in any wise dear, his bronze lance let not Oenomaus lift to mine hurt, but cause me to Elis to ride on a god-given chariot passing swift. There throne thou me by victory's side. For lovers by that spear merciless slaying have died 13, and he still is delaying to bestow his child as a bride. Epode 3. In the path doth a mighty peril lie. To the craven soul no welcome it gives. But, seeing a man must needs once die, wherefore should I unto old age screen from peril a life that only lives? Sitting nameless and fameless in darkness unseen. In the deeds of the valiant never sharing? Nay, lies at my feet the challenge now. I will accept it for doing and daring. Good speed to mine heart's desire grant thou. Not fruitless the cry of his heart's desiring was uttered. The God heard gracious-souled, and crowned him with honor. Winged steeds untiring he gave, and a chariot of gold. Strophe 4. So he won for his bride that maiden peerless. For her terrible father he overcame. And she bare to him 6 sons battle fearless. Captains of war hosts, thirsting for fame. And his portion assured hath Pelops still. Where the priests the blood of the sacrifice spill. And unto his tomb resorteth the throng of strangers from far who have heard his story. From his grave mound his spirit beholdeth the glory of the mighty Olympian strife of the strong. In the course that from Pelops its name hath ta'en, wherein be contending the swift to run, and the thews that be mighty in wrestling strain. And whoso therein hath the victory won, thereafter on through his life days ever, sweetly his peace shall flow as a river, blissfully gliding on. Antistrophe 4. For those games' sake. Yea, the good that unceasing on man's lot daily as dew droppeth down, is that which to each is most well-pleasing. Now is it my bounden duty to crown, with a strain wherein hoof-beats triumphant ring, in Aeolian mood Cecilia's king. And hereof is my spirit assured past doubt, that amidst all men on the wide earth dwelling, there is found no host whom with prouder swelling notes in many a winding bout of noble song I may glorify. Yea, none more learned in honor's lore, none who showeth therein more potency. The God who guardeth thee watcheth o'er thine hopes and thine aims, that no evil assail thee. And if, oh nay, but he cannot fail thee, I trust ere long once more. Epode 4. To chant a triumph than all more sweet. Inspiration wafted, as one that flies in a chariot, on paths of utterance meet, till I win unto Cronos' hill sunbright. Oh yeah, in my muse's quiver lies a song arrow winged for stronger flight. By diverse paths men upward aspire. Earth's highest summit by kings is attained. Thou therefore look to attain no higher than earth. Be it thine on the height thou hast gained, to pace mid splendor of royal achieving. Thy life through, mine be it no less long, to consort with victors, from Hellas receiving the world o'er praise for my song. Chapter 2. For Theron, ruler of Acragas in Sicily, on a victory won in the chariot race, in 476 BC. Strophe 1. Songs, lords of the lyre. What god shall we hymn? What heroes' praises? What man's fame publish afar? Pisa doth Zeus own, Heracles stablished Olympia's races, with the regal spoils of his war. Theron, who honors the guest, whose 4 steeds raced victorious. Acragas stay, let us chant, full flower of an ancestry glorious, his city's savior star. Antistrophe 1. Toils bravely his fathers endured, and a hallowed home by the river they reared, they were Sicily's eye. And to crown their inborn worth, fair fortune attended them, giver of wealth and of dignity. Son of Cronos and Rhea, enthroned in Olympus, thou lord of the choicest of contests by Alpheus ford, guard, since in our song thou rejoicest for their sons ever graciously. Epode 1. Their fatherland soil, when for right or for wrong hath been woven the tissue of our deeds, not time the father of all can reverse the issue. Yet oblivion may come of the past, with the dawn of a happier day. For overmastered and slain by the sunlight of happiness oft is memory's rankling pain, when broad and high at the last Strophe 2. Prosperity grows by the fiat of God. Yea, of Cadmus' daughters. This thing I have said proved true. Sore anguish they suffered, yet mightier blessings from out the waters of affliction the stricken ones drew. Mid thunder crash Semele perished, yet lives in the heavenly starland. And Pallas and Zeus and her son, who is crowned with the ivy garland, enfold her with love ever new. Antistrophe 2. With the sea maids, the daughters of Nereus, to Ino a life unending in the deep is ordained for aye. But to mortals no date is appointed whereon death's bolt descending shall smite, nor can any man say when one day, child of the sun, shall in calm peace close with unbroken blessing. With sorrow and joy run life's streams, giving no token how their mutable courses will stray. Epode 2. So destiny, she who the line of the fathers of Theron hath guided to happiness, yet for their God-given bliss hath also provided in its season a bitter reverse. Since the hour when met in his journeying Laius was, and killed by his doom-driven son, and the word that from Pytho went forth was fulfilled. The old-time prophecy curse. Strophe 3. Swift Erinis beheld it, and slew by hands with a brother's blood gory his warrior sons. When died Polynices, Thersander was left to win in a new war glory the Adrastid savior and pride. From him these trace their descent, and the son of a prince most meetly, with all praises of song triumphant and lyres outpealing sweetly. This day shall be magnified. Antistrophe 3. Olympia's guerdon he won, and at Pytho and Isthmus the graces, who his kindred have evermore blessed, brought to his brother the crowns of the 12-course 4-horse races. Aye, triumph to pain bringeth rest. Riches with nobleness graced of many things bring fruition, and they kindle the deep glowing fire of the huntress of honor, ambition, within their possessor's breast. Epode 3. A lodestar that beacons afar, by whose light men steer most surely. If he who doth hold by it knoweth what shall be, that they which impurely here lived shall when they have died suffer the penalty, sins that in Zeus's realm of light were committed shall one judge there in the underworld kingdom of night, and their awful doom shall decide. Strophe 4. But through sunlit 10 nights and days a life of bliss untoiling is ordained for the righteous souled. No more for a meager pittance they labor the land sore moiling, nor on stormy seas are they rolled. But with them that be honored of gods, who had pleasure in leal oath-keeping, they have joy of a tearless life, while the wicked are endlessly reaping sin harvests too dread to behold. Antistrophe 4. But they that through those 3 lives have endured, their spirits refraining from sin upon each side death, 3. These traverse the pathway of Zeus, to the tower of Cronos attaining, where the breezes of ocean breathe, round the isles of the blessed, where flowers all golden like flames are glowing, which are drooping from trees of splendor, or float on the flood soft flowing, and their heads and their hands they enwreathe. Epode 4. As it standeth by just Rhadamanthus decreed, the eternal assessor of Cronos the husband of Rhea, of her who is throne possessor, of dominion the universe o'er. And Peleus and Cadmus are numbered amidst the glorified there. And the heart of Zeus by Thetis' petition was swayed, that she bare Achilles to that blessed shore. Strophe 5. Him who slew the invincible Hector, and Troy's strong pillar did shiver, and of whom was Cycnus slain, and the Dawn Queen's Ethiop son. Many swift shafts lie in my quiver. To the wise is their meaning plain. For the common herd need they interpreters. Who is by nature discerning? Is the poet inspired? But the vehement babblers of other men's learning croak vanity, crows be the twain, for Antistrophe 5. At the hallowed eagle of Zeus. O my soul, on the bow be thou aiming. And at whom in all love wilt thou speed? The renown-giving arrow? To Acragas send thou it. Boldly proclaiming. Bidding truth of thine oath take heed. That through years 50 no city on earth hath been known to rear on her breast any son more kindly in spirit to friends than Theron. None of more liberal deed. Epode 5. Yet praise is by spite ever dogged, wherein never is justice abiding. But from grasping envy it springs. With its slanders it fain would be hiding. In darkness the good deeds done by the noble of heart. But, as no man can number the great sea's sands, so the joys on his fellow men showered by Theron with lavish hands. Who telleth the tale of them? None. Chapter 3. For Theron of Acragas, on the same victory as the preceding ode, which was probably chanted in the palace of Theron, whereas this was sung in the temple of the twin brethren. Strophe 1. O Tyndarids, lords of all guest welcoming. O Helen of the tresses beauty crowned. Take pleasure in my praises, when I sing. Acragas far renowned. Chanting her son's Olympian victory. The glory of his tireless-footed team. The muse hath thrilled me with new harmony. Of wedded song and dance, in revelry. Where Dorian sandals gleam. Antistrophe 1. Garlands of victory twined in Theron's hair. Exact of me this debt that heaven ordains. For Aenesidemus' son in order fair. To blend the varying strains of lyres with voice of flutes and ordering of chanted words. And Pisa bids proclaim his glory, Pisa, poesy's wellspring. Whence, by the gods inspired, the great songs ring that give men deathless fame. Epode 1. Even they about whose hair the silvery gleaming adorning of the olive leaf is laid. By the Aetolian judges righteous deeming the victor's brows to shade. According unto Heracles' ancient hest. From Ister's shadowy springs he brought this tree. When fared Amphitryon's son on perilous quest. And gave Olympia's games this fairest, best trophy of victory. Strophe 2. His courteous speech that Norland people swayed. The folk who serve Apollo, to bestow. To his true-hearted prayer for Zeus's glade. Whither all Hellenes go. A shadowing tree, a universal boon. A wreath for prowess of the mighty given. When hallowed were Zeus' altars, lo, the moon of mid-month flashed her splendor plenilune. Full in the face of even. Antistrophe 2. Then for those great games he ordained forever. Just judgment and a 5-year festival. By the steep banks of Alpheus' hallowed river. But of fair trees and tall. In Cronian Pelops' glen, that chosen place. His garden close, was as a desert bare. Him seemed it lay unscreened beneath the blaze of scorching Helios' arrow-darting rays. Wherefore he yearned to fare. Epode 2. To Ister's land, where she of the swift horses, Queen Leto's child, received him graciously. When from the hills and winding watercourses he came of Arcady, sped on Eurystheus' mission forth to find, by his sire's doom, wherefrom is no appeal, the Orthian wood-queen's golden-antlered hind, vowed to her by Teigete, and signed with consecration's seal. Strophe 3. And in that chase he looked upon the land that sheltered lies behind the north wind cold, and saw its olive trees. There did he stand, and marveled to behold, and dearly yearned to inring with those same trees the goal round which 12 times swift horses strain. Graciously still to these festivities he comes, with him be godlike presences, even Leda's scions twain. Antistrophe 3. These charged he with the great games ordering. Ere hence he passed to heavenly halls afar. The struggle of strong men. The sweep and swing of the swift rushing car. The Eminence and Theron fame hath crowned. This day. My soul constraineth me to cry. Fame given by Tyndareus' sons the steed renowned. Since unto these of all men most they abound. In hospitality. Epode 3. With hearts of reverence rendering due measure. Of service to the gods for ever blessed. As water chiefest is, and of all treasure. Gold is held goodliest. So glory's pinnacle doth Theron gain. By his high prowess, yea, his fame hath won. To Heracles' pillars. Farther to attain. Wise and unwise all fruitlessly should strain. Nor press I vainly on. Chapter 4. For Psalmus of Camarina, in Sicily, on a victory won in the chariot race, 452 BC. Strophe 1. Zeus, hurler of thunderbolts tireless winging. Most highest. Returneth thy feast-tide fair. To send me to wed with the lyre subtle ringing. My song, of the chiefest of all games singing. To the victor's triumph my witness I bear. Yea, the hearts of the good are with joy ever leaping. When friends a harvest of triumph are reaping. O Cronos' son, whose dominion is o'er Aetna, the wind-scourged burden laid. On Typho the demon of heads 50. Receive thou this revel procession arrayed. For a victor won by the graces' aid. Antistrophe 1. For its chant is a record for ever abiding. Of wide prevailing achievements renown. On ushering olive-crowned Psalmus, as riding. His chariot he hasteth. Aglow for dividing. His fame with his own Camarina town. May our prayers be graciously heard in heaven. As we supplicate blessings yet to be given. Unto him who is strenuous ever to train. The steed, who with wide arms welcomes the guest. The pure-hearted patriot who strives to attain. Peace, truth do I speak from an unfeigned breast. Of man is the trial the one proof test. Epode 1. By such trial it was that Clymenus' son 5. Silenced the Lemnian women's taunting. Who mocked at his tresses grey. For the foot race in armor of bronze he won. To Hypsipyle then with no vain vaunting. As he passed to be crowned, did he say, Lo there, my fleetness of foot have ye seen? And mine hands be as strong, and mine heart as keen. I, and not seldom silver hoary. Show the tresses of young men, long ere the story hath been told of their life spring day. Chapter 5. For Psalmus of Camarina, on a victory won in the mule chariot race, probably, in 448 BC. Strophe 1. O Camarina, bright daughter of ocean. With glad spirit greet him who the crown of Olympian achievement and glory most sweet brings for his gifts to thee won by his car team's unwearying feet. Antistrophe 1. Psalmus. O nurse of a nation, to magnify thee hath he raised altars, twin altars twice 3, where at feasts of the blessed ones blazed steers that were slain. And for 5 days the goals of the racecourse they grazed. Epode 1. Chariots of horses and mules, and swift coursers. To thee consecrated. All his proud glory was, and to his sire and the burg new created. Strophe 2. Back from Oenomaus' home and from Pelops' dear dwelling he brings songs unto Pallas protectress of cities. Her precinct he sings. Sings of thy river Oannes, the mere that thine highland inrings. Antistrophe 2. Hallowed Hipparis sings he that quencheth thy citizens' thirst. Floating down fast for rebuilding thee trees in his hill cradle nursed. So that from darkness the light of new life on thy commonwealth burst. Epode 2. Labor and cost for all noble achievement in one must be blended. Veiled is the issue in risk, but success is for wisdom commended. Strophe 3. Cloud-hidden Saviour, O Zeus who art throned on the Cronian hill crest. Honorest Alpheus flood and the cave under Ida's green breast. Suppliant I come to thee, voicing through Lydian flutes my request. Antistrophe 3. O let this city with chivalry's glory be I magnified. Thou too, Olympian victor, whose god-nurtured steeds are thy pride. Unto a peaceful old age mayst thou win with thy sons at thy side. Epode 3. If as a well-watered garden thy bliss be, and if thou desire not more, with thy wealth and thine honours content, unto godhead aspire not. Chapter 6. For Agesias, a citizen both of Syracuse and of Stymphalus in Arcadia, on a victory won by his charioteer, Phintus, in the mule-car race, for 68 or 472 BC. Sung in Stymphalus, owing to the jealousy of his success shown, L. 74, by those of the opposite faction in Syracuse. Strophe 1. Neath our song's forecourt roof-tree pillars golden, will we uprear, a palace shall it seem. 'Tis meet the forefront shine out far beholden of work that hath such splendor flashing theme. The victor at Olympia, who withal is treasurer of Zeus's oracle altar, who is co-founder of the glorious wall of Syracuse, shall his song praises falter? Share not the joy his fellow burghers all? Antistrophe 1. Such sandal, let the son of Sostratus know it, gleams on his foot. Deeds without peril brought to pass on land or sea win from no poet honor, but of each high achievement wrought with hard toil, many the recorders are. Thy deeds, Agesias, that same praise hath followed, which justly Adrastus spake and published far. Of Amphiaraus, when the earth had swallowed Oicleus' son and his bright battle car. Epode 1. When on the 7 great pyres the dead lay burning, before Thebes' gates the son of Teleos cried, for one that is not here mine heart is yearning. I of mine host, good seer and warrior tried. And this same praise in song processional to Syracuse' son is rendered with all fitness. I, who hate strife and disputation's gall, with a great oath to him I bear my witness. The sweet-voiced muses sanction it withal. Strophe 2. Phintus, thy mighty mule team harness straightway, that we may speed along a clear highway. The car, that I may reach the ancestral gateway. Whence came his race? None know so well as they. To find the track, who at Olympia won crowns, wherefore unto them it well beseemeth that wide the doors of song should now be thrown. For Pitane ward, to where Eurotas gleameth, must I in season do this day begone. Antistrophe 2. Now Pitane bare, by Lord Poseidon fathered, Evadne of the violet hair, men say, but hid her shame 'neath vesture folds upgathered, till she might send her maidens thence away, bidding them bear her babe to Iletus' son, who at Phasane ruled in hill-girt places, Arcadian, and his lot by Alpheus won. There was Evadne nurtured, in the embraces of Phoebus her love's story was begun. Epode 2. She could not for her full time hide the blossom of a god's love from Iphitus, keen dread and wrath no words might utter racked his bosom. For light in darkness Pytho ward he sped. She laid the while her girdle crimson twined 'neath boughs dark shadowing, and her silver ewer. And there she bore a boy of godlike mind. For golden-haired Apollo drew unto her the fates, and Ilethia travail kind. Strophe 3. So from her womb in painless birth outleaping, Iamus came, grief-stricken on the ground. She left him. Came 2 bright-eyed serpents creeping by the gods' counsel, softly coiling round. They fed him with the sweet dews of the bee. But when the king from rocky Pytho riding came, he asked all his household eagerly. Where is the babe Evadne bare in hiding? For fathered of Apollo's self is he. Antistrophe 3. A prophet shall he be all men excelling. To this folk, never more shall fail his race. But they, of him have we heard no man telling. Nor seen him, yet the babe was born 5 days. But in a pathless reed brake, oversprayed with gold and purple splendors was he lying, which pansy petals on his soft flesh rayed. So shall he, spake his mother prophesying, bear this name that through all time shall not fade. 6. Epode 3. Now when to fruitage of youth golden pinioned he won, to Alpheus midstream he strode, 'neath the night stars, and on the wide dominioned his grandsire, called, and Delos archer god, praying, let honor nation fostering rest upon mine head. And answer made his father, with voice infallible to his request, arise, and to that place where all men gather, follow, my son, obeying my behest. Strophe 4. So reached they Cronian 7 steep rock sunward soaring. Their prophecies twin treasure gave his sire, to hear his voice unswerving truth outpouring. First, then, when Heracles, that soul of fire, should come, when he, the Alcade seed renowned, should found his god-sire's feast thronged by all nations, of all world games with chiefest honor crowned. Then high on Zeus's altar of oblations, a second oracle he bade him found. Antistrophe 4. Thereafter through all Hellas famed in story, were Iama's sons, and prospered high emprise. They honor, so they tread the path of glory. The achievement proves the man, but envious eyes of slanderers follow still him on whose head the grace reigns beauty, who before all other his chariot round the 12-fold course hath sped. Agesias, if the forebears of thy mother, who 'neath Cyllene had their old homestead. Epode 4. With prayer and sacrifice ceased not adoring heaven's herald Hermes, him in whom begun be games and ended, who is honor pouring on Arcades' hero land, he, Sostratus' son, with his deep thundering sire, thy bliss fulfills. My tongue is poesy's whetstone shrilly sounding, that fancy all my willing spirit thrills, with breathing's beauty rippling, flower abounding, Metope in Stymphalus ringed of hills. Strophe 5. My ancestress, bare Thebe chariot glorious, I'll sip her dear springs, and for warriors twine a song wreath rainbow-hued, thy choir victorious. O Aeneas 8 teach to chant the maid divine, Hera, and know that none in after days, with scoffed Boeotian swine, our ear abuses. A messenger thou art whose faith all praise. O cryptic herald staff of bright-haired muses, sweet mixing bowl of royal ringing lays. Antistrophe 5. Bid Syracuse and Ortygia's praise be chanted, by Hiero with righteous scepter swayed, who honors her whose feet on furrows planted make red the calm, the great feast of the maid, of the white steeds, and Zeus throned on the height of Aetna honors, lyre and song sweet pealing. Know Hiero well, his fortune may the flight of time not wreck, with welcome love revealing. King, greet this song that chants Agesia's might. Epode 5. Which from Stymphalus mother-town comes winging, from home to home, Sicilia, Arcady. 'Tis good the ship on anchors twain be swinging, in night of storm. May heaven propitiously grant either folk high glory without stain. In thy protection, Sea Lord King, enfolden. Straight onward may he sail, guard him from bane. Spouse of the sea queen of the distaff golden, and bless the gladsome flower of this my strain. Chapter 7. For Diagoras of Rhodes, on his victory in boxing, for 64 BC. The Rhodians placed this ode, engraved in letters of gold, in their temple of Athena at Lindus. Strophe 1. As a father with wealth-laden hand uplifteth a cup, with the flashing dew of the joy-giving wine brimmed up, and pledgeth therein the youth who hath won for a bride his daughter, and therewith giveth to him, to bear from the old home unto the new, that golden pride of his treasures, and mocketh the fair feast yet more fair, and his kinsmen envied of all friends banqueting there, for the marriage that joins hearts, one evermore to abide. Antistrophe 1. So send I the Song Queen's gift, the nectar outpoured from my spirit, its vintage of sweetness, a chant to record the triumph of guerdon winners, their victory at Olympia and Pytho gained in the athlete strife, whom praiseful report companioneth, happy is he. Now on one, now another the grace that enricheth life propitiously looks, and with manifold music of fife and of lyre sweet echoing breathes on him melody. Epode 1. To the sound of the lyre and the pipe on sailing, homeward I come with Diagoras hailing Aphrodite's daughter, the bride of the sun, sea-girdled Rhodes, to a man fair fighting, and strong giving glory, whose clenched hands smiting, by Alpheus and Castaly garlands hath won. And his father I praise, who in justice excelleth, and in Rhodes triple-citied mid warriors dwelleth, nigh Asia's foreland that seaward doth run. Strophe 2. From their lines first father beginning, I fain would upraise from Lipolymus, this mine herald song of praise, the common right this of Heracles' puissant race. For these be descended from Zeus on the father's side. Aye, this is their boast, on the mother's their blood they trace. To a minter through Astidamia Lipolymus bride. Thick clouds of delusion the truth from men's hearts hide. This thing would we find, yet it eludes our chase. Antistrophe 2. What is best for a man to attain both now and at last? For the founder of this land smote in his passionate haste Alcmena's base-born brother a deadly blow with his olive-wood staff, as forth Lycymnius came from Medea's bower, for his spirit with wrath was aglow. In the city of Tyrants befell that sin and shame. Yea, the feet of the wise be misled when the soul is aflame with wrath. To the oracle fratricide stain did he go. Epode 2. And the golden-haired spake from his shrine sweet-breathing, thou must voyage afar o'er a sea surf seething, from the shore of Lerna in exile sped, to a searing land of pasture, where showered by the king of the gods omnipotent powered was a golden snow, when forth of the head of Zeus by the axe of Hephaestus sundered, Athena leapt, and her shout far thundered, that heaven and earth mother quaked with dread. Strophe 3. Hyperion's son, the god who bringeth the day, commanded his children, 9, see that your debt ye repay. Of all men be ye first to uprear in your isle in my sight. To the goddess an altar, her godhead do ye revere, with offerings holy, filling the souls with delight. Of all father and her of the thunderous crashing spear. It is reverence, forethought's daughter, that mocketh dear to the spirits of men high courage and joy of the fight. Antistrophe 3. Yet there cometh oblivion's wildering mist, to misguide the hearts of men, and to cause them to swerve aside from the deed's straight path. And so it befell that these, not bearing the seed of flame to the altar drew nigh. So with fireless rites did they plant those hallowed trees on their citadel's height. Yet Zeus drew over their sky a fire-hued cloud whence rained gold plenteously, and the grey-eyed made them in all craft mysteries. Epode 3. Unrivaled. For on their highways were gleaming things living and moving to outward seeming. 10. So that great was their glory. Yea, craft that doth show no semblance of false pretense excelleth in the eyes of the wise. Now a legend telleth how that Zeus and the deathless drew lots to know how shared should the earth be. Rhodes was unrisen from the wide sea's breast, but in darkling prison of abysses of brine lay far below. Strophe 4. But since in the place where they gathered the sun god was not, none for that stainless divine one had drawn a lot. And so, when he spake of it, Zeus was minded again to cast the lots. But Helios would not, he said, that he saw deep under the face of the hoary main a land upgrowing fast from its rocky bed, a land that for myriad dwellers should bring forth bread, should rejoice in its sheepflocks widening hill and plain. Antistrophe 4. Eftsoons unto Lachesis golden-tired spake he, uplift thou thine hands, and swear in sincerity the god's great oath, and pledge thee with Cronos' son, that the isle that shall be sent up into heaven's light shall be mine head's guerdon of honor while time shall run. And the word of truth that from Lachesis' lips took flight was fulfilled in the end. Grew up, as a flower blooms bright, that isle from the ruing darkness of water won. Epode 4. He possesseth it, sire of the sun arrows gleaming, the breath of whose steeds is a flame outstreaming. With Rhodos the isle nymph there he lay. 7 sons he begot, who in years forgotten were wisest of men, and of one were begotten Ialysus, Lindus, Camyrus. And they of their father's land made threefold division. Neither any transgressed that righteous partition. And after them named be their homes to this day. Strophe 5. There standeth an altar, a sweet recompense for the grief of his fall before Troy, to Lipolemus battle chief. Of Tyrinthians, as to a god do they sacrifice victims, the reek of whose burning floats far around. And at athlete strife in his name is awarded the prize. There twice were Diagoras' brows with flower wreaths bound, and at Isthmus the famed 4 times, and at Nemea crowned once and again, and at crag-built Athens twice. Antistrophe 5. At Argos the victor's bronze shield knoweth him well. Memorials in Thebes and Arcadia his glory tell. At Polyneian games Boeotian the prize did he gain. 6 times in Aegina he conquered. In Megara the column of stone doth chant none other strain. O Father Zeus, who holdest omnipotent sway over wild Adabirium's ridges, honor this day the victory him that use and won't ordain. Epode 5. And the hero whose hands have so gallantly striven, unto him be all worshipful honor given, alike of the stranger and citizen. For he treadeth the path that from insolence turneth. Great lessons bequeathed by his fathers he learneth, by his true heart taught. Thou, hide not from men his fame who from Calianax blood springeth. With the Eridads joy low, all roads ringeth. Yet the winds in an hour may be veering again. Chapter 8. For Alcimedon of Aegina, on his victory in the boys' wrestling match, 460 BC. His brother, Timosthenes, and his trainer, Milesius the Athenian, have a share in the praises of the ode. Strophe 1. Mother of contests golden crowned, O Queen of truth, Olympia, where from sacrifice diviners seek the will of Zeus to glean, who hurls white flickering lightnings through the skies. To what if he hath any word of grace for men whose hearts yearn hotly to attain to high achievement, and a breathing space from toil to gain. Antistrophe 1. This he vouchsafes to reverent prayer and vow. O Pison precinct fair with olive lines, welcome this victory procession thou, and the crown bearing Bright his glory shines. Whom splendor of thy guerdon shall attend? Aye, diverse boons to diverse men be given, and many paths to happiness ascend. By grace of heaven. Epode 1. Timosthenes, to Zeus, who hath in keeping thine house, thee and thy brother destiny allotted, he at Nemea honored thee, and Cronos' hill saw glory's harvest reaping. Alcimedon's Olympian victory. Goodly of presence, not by deeds he shamed his beauty. He, in resting bout victorious, Aegina of far-sweeping oars proclaimed his home. Their savior Themis, throned all-glorious, with guest-ward Zeus, is most with honor named. Strophe 2. Far-reaching issues, whose decision still shifteth, with mind unwarped to judge of these. Fairly is hard, yet sure the immortals will ordain this island rampired by the seas to be for strangers out of every clime a god-reared pillar of strength. Land of the free. Oh, may the years in this work through all time toil tirelessly. Antistrophe 2. This isle committed unto Dorian hands, to be heaven's stewards, since, in Iacchus' days, when Phoebus and the girder of all lands a tower coronal for Troy would raise, and as their fellow builder bade him come to rear that wall, which should, when wars awoke, breathe out, when battle brought her day of doom, wild billowing smoke. Epode 2. Scarce was it built, when, with eyes lurid glaring, 3 dragons leapt to scale its ramparts high. Now 2 of these fell back, and suddenly died, writhing as in impotent despairing. But the 3rd leapt in with fierce battle cry. That portent Phoebus pondered. Then spake he, Iacchus, where thine hands reared this stone wonder, there breached and taken Pergamus shall be, as this sign sent down by the Lord of Thunder. Zeus, Cronos' son, revealeth unto me. Strophe 3. This shall thine house accomplish. Troy shall fall, stormed by thy son and thy 4th in descent. So plainly spake the god, and therewithal to Xanthus and the fleet-horsed Amazons went, and unto Ister speeding fast his car. With golden team the trident wielder fares, to Isthmus over sea, and Iacchus far, to Aegina bears. Antistrophe 3. Thence, to behold his glorious festival, to Corinth's mountain ridge he bore him on. No praise of song is sweet alike to all. If I retrace all fame Milesia's 11-1. Through boys, no stone at me let envy fling. I sing of honors no less high attained at Nemea, and of crowns Pancration sing, by his men gained. Epode 3. To teach is no hard task for him who knoweth, but who unlearned would teach, a fool is he. For wit untrained hath no stability. But this Milesia's best of all men showeth how with the strong to strive victoriously. Teacheth what training shall to triumph guide our champion to repeat the oft-told story in those great games, of longed-for victory's pride. Now hath Alcimedon achieved that glory, Milesia's 30th triumph published wide. Strophe 4. By God's grace, and by his own prowess he hath vanquished striplings 4. Ha! Not for him, but them, to steal back home shamefacedly, shrinking from taunting tongues through bypaths dim. His victory hath thrilled his old grandsire with strength that o'er Eld's frailty triumpheth. For he that hath attained his heart's desire forgetteth death. Antistrophe 4. I must awaken memory, I wis, to tell the glory of old champions' might. The Blepsiads' conquering sons, the 6th crown this, that wreathes their brows from those games garland dight. Yea, their dead fathers have their share therein. When due memorial rites are not forgot. The grace of honor living kinsmen win. The dust hides not. Epode 4. The song by Hermes' child, glad tidings, chanted. Shall Iphian hear, his bright Olympic fame? And to Callimachus shall tell the same. 12. The glory Zeus to this old house hath granted. With triumph on triumph may he crown their name. And I avert affliction's bitter blow. And, for the glory in their lot, may never God's jealousy make Nemesis their foe. May he exalt them and their country, ever, vouchsafing them a life unvexed of woe. Chapter 9. For Ephanostus of Opus, in eastern Locris, on his victory in wrestling, 468 BC. Strophe 1. Archilochus chant of the sweet voice singing. The Olympian hymn of victory, 13. With its threefold measure of triumph utraying, sufficed to lead onward the revelry. To the hill of Cronos, as paced along, Epharmastus amidst of his comrade throng. But now with such soul-stirring arrows of song, as in these our days fly fittingly, shot from the muses' bows far-ranging. Sing praises, my soul, unto Zeus, whose hand hurls red-glowing lightning sin-avenging, and the holy foreland of Elis land. Praise thou, the land which long agone Pelops the hero, Lydia's son, with Hippodamia for dowry won, the glorious clasp of her wedlock band. Antistrophe 1. And a sweet feathered shaft on the bowstring laying. Pythoward shoot thou, not to the ground. Shall thy words fall, when thy fingers are straying o'er the quivering strings of the lyre, to sound the praise of a lord of the wrestling ring, who from Opus the famed came journeying. And the glory of that good town do thou sing, and the praise of her champion triumph crowned. 'Tis a city that Themis and safety bestower, her child fair governance, won for their own. And in knightly deeds she blooms as a bower, for by Castelli's fountain her praise is known. And Alpheus murmureth her renown, where blow fair flowers for victory's crown, to shine on the brows of the mother town of Locris, with trees girt stately grown. Epode 1. The light of my song shall fierily blaze o'er this city so dear unto me, and swifter than high-mettled steed can race, or a white-winged galley can flee. I will speed this story of Opus glory far, far over land, over sea. If by destiny guided my hand essay to gather fruit and flower in the Graces' garden of gardens, for they all things delightsome shower. Whether hero or poet one be, he doth owe it to heaven's all-gracious power. Strophe 2. How else could Heracles' arm have wielded mace against trident in battle strain, when by Poseidon was Pylus shielded, and the sea-god pressed on the hero amain? When fast did the arrows of Phoebus fly, as the silver bow rang terribly, neither Hades refrained him from swinging on high his staff, till his blows flashed down like rain, the staff wherewithal through the cavernous portals of his mansion he letteth that underworld king, the shadowy forms of perished mortals. Nay, nay, this slander afar from thee fling, O mouth of mine, him who dares impeach the gods, him hatefullest wisdom doth teach. O yea, for untimely bold-mouthed speech doth with strains insensate of madness ring. Antistrophe 2. Babble not thou in witless folly of battle and war of immortals, nor dare blaspheme them. Nay, to the city holy of Protogynia thy song gift bear, telling how by his dooming who wields evermore the flickering lightning, the thunder's roar, Deucalion and Pyrrha long of yore fixed their first habitation there, when down from Parnassus they came, and unmated Of Aphrodite in wedlock yoke. Out of the stones of the field created. A race that should be thenceforth one folk. And from stones were they named, that stone-born race. Awaken for these thy clear ringing lays. Oh yeah, old wine well mayest thou praise. But 'tis song's fresh flowers that our praises provoke. Epode 2. Out of old days cometh a legend which saith that the great deep's fountains rained on the dark earth's bosom a deluge of death, till, by counsels of Zeus restrained, the flood tide sinking with waters shrinking, swiftly was seaward drained. And this stone-born generation's sons, your grey forefathers were, all valiant bearers of shields of bronze, whom Iapetus' daughters bare, when they made affiance with Cronos' scions, and kings of their blood reigned there. Strophe 3. Till the Lord of Olympus, from earth upraising, the daughter of Opus, wafted his bride to a lone spot meet for a god's embracing, mid Maenalus ridges, and lay by her side. Thereafter to Locris the childless he brought that maid, lest the fingers of Eld should blot out his name, and his line be continued not, if Aerolus the king of the land should have died. But the king's bride bare till her times fulfilling the seed of the mightiest 'neath her zone. And the hero rejoiced with a joy heart-thrilling o'er the fair babe not of his own seed sown. And he gave him his mother's father's name, and a man preeminent he became, in goodlihead and in deeds of fame. And his sire gave a city to rule for his own. Antistrophe 3. And there unto him were gathered strangers, from Argos the horseland, from Thebes they hied, and from Pisa, and Arcades mountain rangers. But of all that came in his land to abide, was Aegina's and Actor's son honored most, Menoetius, whose son with the Atrids' host, unto Teuthras' plain by the Troyland coast, sailed. There alone by Achilles' side, steadfast he stood, when Telephus turning the valiant Danaans backward in flight of their sea-pacing galleys essayed the burning, so that all men knew who could deem aright that a brave soul dwelt in Patroclus' breast. And the son of Thetis with earnest request exhorted him, yea, with insistent behest, never hereafter in murderous fight. Epode 3. Do thou range thyself mid the battle strain, from my man-quelling spear afar. Oh, that to fit praise I may attain of those that your champions are, as, bearing my burden of glory's guerdon, I speed in the Song Queen's car, and may daring attend me close at my side, and power all-compassing. For hither at friendship's call have I hied, and at chivalry's summons I sing of Lampромachus telling in prowess excelling in the Isthmian athlete ring. Strophe 4. Yea, in the same day stood victorious he and his brother in mimic fray, and at Corinth's gates was the name twice glorious of Epharmastus in athlete play. Other wreaths did he win him in Nemia's vale, and at Argos again did his prowess prevail, when in strife with men did he nowise fail, as he failed not at Athens in boyhood's day. And what contest was that, when, waxing bolder, from the boys' ranks stealing at Marathon, he abode the grapple of strong men older than he, for the silver cups to be won, and by ringcraft that shifteth its balance fast, never falling, he threw them, as tempest blast, rang the cheering, as down the arena he passed. In his goodlihead, goodliest deeds who had done. Antistrophe 4. At the festal assembly of Zeus Lycaean, wondrous he showed in Parrhasia's sight, and again at Palleni's games Heraean, he won him a warm defense from the spite of the blasts of winter, a mantle vest, and the sepulchre where Iolaus doth rest. and Eleusis beside the sea attest the splendor of all his deeds of might. The gifts that by nature's self be given are ever the best. Yet many there be that by learning of teachers have painfully striven to attain unto honor's felicity. But the deed whose achievement no God hath blessed, that it never be published abroad is best. Some paths there be that in glory's quest lead farther than others her votary. Epode 4. One path of endeavor, ye well may deem, leads not all men unto fame. Ah, steep are poesy's heights supreme. Yet, Muse, when thou crownest his name with thy guerdon of singing, with shout high ringing, fearlessly then proclaim of our champion, that nature hath dowered him by the favor of fate the divine, with deftness of hand, with litheness of limb, with valor's light in his eyne, and that now victorious hath he made glorious Oilian Aia's shrine. Chapter 10. For Agesidemus of Locri Epizephyriae, on the coast of Italy, on his victory in the boys' wrestling match, 476 BC. This ode was written to be sung at his home in Locri, and is later in date than the next, which was chanted at Olympia immediately after the victory. 14. Strophe 1. Read ye to me his name, upon mine inmost heart 'tis writ. Archestratus' son, he who won the Olympian victory. I owe him a sweet triumph song, I had forgotten it. At last, O Muse, and thou, O Truth, the child of Zeus most high, do ye with your atoning hands make of the offense an end. Blot out the stain of broken troth, the sin against a friend. Antistrophe 1. From far hath come accusing time with wings that slowly trail. Yet surely, crying shame on me for my deep debt unpaid. Yet if with usury I pay it now, this may avail to lift the burden, hush the lips that faithlessness upbraid. My song shall swell as rolling surge that sweeps the shingle down, shall pay the wronged one friendship's debt, shall chant his land's renown. Epode 1. Unswerving honor's home is there beside the western seas, the Locrians' burg. They reverence the queen of epic song, and Ares bronze arrayed. Yea, even mighty Heracles must needs before your Cycnus flee, a foeman overstrong. To has let the Olympian victor render thanks this day, who trained Agesidemus' hands for that grim gauntlet play. As oft Patroclus thanked Achilles, saith the old-time story. The man for high achievement born shall win yet higher glory, if one with God's help whet his spirit's edge to each essay. Strophe 2. The joy of triumph few have won without hard toil, I ween. The joy that is a light of life that makes the toil seem naught. Statutes of Zeus have kindled me to sing the peerless queen of contests, which beside the tomb of Pelops ancient wrought. Did Heracles with altars 6 found in that haunted dell, when Teutus, Poseidon's flawless son, before him fell. Antistrophe 2. And Eurytus he slew withal, to rest his hire thereby. For service wrought, which Augeas the tyrant grudged to pay. Couched in a copse 'neath Cleone in ambush did he lie. And as they came, leapt forth and fought and slew them in the way. For Molo's haughty sons had slaughtered his Tyrinthian men, erewhile by treachery, as they lay encamped in Elis glen. Epode 2. And verily it was not long ere that Epean lord guessed faithless saw his wealth-abounding land and his own town beneath the fire's remorseless breath and iron stroke of sword, into the dark unfathomed gulf of ruin sinking down. Aye, when a man hath rushed into contention, hard it is to win forth thence, and loose the grip of mightier foes, I wis. Yea, Augeas' self, brought by his reedless counsel to confusion, was captive taken at the last, nor 'scaped sin's retribution. Hurled down to death, as one who falls from some sheer precipice. Strophe 3. Then Zeus's mighty son assembled all his battle band, And all the spoil of war, a sacred precinct did he trace in Pisa for his sire supreme, and fenced on every hand the Altus, and the bounds thereof in a clear open space he marked out, and for rest and feasting all the plain around ordained. And so was Alpheus' stream by him with honor crowned. Antistrophe 3. With the 12 royal gods, and on the height therein bestowed the name of Cronos Hill. For when Oenomaus was king, nameless it was, a crest by clouds of winter oversnowed. And while men bowed them in that right primeval worshipping, the fates were there unseen, yet close they stood beside him then. And time was there, who of the truth alone convinceth men. Epode 3. For, journeying onward, clearly time hath told truth manifest. How Heracles took battle's gifts, how he divided all. And to those gods apportioned out of all the spoils the best. And with due sacrifice ordained that 5th-year festival. That first Olympiad whose fame has pealed the ages down. And who were they, the first that won that new appointed crown? With battling hands, with racing feet, with chariot swiftly flying. Who in their hearts the vision saw of glory's wreath undying. And by their deeds of prowess won unperishing renown? Strophe 4. Adown the straight course of the racing track Lycomenius' son, Oeneus sped, fast did his feet before all rivals bound. From Medea's gates in Argolis he led his war host on. And by his wrestling Echimus made Tegea renowned. The gauntlet fighter's guerdon from the lists Doriclus bore, who dwelt in Tiryns. In the chariot race of horses 4. Antistrophe 4. Samos of Mantinia, Halorotheus' son, sped fast beyond the rest, and Phrastus' lance with aim unerring flew. And Nicias past all rival marks the huge stone discus cast. The weight that whirling round with circling sweep of hand he threw. Then thundered forth the mighty cheer from all his war-mates there. And lo, the fair-faced moon's sweet light lit up the evening air. Epode 4. Then rang the close with songs, as music rings through banquet hall. So voices still the victor sing, and feet the revel tread. Now, as the grey beginnings of those contests we recall, we too, in song named after victory's stately chariot, will chant the thunder's praise. The fiery-handed flames that fly in crimson flickering bolts of him who wakes the thunder's cry, and sendeth down upon the earth his lurid gleaming levin, which sealeth every victory with Zeus's sign from heaven. And consonant with flutes shall ring my song's rich melody. Strophe 5. Which here by Dirk's stream renowned hath come to light at last. As welcome to that father comes a son in wedlock born, whose feet unto the further slope of young life's hill have passed, and lights a love flame in the heart that was of joy forlorn. For to a dying man is death a thing to hate yet more, if alien heirs like sheep shall herd his wealth of garnered store. Antistrophe 5. Even so, Agesidamus, when from emprise nobly wrought, a man descendeth all unsung to mansions of the dead. Scant pleasure all his toil hath won. His breath was spent for naught. But upon thee the sweet-voiced lyre and dulcet flute have shed the grace of all their winsomeness, like some wide-spreading tree. By those Zeus-born Pyrean maids thy fame shall fostered be. Epode 5. And I, their earnest fellow-worker, to mine heart enfold this glorious race of Locrians. Song's honey-dew I shower on that burg of heroic men. Thy praises have I told, Archestratus all-comely son, whose victory in that hour, achieved by prowess of thine hand by mine own eyes was seen. Beside the altar crowned in that Olympian domain, I saw him. Goodly was his presence, strength and beauty blended with that spring bloom which glowed on Ganymede when he ascended heaven high above death's ruthless clutch, by favor of love's queen. Chapter 11. For Agesidamus of Locri Epizephyriae, for the same victory as the preceding ode. Chanted at Olympia on the day of victory. Strophe. Sometimes the wind battalions shouting loud. Do men most service, now again. The rains of heaven, the children of the cloud, bring blessing in their train. But when by toil one winneth victory, the singer's honey-throated lays, upringing, plant for fame that yet shall be. A sure foundation, are a prophecy of exploits worthy praise. Antistrophe. Far beyond envy are the praises stored for victors at Olympia crowned. Songs are my sheep, I, as some shepherd lord, find them fair pasture ground. By God's gift inspiration bloometh I in the bard's heart unfadingly. Son of Archestratus, know thou this day, Agesidimus, that my victory lay shall sweetly sound for thee. Epode. Shall for the triumph of thy ringcraft grace, with splendor thy bright olive wreath, and honor therewithal the Locrian race, fanned by the west wind's breath. O song queens, hither speed your festal feet. I pledge me in sincerity, no guest-repelling folk ye there shall meet, nor in fair chivalry. Unschooled, nay, over wisdom's heights they range. They with the spear were valiant ever. That these be like their sires is nowise strange. Red fox and thunder-throated lion change their inborn nature never. Chapter 12. For Ergotiles of Himera in Sicily, whither he had come to live when forced by political faction to leave his native city of Knossos in Crete, on his victory in the long foot race, 3 miles. 472 BC. Strophe. Hear, O thou daughter of Zeus the deliverer, Fortune the saver from peril. Keep watch and ward, I implore, over Himera, burg of the far-stretching might. For 'tis by thy favor that ships be steered to their haven shore. Over the sea, and torrent-like wars, and council decisions, be guided on land. Tossed high, whelmed low, be the hopes of men, as over a sea of delusive visions. Cleaving the treacherous waves they go. Antistrophe. But through all the years never any of men on the earth abiding hath found sure tokens from God to reveal how he shall fare in the days to come. But in darkness hiding are the future's warnings of woe or weal. Many chances to men have befallen, yea, past all expectation. Some plunge from joy into sorrow's abyss, and some, who have battled with troublous surges, by sudden mutation, their anguish have changed for the height of bliss. Epode. O son of Philoner, verily even thy swift feet's glory had as dead leaves faded, unmarked, uncrowned. There by the hearth of thy fathers, thy name had been heard not in story. As a home-fighting cock hadst thou been unrenowned. Had contention in Knossos of burgher with burgher in conflict gory. In the homeland not left thee no foot of ground. But now at Olympia, Ergotiles, winning a victory garland. And at Isthmus, at Pytho, twain, by these. Thou exaltest to honor the steaming baths of the nymphs in a far land. On thine own lands dwelling in stormless peace. Chapter 13. For Xenophon of Corinth, whose father had won the foot race 40 years before, on his double victory in the foot race and the pentathlon, an unprecedented feat. The pentathlon consisted of 5 events: foot race, long jump, discus, javelin, wrestling. Victory in 3 events assured a competitor of the crown. 464 BC. Strophe 1. Now, while I laud a house that thrice can vaunt Olympian victory, gracious to the guest, to fellow burghers courteous, I will chant with theirs the praise of Corinth heaven blessed. Here Isthmian Poseidon fixed his portals. This city glorious, noble sons are hers. Here hath fair governance her home mid mortals. Here dwell her sisters, city stablishers. Justice, and peace her fellow fosterling. God's stewards of true wealth to men they be. Themis's golden daughters, they who bring wise counsels from the Queen of Equity. Antistrophe 1. And resolute are they afar to scare. Insolence, glutted greed's tongue shameless dam. Fair witness of them it is mine to bear. By forthright boldness spurred to speak I am. None can suppress our nature's inborn powers. Hide them can none. On you, elite seed, oftentimes have the seasons crowned with flowers bestowed the splendor of the victor's meed. As upon men with hero prowess fired. Men in the sacred games with victory wreathed. And oft into men's souls have they inspired devices wise by them of old bequeathed. Epode 1. To him of whom first each invention came is all the honor due. Who caused to appear Dionysus' graces, with the dithyramb that wins the ox? Who unto horses' gear added the rein? On temples God enshrining. Who set the twofold image of the king? Of birds? Flower fragrant there the muse is shining. And Ares spear girt by a warrior ring. Strophe 2. Olympian Lord Most High, who far and wide reignest, grudge not fulfillment of my prayer. Through all time. May this city's folk abide in safety. May the breeze of fortune fair that breathes on Xenophon, blow constant ever. The due procession singing home his crown. Accept thou, as from Pisa's plain and river. He leads it onward to his native town. For victor in the contests 5 is he. And in the foot race, so hath he attained such glory multiplied of victory as mortal never yet before hath gained. Antistrophe 2. And shadowed was his head by garlands twain. When Isthmus saw him win the parsley mead, kindness no less from Nemea did he gain. The record of his father's lightning speed is treasured still where Alpheus softly paces. Yea, and at Pytho by his feet were won the crowns of honor in the twofold races, single and double, under one day's sun. In that same month at rocky Athens town. A day fulfilled of glorious victory. Set on his hair crown after victor's crown. Whose flying feet had won him races 3. Epode 2. 7 times Helotia crowned him. 'Twere too long to tell how with their father Toiador did Terpsias and Eurydamas strong 15 triumph in games beside the sea god's shore. How oft at Delphi and in the lions' dark glen stood first, though my song treasury outrival all bards, their tale bids defiance. To reckoning, countless as the sands they be. Strophe 3. But to each thing pertaineth measure meet. And best of all it is to know aright the fit time. I, who sail in your great fleet, yet choose mine own course, sing the battle might and wisdom of old days, and in the telling lie not, of heroism's highways trod by Corinth, and of Sisyphus excelling in cunning counsels even as some god, and of Medea, her who dared defy her father, chose at her own heart's behest a bridegroom, and the Savior was thereby of Argo and the heroes of the quest. Antistrophe 3. Again of old when dashed the war's red seas against Troy's walls, 'twas ever Corinth's sons that swayed to either side war's balance. These helping Atrides and his mighty ones to win back Helen, those to make resistance unto the uttermost, when Danaans quailed before strong Glaucus, who from the far distance of Lycia's highlands flashed on them bronze-mailed, and vaunted of his father's empery over the city of Perine there, and of his heritage of deep-loamed Leah, and of his stately palace royal fair. Epode 3. That sire who sorely suffered by the spring, where he would fain bind snake-haired Gorgon's son, Pegasus. Dreaming, he saw Pallas bring the bridle that with golden frontlet shone. And lo, 'twas no dream. Eyelid prince, awake thee! She cried, receive this spell to charm yon steed. To thine horse-taming sire with this betake thee. There let a white bull on his altar bleed. Strophe 4. Thus as he slumbered in the gloom of night, the maid of the dark aegis seemed to say. Upleaping, on his feet he stood upright, and seized the marvel that beside him lay. Then joyously to Corinth's seer he wended, and to the son of Quirinus he showed how that strange venture of the night had ended. How, trusting all the prophet did forebode, he laid him down to sleep all through the night upon the altar in Athene's fane. How she, the child of him whose lance of light is leaven, with her own hands did she deign. Antistrophe 4. To bring to him the spirit-taming gold. The seer bade haste that vision to obey. To the wide ruler who doth earth enfold. The bull, the mighty-footed beast, to slay. And then to rear to Pallas' chariot reigning an altar. Ah, by power of gods is brought to pass a thing transcending prayers attaining, transcending all hope, effortlessly wrought. So was it now. For strong Bellerophon, with haste impetuous hied him forth to quell that winged steed. Lo, the victory was won, when touched his jaws the fury-stilling spell. Epode 4. He sprang on Pegasus' back, in brazen mail. Arrayed to play the play of swords he sped, and riding on that steed did he assail, from the chill cloudlands folds untenanted, the Amazon host, the maids that bear the quiver. Fire-breathed Chimera slew and Salome. That steed in Zeus's stalls abideth ever. His rider's doom I pass in silence by. Strophe 5. But, as I hurl the whizzing casting spear, my shaft beside the mark I may not speed. To Song Queen's splendor throned with joy draws near, their champion, and to Alligatha's seed. How oft at Nemea these have shown victorious, and at the Isthmus, all will I comprise. In few words, of the record passing glorious, my tale a truthful witness ratifies. I, under oath, that noble herald's tongue, which published 80 victories in the names of this house, welcome sweet his accents rung, when Nemea and the Isthmus held their games. Antistrophe 5. Touching their victories at Olympia won. Meseems, the tale already hath been told, and of the great deeds that shall yet be done. Their tale hereafter shall my song unfold. Clearly. I hope now, with God lies the issue. But, if this house's fortune speed, I trow, Zeus and the war god's hands shall weave the tissue of that bright future. 'Neath Parnassus' brow 6 triumphs won they, all at Argos gained, and Thebes, and whereby that Lycaean height the altar royal unto Zeus ordained, shall witness in Arcadia's people's sight. Epode 5. And in Pellene, Megara, Sicyon, and in the Iacids close fair walled around, and at Eleusis, shining Marathon, and towns by Aetna's huge mass overfrowned. Euboea, nay, all Hellas through thy questing shall prove them countless. Zeus, who answerest prayer, light let their feet glide on. Be honor resting on these, all bliss be theirs and fortune fair. Chapter 14. For Aesopicus of Orchomenus, in Boeotia, on his victory in the boys' short foot race, BC 488. Strophe 1. O ye who your lot by Cephisus have found, ye who dwell in the land where the swift horse races, O bright Orchomenus queens, ye graces, who compass the ancient minions round. With your guardian arms, O song renowned. Now hearken my prayer. By your bounty all pleasure. All sweet things on menfolk descend in full measure. All wisdom, all beauty, all fame with its splendor. 'Tis with help that the graces, the worshipful, render. That the gods' own dancings and feastings be holden. Yea, these be dispensers of all things in heaven. By the side of the Lord of the bow all golden. Pythian Apollo, be thrones to them given. The Olympian sire are they ever adoring. And his majesty's fountain for aye outpouring. Strophe 2. O daughters of Zeus of the gods most high! Euphrosyne lover of song, and Aglaia! And thou who dost joy in the chant, Talia! Hearken ye now to our suppliant cry. Look down as our triumphing troop sweeps by. As onward with lightsome foot it is pacing. The victor's fortune of happiness gracing. I come hither the praise of Aesopicus singing. In Lydian measure my chant attraying. For that now is the minion house victorious. By your grace at Olympia. Fly, echo, telling. Unto old Cleodamus the tidings glorious. That shall brighten Persephone's dark-walled dwelling. How his son in the vale far famous in story hath enwreathed his tresses with garlands of glory. The Pythian Odes. Chapter 1. For Hiero, ruler of Syracuse, on his victory in the chariot race, 470 BC, in which he was proclaimed as, of Etna, a new city founded by him near empty Etna. In 480 BC he had defeated the Carthaginian invaders in the Battle of Himera, and in 474 BC, the Etruscans in a sea fight of Cumae. In BC 475 there was a great eruption of empty Etna. All these events are referred to in this ode. Strophe 1. O golden lyre, who art Phoebus' treasure, which he shares with the dusk-haired song queen's eye. The light feet hear thee beating the measure, as the revellers marshal their dance array. O lyre, thy signals the singers obey, when in preludes of choral song low dreaming, o'er thy strings quick-throbbing the harmonies glide. Thou quenchest the thunderbolt's self-red gleaming, javelined with flame jets eye outstreaming. On the scepter of Zeus the slumber tide, o'er his eagle ripples, on either side. Antistrophe 1. Of the king of birds as his pinions are trailing, o'er his bowing head doth a dark mist flow, sweet sealing his eyes, 'neath sleep's prevailing. His back heaves wave-like soft and slow, spellbound by thy melodies pulsing low. Yea, the soul of the wild war-god lies sleeping, hushed, warm-cradled in slumber's nest, and his keen spear slips from his strong hands keeping. Gods' hearts are thy shafts in enchantment steeping, by the inspiration of Phoebus to rest, lulled, and by the deep-bosomed muse's behest. Epode 1. But creatures beloved not of Zeus, things haunting earth's crypts, and the sea's gulf's storm uprolled, flee panic-struck, hearing the Pierids chanting. As was Typhon, whom Tartarus' dread depths hold. The hundred-headed, the hate undying of the gods, in Cilician caverns of old nursed. Sicily now and her sea defying cliffs above Kyme are heavily lying on his shag-haired breast, and the cloud-kissing height of a crag column crusheth him, Etna. White. Through the livelong year with snows that bite, with ice fangs cold. Strophe 2. Upbelched from his deep-hidden crypts is a fountain of pure white fire none dare draw nigh. In the day from the lava flood rifting the mountain is the lurid smoke uptossed to the sky. In the darkness a red-rolling flame flares high, as it sweepeth the rocks with thunderous crashing, to the sea that afar below doth lie. 'Tis the monster upspurting through anguish gnashing jaws, that fire fountain fearfully flashing, a wondrous portent appalling the eye, a marvel to hear when men pass by. Antistrophe 2. Such horror is prison through years unending. 'Neath the heights dark-leaved in the earth's embrace, while his back is furrowed with gory rending by the flints of his restless resting place. O Zeus, may we in thy sight find grace, who dost make this mountain thine habitation, this rich land's forefront, whose namesake town her founder ennobled. What time his nation was, of Etna, published by proclamation of the Pythian herald who spake the renown of Hiero's car-won victory crown. Epode 2. As seafarers hail as the first boon of heaven, that their sails by a fair speeding wind be fanned, when the anchor is weighed, as an earnest given of yet fairer return to the homeland's strand. So reason enkindleth the expectation, that with this fair fortune linked hand in hand, shall the fame be of this thy new creation, for athletes and horses and glad celebration of her name by the singers. O Lycian king, and Delian, who lovest Castaly's spring, of thy goodwill vouchsafe it, and stablish the thing for this hero land. Strophe 3. 'Tis the gods that ope all paths unto mortals, whereby unto excellence toilers attain. For poesies, prowesses, eloquence, portals, they unbar. Albeit to praise I am fain this hero, I trust one shall hurl not in vain. Wide of the lists my javelin, winging from the hand that hath poised it its quivering flight, beyond all rivals my shaft far flinging. May the days through his lifetide be alway bringing wealth, bliss, in a course ever steered aright, with oblivion of fortune's past despite. Antistrophe 3. He shall surely recall the old war's story, he whose steadfast soul was their battle stay, when his folk at the gods' hands reaped for them glory, such as none other Hellenes have borne away from a stricken field, nor such goodly prey. For, a new Philoctetes, with help all availing, battle-ward fared he, when came to implore humbly his friendship the proud ones, quailing from foes overstrong, as the heroes went sailing to Lemnos, to bring him to Troyland's shore, whom the wound snake-venomed tormented sore. Epode 3. The archer, Poia's son, and he wended Troy-ward, though sickness-worn was his frame, and he ravaged the city of Priam, and ended the Danaans' toil. For of fate this came, so by Hiero's side may a god go guiding his steps, as in years past ever the same, the desire of his heart in its season providing. By Danamene's 16 side, O my muse, abiding, chant thou the mead by the chariot won of the Father, whose triumph is joy for the Son. This king, then, whose reign is in Etna begun, sing we his fame. Strophe 4. For whom, with freedom on God's rock grounded, the statutes of Hylas 17 pledged to maintain, that city hath been by Hiero founded. For the sons of Pamphilus are ever fain. Yea, so is the line of the Heraclide strain, 'neath the beetling crags of Taygetus dwelling, by Aegimius Dorian laws to abide. They gat them amicably, and prospered past telling, who from Pindus down swooping in glory excelling, by the Tindarids dwelt, who on white steeds ride, and their spear fame as flower-studded meads blossomed wide. Antistrophe 4. Zeus all-accomplisher, grant that never may the tale of the fortunes of burgher and king be worser than now. May they prosper ever, where Amina's waters are murmuring. By thy grace may the old chief's counsels bring to his son and his folk, with all honor, fruition, in their borders ever of concord and peace. May the war cry of Tuscan no more nor Phoenician be heard on our shores since battle's decision by Cumae brought woe for lost ships upon these. who in insolence claim to be lords of the seas. Epode 4. When the captain of Sicily's fleet on leading the might of Syracuse, hurled to the sea their warrior youths from their ships light speeding, and set you thereby, ye Hellenes, free from thraldom's yoke hanging heavily o'er ye. Yea, Athens and Sparta shall guerdon me with thanks for my Salamis lay, for the story of the battle before Kithaeron. 18 The glory won when the meads of the curved bow fell, and by Himera's bank shall the song flood swell to Danamene's sons' battle prowess, and tell of their victory. Strophe 5. If in season do be thy speech, if blended into close-knit order thy thoughts be, as when a weaver upgathers his threads, attended shall thy words be with scantier cavil of men. For if speech be tedious and long drawn, then thine hearers' eager expectancy dieth. And when burghers the praise of their fellows hear, on their hearts a weight of jealousy leath. Yet better is envy than pity, which sigheth over failure. In justice thy folk do thou steer, and in truth's forge fashion thy tongue's keen spear. Antistrophe 5. How light soe'er be the word that hath flitted from thy lips, it is weighty, as coming from thee. To thy keeping a nation's weal is committed. Of thy deeds, good or ill, many watchers there be. Be thy spirit a flower of chivalry. If thou wilt that report true royal declare thee, no niggard be thou, like a wise timoner. Thy sail spread wide, that the breeze may bear thee onward. Let time-serving guile not ensnare thee. By flattery, friend, not save the sincere. Praise that, when mortals are no more here. Epode 5. Lives on after death, to the world revealeth what their true life was whose days are sped, and in chronicles shines and in lays outpealeth. Blooms Croesus' kindness with petals unshed, but Phalaris, ruthlessly joying in rending men's lives from the tortured in brass glowing red. He is compassed with infamy's hate unending, nor lutes nor young voices in harmony blending. In the hall of the F-casters his name shall greet. Best of all is fair fortune, yet fame is sweet. Who wins both, life's chief crowns all meet to engarland his head. Chapter 2. For Hiero of Syracuse, on his victory in a chariot race, not at Pytho, but at Thebes, BC 475. Strophe 1. O Syracuse, city in greatness excelling, precinct of Ares through gulfs of war, who plungeth, O nurse of the warrior and steed, that in clash of the steel of battle weed. Exult, from radiant Thebes do I speed, bearing a song of the great race, telling of the swift earth-shaking four-horsed car, the race wherein Hiero triumph ward riding flashed down the course with his glorious team, and crowned with garlands that glowed far seen. Ortygia, the haunt of the river queen, Artemis, aided of her, I ween. His hands as with spells of enchantment were guiding those steeds with a bridle of rainbow gleam. Antistrophe 1. For she, the arrow-triumphant maiden, and Hermes the ruler of contests, bring, yeah, the gifts of the gods' linked hands they are, these harness adornings that glitter afar, when he yokes strong steeds to his shining car, and its wheels rain-piloted, victory-laden, invoking the wide-ruling trident king, the prowess guerdon of song's sweet ringing, from the lips of many a bard shall swell, to the feet of lords that o'er far lands reign, as the Cyprian bards in triumphant strain chant Kinnera's praises once and again, Aphrodite's priestly minion singing, whom Apollo the golden-haired loved well. Epode 1. For their gratitude's praise for his kindness is gushing from the hearts in loving reverence bowed, O Danamene's son, the Locrian maid 19. In the far west sings at her door unafraid. The delivering might of thine arm, that stayed war's march of affliction's spirit-crushing. That her eyes no longer are terror-cowed. In old-time legend it stands recorded. That Ixion, the while on the fire-winged wheel, by the sentence of gods he is endlessly whirled, ever shrieketh his warning, a cry that is hurled unto men's ears up from the underworld. Be the kindness of thy benefactors rewarded with all the love that thine heart can reveal. Strophe 2. That lesson he learned in uttermost measure. For, though he received a life of bliss mid the children of Cronos, the gracious-souled, he contented him not with its joys untold, but for Hera he lusted frenzy bold. Of Zeus's couch the inviolate treasure, for presumption drave him on into this his overweening infatuation. But swiftly he reaped meet harvest of sin, to suffer of all hell's torments the worst. For his twofold transgression earned the accursed that vengeance, the one, that he was the first who stained mankind with contamination of the treacherous spilling of blood of kin. Antistrophe 2. The other, that in the recesses most holy of the bride bower of Zeus did he make essay of the Queen of Heaven. Meet is it to know our mortality's limits, meet to forego the lawless loves that their victim throw into gulfs of destruction. Such was his folly. For with naught but a cloud it was that he lay, unknowing all, to his own confusion, lured on by a sweetly beckoning lie. For the cloud-wrought image the semblance bare of Cronos' child, heaven's fairest fair. For the hands of Zeus had fashioned the snare, the beautiful bane, for his soul's delusion. So he compassed his own dire doom thereby. Epode 2. Outstretched on the wheel's arms crucifying, tangled in bonds whence escape is none, shrieking that warning the whole world o'er. And his cloud-mate, unblessed of the graces, bore a monstrous child, such dam never more, nor such offspring shall be, 'neath a black curse lying of menfolk, of godfolk, a thing to shun. And the cloud-mother reared that evil abortion, and named Centaurus by Pelion's foot. In Magnesia he mated with many a mare, and a horde of monsters was born of them there. Wondrous to see, for the likeness they bear of either parent, the upper portion as man was Chopin, the nether as brute. Strophe 3. What purpose soever God conceiveth, he accomplisheth. None his intent may defy. God, who o'ertaketh the eagle's wing, who outstrippeth the dolphin, o'er waves though it spring, and the pride of man to the dust can bring, while unto the lowly one glory he giveth, that waxeth not old as the years fleet by. But for me is it well that I lack not discretion, from slander's viper fangs to refrain. I, venomous-tongued Archilochus' fate, have I known from of old, and his low estate, who with rancorous speech fed fat his hate. Of all things that fortune can give in possession, riches with wisdom are best to attain. Antistrophe 3. These blessings be thine, may all see plainly. And this thou showest, O liberal-souled, O princely ruler of many a street, fair circled with towers where thy squadrons meet. And such riches and honor thy will complete, that in fantasy's folly he striveth vainly. Who saith that any surpassed thee of old among Hellene lords that be famed in story? On the prow of my galley with flowers hung round, will I take my stand as the praises I sing of thy prowess. Young hearts win strengthening from courage when trumpets for onset ring. Yea, thou, I proclaim it, hast won thee glory therefrom, a glory that knows no bound. Epode 3. Now warring mid horsemen battle-ward racing. And now mid warriors afoot that fight. And thy wisdom now when thy locks be grey, is of all gainsaying unperilled, oh yeah. It giveth me fullest assurance I. For extolling thy name with manifold praising. All hail! This song o'er the sea foam white. Like Tyrian merchandise lo, I have brought thee. Let thine eyes then smile on the castor strain that my fingers from chords Aeolian drew. O greet it thou with the honor due to the seven-stringed lute. To thyself be true. To the royal wisdom the years have taught thee. 'Tis from children alone that the ape doth gain. Strophe 4. The praise of beauty is beauteous ever. Rhadamanthus is homed in the isles of the blest. For the fruit of his soul was uncankered of guile. No pleasure he hath in the treacherous wile of the whisperer working by calumnies vile. The secret speakings of slander never can be openly fought and forever repressed. There is nothing of man in them, nay, 'tis the slinking spirit of foxes they show. And yet, from his cunning what gain doth the sly fox reap? As for me, while the rest of the net tackle deep in the briny darkness doth toilsomely sweep the sea floor, I, like the float unsinking, am riding the waves high over the net. Antistrophe 4. In a city of honest men unavailing is the trickster's babble, yet still he essays, fawning on all men, the toils to twine of his subtlety. Never his vaunt shall be mine. To a friend he I friend, to a foe malign. As a wolf will I covertly track him, assailing this side and that side, by crooked ways. In what state soever a people be dwelling, 'tis the man of straightforward speech alway that unto the foremost place attains. Whether it be where a despot reigns, or where the rabble hot-headed strains against use and wont, or where sages excelling in wisdom the helm of the commonweal sway. Epode 4. Strive not against God, who exalts at his pleasure. Now one, now setteth another on high. Yet doth not even his will seem right unto envious ones, but they strain over tight the line, and their own hearts so do they smite with a wound whose bitterness none may measure, ere the prize be gained for the which they sigh. Nay, better it is that a man bear lightly the yoke of fate on his neck that lies, but he makes for his feet a perilous road, who backward lashes against the goad. But on me be this fair fortune bestowed, to dwell among them which walk uprightly, and to be well-pleasing in good men's eyes. Chapter 3. For Hiero of Syracuse, on victories won by his racehorse, Pherenicus, in 482 and 478 BC. Probable date of Ode, 474, when Hiero was suffering from the disease of which he died in 467. Strophe 1. I were fain, if my tongue might breathe the prayer which on all lips trembles, that Philera's son, that yet alive old Cheiron were, who perished from earth, ah, long agone. Even heaven-born Chronos seed, who of yore a scepter of wide dominion bore, that now in the glens of Pelion, that man-brute reigned in the woods once more, who was gracious-hearted to men when of old he dwelt in the shadowy forest land, where he fostered Asclepius kindly-souled, the lord of leechcraft, whose healing hand from the limbs of the stricken banished pain, with salves by the which each malady's bane from their frames was banned. Antistrophe 1. The daughter of Phlegyas, lord of the car, not yet with help of the travail queen, had borne that healer renowned afar, ere by Artemis golden arrows keen in her bride bower stricken to death she lay, and trod the unreturning way unto Hades' halls. For Apollo had seen the transgression that slew his love in a day, for the wrath of the sons of Zeus not in vain burns. In her folly she dared think scorn of his anger, unknown to her sire had she ta'en. To her arms a human lover, forsworn. To her bridal troth, to her plighted word. To the love of Apollo the archer lord. Of the hair unshorn. Epode 1. Though she bare 'neath her zone a god's pure seed, yet the marriage feast's coming she would not abide. Not she of the full-voiced song took heed. Such song as the young girl-mates of the bride merrily chant in the eventide. But she longed for a love that was otherwhere, with the passion that oft is the soul's death snare. For a people foolish beyond compare is found among mortals, who scorn things near, and gaze upon things that be far away, and chase an ever-elusive prey, with hopes whose fulfillment shall never appear. Strophe 2. Even with such overmastering might, did unbridled desire o'er the spirit sweep, of Caronis in queenly vesture dight, that she dared in the unblessed couch to sleep, of a stranger faring from Arcady. But she 'scaped not the all-beholding eye of the god, albeit where myriad sheep to his altar at Pytho be led to die. Was the lord of the temple then, for their lust, by the all-divining mind was descried. To his soul's inner vision did Phoebus trust, as it were to a seer enthroned at his side. He knows not delusion, whom neither man nor God by thought or by action can deceive or misguide. Antistrophe 2. So when of her harlotry Phoebus was ware, with the stranger Ischys Iletus' son, and her godless guile in his sight lay bare, then sent he against that faithless one his sister Artemis rushing with might, of a goddess whose arrows resistlessly smite, unto Lacereae, by whose walls shine the mere Bobi's waters bright, whereby did the woman unwed abide, whom her evil genius misled to the doom which destroyed her, and many a neighbor died with her, by her sin dragged down to the tomb, as when on a mountain the fire that hath leapt from one spark over a forest hath swept, and doth wholly consume. Epode 2. But now when her kinsman had laid the maid in the midst of the pinewood walls of the pyre, and when round about her upleaping played the splendor light of the Lord of Fire, spake Apollo, I will not by death so dire endure that mine own son also should die in the flames wherein doth his mother lie. He spake, and at one stride stood thereby, and he caught up the child from the corse, and sprang the flames asunder. That babe he brought to Magnesia's centaur, by him to be taught to heal each mortal malady's pang. Strophe 3. And so what mortal soever sought unto him of the earth's afflicted ones, or with sores by nature's corruption wrought, or with limbs deep gashed by the gleaming bronze, or the stone hurled far from the whirling sling, or through feverous summers languishing, or whom winter had cramped in sinews and bones, he delivered them all, that leechcraft king, and loosed from their diverse infirmities, or by spells with magic's nepenthe rife, or a pain-lulling draught would he pour for these, or with salves that requickened the fainting life, the limbs of those would he sway the round, or for cureless sores was a remedy found in the merciful knife. Antistrophe 3. But alas for him, even leechcraft's lore may be made the thrall of the lust of gain. Even him did guerdon of golden ore in his palm as it glittered, seduce to his bane, to bring back a man from the realm of the dead, whom Hades already had captive led. Wherefore Cronion smote those twain with the vengeance bolt from his hand swift sped, and that all-dreaded thunderstone dashed from their bosoms the breath for their sin. From the gods it behoves that we seek alone things meet for mortal spirits to win. that, knowing what lies at the feet of man, and discerning the bounds of our mortal span, we abide therein. Epode 3. Covet not thou, O my soul, to live the immortal's life. Let us use as we may the means that fate to our hands shall give. Yet, if Cheiron the wise in his cave this day dwelt, and our honey-sweet songs might lay on his spirit a spell that his will might bend, I had one on him then some healer to send, to deliver from feverous pains my friend, such an one as Asclepius Apollo's son, o'er Ionian waters voyaging. Oh, then had I reached Arethusa's spring, and to Aetna's ruler, mine host, had I gone. Strophe 4. Who o'er Syracuse holdeth empery, a king to his citizens gracious souled. Never jealous of good men's weal is he, whom stranger friends from far lands hold, as a father with worshipful marvelling. Oh, might I but land on his shores and bring a twofold boon, even health's pure gold, and the triumph chant therewithal that I sing, to light with splendor the Pythian crown, which his steed Pherenicus in days gone by at Kira won for his lord's renown. To my friend then, crossing the deep sea, I had come as a light clear shining afar, I, beaming brighter than any star in yonder sky. Antistrophe 4. Yet, unto the mother, the goddess adored, for thine helping with prayers would I fain draw near, whose praises, with those of the forest lord, beside my portal chanted I hear, by maidens oft, when the night is still. But, Hiero, seeing thyself hast skill to interpret the lore of the ancient seer, this knowest thou, this is the high God's will, to apportion alway afflictions twain, for each one boon that on man they bestow. It is only the foolish who cannot sustain with fit resignation their burden of woe, but spirits heroic their sorrow can hide 'neath a calm smile. So life's fairer side to the world do they show. Epode 4. Yet on thee doth a lot of happiness wait, for if upon any man she hath deigned with favor to look, all-ruling fate, 'tis on him who over a nation hath reigned. Nor Peleus nor Cadmus the godlike attained to a life safeguarded from suffering eye. Yet of all men these, as the old myths say, to the highest happiness rose, for they heard the gold-tired muses on Pelion, and in Thebes of the 7 gates, when the bride of the one was Harmonia lovely-eyed, and Thetis the sea-queen Peleus won. Strophe 5. Yea, and the gods sat at meat with these, and the sons of Cronos did they behold, as kings in the heavenly palaces, seated upon their thrones of gold, and received of them many a bridal gift. And by Zeus were they saved from the stormy drift of woes overpast o'er their heads that had rolled, and their hearts in gladness did they uplift. Yet the days of their joyance were all too brief, for the years drew nigh when Cadmus should see his portion of happiness turned to grief by the bitter travail of daughters 3. Yet thy one the white-armed drew from above down to her couch by the spell of love. Zeus' majesty. Antistrophe 5. And the son of Peleus, the only son, whom Thetis the deathless goddess bore in Phthia to him, from that glorious one, the arrow in battle his sweet life tore, and the Danaans' wail rang loud, as they yearned for their mightiest lost, on the pyre as he burned. Now if any of mortals by wisdom's lore the way of truth in his soul hath discerned, well may he be happy, if God bestow the fortune fair by the blessed given. Yet ever the blasts veer to and fro of the winds that fly o'er the fields of heaven. Not long doth the bliss of mortals endure, yea, though it have come in full measure, and pure from sorrow's leaven. Epode 5. Small shall I be if small my estate, and great shall I grow if great it be. What fortune soever for me may wait, I will strive to adorn it worthily. Should God grant easeful wealth unto me, I would fain win fame too in oncoming days. So Nestor and Lycian Sarpedon in lays, ringing loud on the lips of men, have praise, whom we see as it were in temples enshrined, uppiled by the master builders of song. For through glorious strains liveth chivalry long, but the path unto that fame few may find. Chapter 4. For Arcesilas of Cyrene, on his victory in the chariot race, 462 BC. The ode is mainly taken up with the story of the Argonauts because one of them, Euphemus, was the ancestor of the kings of Cyrene, and his descendant Battus was the founder of the colony. Strophe 1. This day, O Muse, in the presence of a friend it behoves thee to stand. Even the king of Cyrene, the goodly battle steeds land. That's so. When Arcesilas leadeth the revel dance sweeping along, thou at his side mayst be swelling the breeze of acclaiming song, which is due unto Leto's children, to Pytho the temple due, where of old, when Apollo's presence was a glory that shone therethrough, the priestess enthroned by the golden eagles of Zeus revealed, that Battus should found an empire in Libya's fruitful field, should depart from his hallowed island, and build on the gleaming height of the breast of the earth a city of chariot splendor dight. Antistrophe 1. In the 17th generation so should the word be fulfilled, which at Thera Medea spake, which the daughter passionate willed, of Aeetes, the Colchian princess, breathed from immortal lips, to the heroes that with Jason fared on the highway of ships. Hearken to me, ye scions of warriors mighty-souled, ye that of gods be descended, to the thing of my tongue foretold. Lo! From this land of Thera that is scourged by the brine of the sea, shall an Epiphus daughter Libya be planted in days to be, a root that shall grow into cities that mortals shall hold full dear, to the temple foundations of Ammon, of Libyan Zeus, lying near. Epode 1. And instead of the short-finned dolphin shall they take the fleet-foot steed, wield reins instead of the oar-blade, drive chariots of whirlwind speed. For by that augury token fulfilled shall be Thera's fate, to become the mother city of burgs exceeding great. That token the which aforetime at Tritones the Mere's outflow, on Euphemus who leapt from Argo did a god of the sea bestow. A god who in man's shape proffered a clod of earth for his gift, and Zeus Cronion thundered approval thereof from the lift. Strophe 2. For he lighted on us, that stranger, as the men were in act to hang upon Argo's side the anchor, the curb of the brazen thong. Over ridges of homeless desert had they borne for 12 days' space, away from the ocean the galley that wont o'er the sea to race. For they hailed her ashore, obeying the counsel spoken of me. Then came that solitary, the Triton god of the sea, wearing the splendid semblance of a worship-worthy man, and with words of kindly welcome his utterance began. Such speech as of hosts good-hearted is spoken, when such draw near unto far-travelled guests, and bid them to taste of the banquet's cheer. Antistrophe 2. Howbeit for that guest feasting the heroes might not stay, for the lure of the sweet homecoming beckoned them ever away. But Eurypylus he named him, deathless earth-shaker's son, born of the land enfolder, yet marking our haste to be gone. He put forth his hand, and straightway caught up from the earth a clod, as it lay at his feet, and proffered the same as the gift of a god. Nor scorned it Euphemus, but leaping from Argo's deck to the strand, he received that fateful guest gift, and clasped the giver's hand. But alas, it abode not with us. Washed over the galley's side, it fleeted away on the sea brine in the dusk of eventide. Epode 2. Adrift on the heaving out sea, yet laid I once and again my charge to watch it safely on our helpers the serving men. But ah! they forgat. So on Thera's isle the unperishing seed of Libya the wide is upwashen before the time decreed. For if only Euphemus, the scion of Poseidon the chariot lord, whom Europa Tidio's daughter bare on the margin sward of Cephisus, to Taenarus speeding, there in the homeland had hurled, that clawed through the chasm portals of Hades' underworld. Strophe 3. Then in the fourth generation the sons of his blood had ta'en, with the Danaans help possession of Libya's boundless plain. For then from great Lacedaemon, from Argo's wide-mouthed bay, and Mycenae, had warriors thither fared in a mighty array. But, as things have befallen, Euphemus shall wed with an alien dame, and shall win him from those espousals a chosen seed of his name, the which, of the high gods honored, shall come unto Thera's strand, and beget a man to be ruler of that cloud-shadowed land. Unto him in the hall of Phoebus, the temple rich in gold, shall the word of the revelation of an oracle be told. Antistrophe 3. When in days to come he descendeth into the sanctuary at Pytho, bidding him carry a host of men over sea, to Cronion's fertile precinct that leath beside the Nile. Even such was the chant prophetic that Medea uttered, the while, moveless sitting in silence, the heroes bowed the head, and hearkened the counsel of wisdom that breathed in the words that she said. Blessed scion of Polymnestus, of no man save of thee, the oracle told that glory by the voice of the Delphic bee, with utterance unprompted, and all hail, thrice she cried, and proclaimed thee the destined ruler of Kyrene's kingdom wide. Epode 3. When thou earnest to ask what healing the gods would grant of their grace, for thy stammering tongue, of a surety now in the latter days, as when mid the springtide's roses a burgeoning tree is seen, so, eighth in the line of Battus, Arcesila's leaf is green. Even him did Apollo and Pytho cause to be triumph renowned, in the chariot race in the presence of all folk dwelling around. I will hymn his fame to the song queens, and will sing of the golden fleece, of the minion's quest and the sowing of God-given glory for these. Strophe 4. What power overshadowing lured them forth on the sea-track long? What peril to that quest bound them with clamps as of adamant strong? A God-given oracle boded that Peleus should die by the hands of Iola's children, or their merciless subtlety. Yea, a prophecy came to him chilling the heart of the crafty-souled. From the midstone of Earth-mother vestured with trees was the word outrolled. Above all things else beware thou with uttermost heed, said the god, of the man that from highland homesteads with single sandal shod, unto far-renowned locos of the sunny plains shall fare. Be he a man of thy country, or stranger from otherwhere. Antistrophe 4. At the last was he come, a hero of wondrous mighty frame. With lances twain that quivered in his iron grasp he came, and twofold vesture arrayed him, the garb of the magnete folk. To his goodly limbs close-lapping clung, but tossed like a cloak. O'er his shoulders a pard's fell screening from arrowy showers lay. From the glory of his bright tresses naught had been shorn away, but unminished, a rippling splendor, adown his back they shone. With feet unfaltering straightway and swiftly strode he on. And he stood, as one that proveth a spirit of peril uncowed, in the midst of the place of folk mote filled with its thronging crowd. Epode 4. And no man knew him, but awestruck they gazed, and one spake word. Of a surety is this not Apollo, nor Aphrodite's lord, of the chariot of brass, and Odes, and Ephialtes thou, the dauntless, in gleaming Naxos perished long ere now. Ye sons of Iphimedia, nor Tityos could outrun the arrow as lightning leaping the heart of the quarry that one, which Artemis out of her quiver invincible sped. That man might be warned to grasp not a dalliance beyond our mortal span. Strophe 5. So spake they each unto other, questioning, answering thus. But now cometh Pelias speeding with haste impetuous. His mules and his polished chariot, suddenly stayed he and stared in amaze at the 1-foot sandaled of the man with the left foot bared. The unmistakable token. Howbeit he hid in his heart his dread, and he spake, Thou stranger, say of what land thou art. And what is thy fatherland, tell me? What womb gave thee birth? What giantess was thy mother of the ancient children of earth? Speak out. Of thy lineage tell us. And see that thou do not defile thy lips with words of feigning, with falsehoods loathsome vile. Antistrophe 5. But unafraid that stranger answering spake to the king. With unangry words, the wisdom of Cheiron hither I bring. From Chariclo and Philora's presence. From the cave of the shadows I come. Whom the centaur's stainless daughters reared in their mountain home. Years twice 10 there I accomplished, and never deed or word. In truth or in honesty lacking in me have they seen or heard. And hither I come returning to this the home of my race. To win me back the honor that in unforgotten days was my sire's, which a godless usurper out of his hands hath torn. The honor to Iolaus granted of Zeus, by his sons to be born. Epode 5. For I hear how the lawless-hearted, one Pelias, lured astray by the lusts of his envy, by violence snatched the scepter away from my father and mother, to whom it pertained by ancestral right. These, dreading the tyrant's outrage, so soon as I looked on the light, as though for a new dead dear one, made dusky-garbed lament. And amid wild wailing of women the babe from the home they sent, swaddled in purple swathings, by paths night knew alone. And to Cheiron they gave me to foster, to the centaur, Cronos' son. Strophe 6. Now therefore of this my story the sum and the substance ye know. And I pray you, O kindly burghers, to me do ye plainly show the dwelling wherein my fathers, lords of white steeds, abode. For the feet of a son of Aeson shall surely not have trode upon alien soil in the homeland, the land I claim for mine. Jason my name is, the centaur named me with lips divine. Then his father's eyes, as he entered the old home, knew him again. And gushed from his aged eyelids the tears like summer rain. For his spirit rejoiced within him when he beheld that son. The chief est among 10,000, the goodliest moulded one. Antistrophe 6. And the brethren twain of the father came thither the son to greet. So soon as they heard the tidings of his home-returning feet. Not from afar came fears from Hypereia spring. From Mycenae fared Amathaon, Admetus hastening. Thitherward came with Melampus, and greeted lovingly their kinsman. And while they feasted, with gracious courtesy, did Jason commune with them ever, and he made them abundant cheer. And he lengthened out all joyance of the hearts that held him dear. For 5 long nights together, 5 days, did the hero abide, still plucking the consecrated flowers of the festal tide. Epode 6. But with earnest speech on the 6th day at last did Jason begin to set forth from the beginning the whole tale unto his kin. And these to his counsel consented, from the banqueting couch straightway. With these he uprose, to the palace of Pelias on passed they. And they hasted and stood there. And hearing them, came to meet the men. That son of Tyro the lovely-haired. Spake Jason then. And of wise speech laid the foundation, with words of unangry tone. Soft-flowing, son of Poseidon the cleaver of crag-piled stone. Strophe 7. The spirits of men run swiftly, too swiftly they run on the path of the wages of treachery, rather than guerdons that justice hath. Yet their lives glide on to the reckoning stern that for all doth remain. But thee and me it behoveth by law our passions to rein, and for days to come to be weaving the web of our well-being so. One mother had our forefathers, this I would say dost thou know. Rash-hearted Salmoneus and Cretheus, and we who in these days see Helios' majesty golden, of the third generation are we. Now if there arise black hatred twixt mortals by blood akin, far off stand the destiny weavers, to see not the shame and the sin. Antistrophe 7. Us twain it beseemeth in no wise with spear or with bronze-forged sword, to apportion the goodly honor of our father's treasure hoard. Nor needeth it, lo, all sheep-flocks and tawny herds of kine, I yield unto thee, and the pastures and tilth-lands, still to be thine, whereof thou hast spoiled my parents, and ever art swelling thy store. O yea, and it nowise vexeth my soul that of these evermore thou increasest thine house's riches, but the kingly scepter and throne, whereon the son of Cretheus sat in the days bygone, and over a nation of horsemen ruled in equity. Even these without malice between us yield unto him and to me. Epode 7. Lest out of it some new mischief should spring up. Thus he spake. And with words that peaceably sounded did Pelias answer make. I will be as thou wilt, but already is old age compassing mine head. But thy life is waxing in the flower tide of thy spring, and strength is thine for appeasing the powers of the world below. For unto the halls of Aetes Phrixus biddeth us go, to lead homeward his spirit, and hither the fell thick-fleeced to bear of the ram from the sea that saved him from his stepdame's impious snare. Strophe 8. Such was the strange hest spoken by a voice in a dream that came. And to Castelli's oracle also have I sent to inquire of the same, whether truly the quest should be ventured. And the oracle biddeth me to make ready with speed a galley to bring these home over sea. This emprise do thou accomplish of free will, then, when again thou comest, I swear to yield thee the throne thereon to reign. And let Zeus himself be the witness, that the oath pledge firm may be. Zeus, the ancestral father of the race of thee and me. So in peace they parted, consenting that so should the covenant stand. Then Jason sent heralds to publish the quest through every land. Antistrophe 8. And lo, 3 sons of Cronion came at his call straightway. No labor of battle could tire them, seed of the highest they. The one of Alcmena the star-eyed was born, and of Leda twain. And there came 2 heroes with helmets tossing the stormy main. And these were the earth-shakers' scions, and honor was blent with their might. Thither they journeyed from Pylus and Taenarus' foreland height. Perfected so is the glory that thou, Euphemus, hast found. And thine, Periclymenus, peerless in prowess far renowned. And, sped by Apollo thither, the master of harpstrings came. The father of song, even Orpheus of unforgotten fame. Epode 8. And of Hermes, the lord of the golden sword, have 2 sons gone to the toil wherefrom no respite was given, Echion the one, and the other Eurytus, joying in the strength of life's spring day. And swiftly came from their dwelling at the roots of Pangaeus that lay. Zets and Calais, gladly their father Boreas, king of the winds, arrayed them in pinions on their shoulders fluttering. Hera it was that enkindled the yearning whose strong spell drew all these demigod heroes to be of Argo's crew. Strophe 9. That none by the side of his mother be left still drowsing on in a sodden life unperilled, but, though through death it were won, along with the rest his compeers he should find in the land over sea, and drain the magic chalice of the glory of chivalry. So came they, the flower of all shipmen, down to Iolco's shore. And the tale of them all told Jason, and thanked them o'er and o'er. And his helper Mopsus the prophet inquired the will of heaven, for he noted the tokens of bird flight and hallowed lots that were given. Then joyfully cried to them, Get you aboard, for the hour is now. And they heaved and hung the anchor over the galley's prow. Antistrophe 9. Then a golden bowl their chieftain took in his hands, and high on the stern unto Zeus the father of the heavenly ones did he cry. Unto him whose lance is the lightning, to the rushing feet did he pray. of the waves, and the wild wind pinions, to speed them on their way. To the nights and the great deep's highways he prayed, that the days might be gracious, and kindly the fortune of the home return oversee. And a voice of thunder propitious out of the welkin crashed. And dazzling gleams of lightning from the rift cloud walls flashed. And the heroes breathed more lightly, their hearts with comfort glowed. For they put their trust in the tokens that God from his heaven forth showed. Epode 9. And of hopes with fear unmingled the seer spake, while he bade to smite with the oar the waters, the swiftly flashing blade swung by their hands untiring over the sea sped on. And the south wind onward wafting blew. And so they won. To the mouth of the sea unfriendly, there made they a holy place. To the Lord of the deep. And a red-felled herd of the bulls of Thrace was there, and a new-built altar of stone with a basin therein. And now, as they sped on, deeper they plunged into peril's gin. Strophe 10. But they cried to the Lord of shipmen to bring them safely through the resistless rush of the countering rocks. For these were two. And alive they were, and onward they rolled more fearful fast than the thunderous roaring battalions of winds. But death at the last by the demigod's voyage was dealt them. To Phasis then came they. And there with the swart-faced Colchians they clashed in battle play. Yea, in the very presence of King Aetes. Then the queen of the darts keen-piercing brought from Olympus to men that dappled bird of the madness of love, the wryneck. And bound was the thing by the lady of Cyprus on a wheel whirled ceaselessly round. Antistrophe 10. From whose arms there was no escaping. And she was the first that brought unto earth that charm. And to Aeson's son the goddess taught the suppliant's incantation, whose glamour should cause to depart all reverent love of parents out of Medea's heart, that a longing for Hellas might lash her with Suasion's whip, till afire was her soul. And she straightway taught him to achieve the tasks that her sire had appointed to him. For she blended in magical wise with oil strange drugs to anoint him, counterspells for the fiery toil. And therewithal these vowed them each unto other to be linked in the bands delightsome of spousal unity. Epode 10. But when in the midst Aetes had set the adamant plough, and the bulls, which out of their glowing jaws were breathing now the flame of a fire fierce burning, as hoof after hoof of them stamped on the shuddering ground, as with brazen feet they heavily tramped. Then, unholpen of any, he led them to the yoke. Straight furrows he drew, and up from a trench of a fathom deep huge clods he threw. Thereafter he cried his challenge, this work now let your king, whosoe'er hath command of your galley, to its accomplishment bring. Strophe 11. And so bear off for his guerdon the unperishing coverlet, even the fleece with golden gleaming tassels beset. As he spake it, his saffron mantle did Jason cast aside, and trusting in God he grappled with the task, and the rushing tide of flame played on him unquailing. For magic wrapped him round by the spells of the sorceress stranger. He seized the plough, and he bound the bulls' necks fast in the harness, he stabbed each strong-ribbed frame with the merciless goad. And so to the end of the set task came that stalwart hero. Aetes, in amazement's agony, beholding the might of the stranger, gasped a wordless cry. Antistrophe 11. Then to the strong-limbed hero, in token of love that they bear, stretched forth their hands his comrades, and crowned with garlands his hair. And with loving praises they hailed him, and glad acclaiming shout. Then straightway the wondrous scion of Helios pointed out the place where the golden gleaming fleece was hung. Wide-strained by the falchion of Phrixus, he trusted the goal should ne'er be attained. Of that last toil by the stranger, in a tangled thicket it lay, In a ravening dragon's warding whose jaw-teeth gripped it aye. And in length and in breadth was he greater than a galley 50-oared. Welded by iron mallets with blow upon blow downpoured. Epode 11. Too long for me is the wheel-rutted track, for the sands run low. Of time, moreover a certain short bypath I know. Who am leader in song unto many. The serpent lurid-eyed. Iridescent scaled, by the magic spells of the hero died. O Arcesilas, and aided of Medea, he stole her, and fled. With her who was Pelias' death snare. Through ocean's deeps they sped. And the Red Sea, thence to the husband-slayers in Lemnos they came. There strove they for guerdons of raiment in many an athlete game. Strophe 12. And they couched with the women, in alien furrows there did they sow. By night or by day the fateful seed of the bright sun-glow. Of your line's fair fortune. Planted there was Euphemus' race. Destined to fadeless increase through ever-during days. In the homesteads of Lacedaemon the wanderers tarried a while. In Thera thereafter abode they, once named Calliste's Isle. Thence was it the son of Leto led your sires over sea. And gave them the plains of Libya, to bring prosperity. To the land by God-given honors. And to rule o'er the hallowed town. Of golden-throned Kyrene, the nymph of old renown. Antistrophe 12. Having devised for it counsel that ruleth in righteousness I. Now learn thou of Oedipus' wisdom, 20, if one should shear away. With the axe keen cleaving the branches of a stately oak, and bring to shame its glorious beauty. Even in the perishing of its fruitage, it still giveth token of that which it was of old. Yea, though it should come to the hearth fire at last in the winter's cold. Or whether, a great beam resting athwart the columns tall. That bear the weight of the rafters of a proud lord's feasting hall. It doeth slavish service walled in, twixt roof and floor. And the place that knew it aforetime shall know it again no more. Epode 12. A physician thou art most timely, the light that from thee doth pour. The healer God honors. Foretending a deeply festering sore. One needeth a hand most gentle. The weakest fool may shake a state to its very foundations. But hard is the struggle to make it again in its place stand firmly, unless God hasten to be unto its rulers a pilot o'er discord's stormy sea. But for thee is the vesture woven of such fair fortune. Be strong in thy striving to stablish Kyrene in weal to continue long. Strophe 13. And of Homer's sayings ponder thou this with diligent heed. A prudent messenger bringeth, he saith, unto every deed honor exceeding goodly. By a message rightly told. The Muse herself is exalted. Now Kyrene knoweth of old. And the world-famed hall of Battus knoweth, how righteously Demophilus ruled his spirit, a youth mid the youths was he. In years. Albeit in council was he as an elder of days. Yea, as one that through years 100 hath run life's weary race. He silenceth slander, her blatant tongue is loud no more. And insolence overweening hath he throughly learned to abhor. Antistrophe 13. He contendeth not with the noble. He lingereth no long space in bringing a work to fulfillment. For opportunity stays by a man but a fleeting moment, well is it marked of him still. How it waiteth on him as a helper, not as the slave of his will. Of all gifts this is the saddest, to know what is best for man. And yet that fate the tyrant thy winning thereto should ban. I, Atlas still stand straining beneath heaven's crushing load. From all his possessions exiled, from his ancestral abode. Yet by Zeus ever living the Titans were unchained. And as on time fleets, with the lulling and veering of breezes may the shipman shift the sheets. Epode 13. And this thy banished one prayeth that, now that his cup of pain hath been drained to the dregs, he may look on the home of his youth again. may have part by Apollo's fountain in the feast, may yield his heart to the joyance of youth, and mid burghers wise in the minstrel's art, may hold in his hands the cithern cunningly carved, and to peace may attain, doing hurt unto no man, and injured by none of these, and shall tell how fair a fountain of song immortal he found for Arcesilas, late welcomed by a friend on Theban ground. Chapter 5. For Arcesilas of Cyrene, on the same victory as the preceding ode. It was sung at Cyrene on the return of the charioteer Corotus, the king's brother-in-law, and leader of his armies, according to the scholiast. He brought back his horses, but his chariot remained at Delphi, consecrated to Apollo. Strophe 1. Far-reaching power has wealth for him to whom it comes, a gift that destiny sends. With stainless honor linked, so leads he home. A charm that wins him friends. Thon, O Arcesilas the heaven-blessed, since from its first steps glory crowned, thy life, hast held that boon of heaven in quest. Hast sought fair fame, and found. With aid of Castor of the chariot golden, who bade the wintry tempest cease, and sheds upon thine hearthstone bliss enfolden, sunlight of skies of peace. Antistrophe 1. Whoso are noble bear with fairest grace, such power as God bestows on thee, and thou on paths of righteousness dost pace, crowned with prosperity. For over mighty cities king thou art, and thy discernment eagle-eyed, inborn with thee, hath wedded to thine heart honor as to a bride. And this day crowns thy bliss with triumph glorious, in Pythian games by fleet steeds won. Now hast thou welcomed home the chant victorious, as sweeps the revel on. Epode 1. Phoebus' delight. So, when the song they raise around Cyrene's garden fair, of Aphrodite, to give God the praise, for all, have thou a care, and hold Corotus dearest friend, who brought not back, to cloak disaster's shame. Excuse, the child of late wise afterthought, when to the halls he came of Battus' sons, whose just rule lives in story, but, hailed her guest by Castaly's spring, won for thee with his car a crown of glory, thy car all-conquering. Strophe 2. With reins unsnapped through all that hallowed space, around the courses 12 he swung, nor car nor harness brake he in the race, but dedicate hath hung on Phoebus' wall the craftsman's masteries, riding whereon he passed ere then, the hill of Crisa to the plain that lies in the gods' bosomed glen. The cypress shrine now hath them in possession, by that self-moulded statue placed, which Cretan bowmen neath the roof Parnassian unto the god appraised. Antistrophe 2. Beseems that with blithe heart thou welcome one, who hath done thee such service fair. Splendor ye shed on Alexibius' son, O graces of bright hair! O happy thou, that after labor sore, thou hast the praise of noblest song, to keep thy memory green, mid those 20 drivers, who mid the throng were hurled to earth, thou with a heart undaunted didst drive and scathed thy chariot on, and now to Libya from game's glory haunted, and thy sire's home hast won. Epode 2. No man is now, nor shall be, portionless of trouble, yet on Battus' line still waits the olden bliss, though happiness and grief may intertwine. Cyrene's warder tower is this, a light of splendor on the stranger shed. Yea, thunder-throated lions in affright from Battus' outcry fled. That voice from overseas, your founder Apollo, thrilled them with dread, that on the word of prophecy might sure fulfillment follow. For him, Cyrene's lord. Strophe 3. 'Tis Phoebus gives to men and women skill to heal all manner of disease. He gave the lyre, he teacheth whom he will. All songs sweet melodies. Into men's hearts fair governance he brings. Mother of peace, o'er Pytho's cell. He broodeth, whence his voice prophetic rings. In Sparta he made dwell. In Argos, Pylos' hallowed town, undaunted. Heracles and Aegimeus line. Now Sparta's dear renown must needs be chanted. By her son's lips, yea, mine. Antistrophe 3. Thence my forefathers sprang, the Aegiadae. Who, by the gods' grace destiny led. To Thera fared of old. Whence also we. That feast inherited. Of sacrifice wherein all people share. And in thy feast Carnean, king. Apollo, of Cyrene builded fair. The glorious honor sing. Where dwell the brazen-harnessed Trojan strangers. Antenor's sons, who fled the war. Wherein they saw Troy burnt, and came, sea rangers. With Helen from afar. Epode 3. Kind welcome to that chariot-driving band. With gifts and sacrifice they gave. Whom Aristoteles brought to Libyan land. In swift ships o'er the wave. Cleaving a deep path through the sea, and made greater the temple groves divine. And for the festival processions laid a paved road's level line. For trampling steeds. And pilgrims magnifying Apollo, helper of our race. There now in death apart is Battus lying. Hard by the marketplace. Strophe 4. Blessed was he while with men he found a home. All reverence him, their hero, yet apart from him is each king's hallowed tomb. Before the palace set. To them in Hades winds some echo through. If such life music reach the dead. How prowess is besprent with kindly dew. Of victory song outshed. So theirs too is Arcesila's triumph story. The fame that justice doth award. While chant the youths, 'tis meet he sing the glory. Of Phoebus' golden sword. Antistrophe 4. He whom glad Pythian songs immortalize. The victor's guerdon for all pains. I but repeat the praises of the wise. In these my triumph strains. His mind, his tongue, transcend his spring of life. In courage as a broad-winged urn. Mid weakling fowl, a tower in athlete strife. No strength can overturn. Even from his mother's knee did he give token. Of wings with my song queens to soar. Of his car-driving skill the praise is spoken. By this the wide world o'er. Epode 4. And all paths that exalt his Libyan home. Hath he essayed. Now graciously. God perfecteth his powers. Through years to come. Blessed Cronos' sons, do ye vouchsafe to him alike with hand and mind. Still to excel. May his work stay. Wrecked by no blast of devastating wind. In his life's autumn day. The mighty mind of Zeus is ever guiding. Their destiny whom he loveth well. To Battus' seed may he grant fame abiding. Also in Pisa's dell. Chapter 6. For Xenocrates of Acragas, in Sicily, on the victory in the chariot race won by his son, Thrasybulus, 490 BC. Strophe 1. Here. For our plowshare is sundering. The glebe furrows of starry-eyed Aphrodite, where graces guide. Our feet drawing nigh to the shrine. At the navel of earth hollow thundering. Where for Eminus heaven-blessed line. And for Acragas city enfolden. By her river, and, more than all. For Xenocrates. Riseth the hall. Of a treasure-house song upholden. In Apollo's glen of the golden. Gifts gracing his temple wall. Strophe 2. That treasure no rainstorm. Hurling. Its pitiless hosts from the cloud. Amid thunders crashing loud. Shall sweep to abysses of sea. By the storm wind with shingle drifts swirling. But the porch of our treasury, in brightness unsullied shall flame, it shall publish the triumph afar. Thrasybulus, won by thy car. In Crisa. And men shall acclaim it. For thy sire and thy kindred shall name it. Their glory, their splendor star. Strophe 3. At thy right hand thou settest him ever. And so by the charge dost thou hold. Which of your mid the hills, it is told. To Achilles the child left lone. Did Philare's son deliver. Unto Peleus mighty son. First of abiders in heaven. Cronion do thou adore. Lord of the thunder's roar. And be reverence alway given. Unto thy parents, even. To the end, till life be o'er. Strophe 4. This selfsame spirit aforetime did mighty Antilochus bear. For his father's sake did he dare that Aethiop chief's deathstroke. When Memnon prevailed in the wartime. For trammelled was Nestor's yoke. By the steed on the red earth lying. By the arrow of Paris shot. Ever nearer was havoc wrought. By the lance that Memnon was plying. And the sire to his son spake, crying for help, being terror-distraught. Strophe 5. That cry on the air was not wasted. But withstanding a mightier alone. His father's life with his own. That godlike son redeemed. And death's cup of glory he tasted. So in after days he seemed. To the sons of each new generation. In those old times bygone. Ever the noblest son. In filial love's consecration. Now, by none out of any nation. Is Thrasybulus outdone. Strophe 6. In the duty ordained of our fathers. With his sire's brother's glory he vies. Is in usance of wealth ever wise. Nor in arrogance lawlessly. Grasps at youth's pleasures. But gathers. Flower wisdom of poesy. To the muses' hid garden ascending. And he draweth nigh unto thee. O earth-shaker, lord of the sea. In thy chariot contests contending. More sweet is his guest befriending. Than the celled honeycomb of the bee. Chapter 7. For Megacles of Athens, which had ostracized him a few months before this, his victory in the four-horse chariot race, 486 BC. Strophe. No fairer prelude of the minstrel's victory chant can be. Than praise of Athens' mighty town. When he would hymn the far prevailing Alcmaeonidae. And their swift steeds' renown. Yea, for what fatherland, what habitation? O singer, canst thou name? That doth transcend, through all the Hellene nation. Fair Athens' fame? Antistrophe. There is no city but therethrough doth that proud story ring. Of King Erechtheus burghers told. Who made thy shrine in hallowed Pytho, Phoebus harper king. A marvel to behold. In Isthmian contests 5 were ye victorious. Inspiring the bard's strain. At Zeus' Olympian feast one prize most glorious. At Kira twain. Epode. Thou and thy sires, O Megacles, achieved. In your fair fortune I delight. Yet for the recompense my soul is grieved. That envy doth requite. Your noble deeds withal. Yet long enduring. Prosperity still brings, they say. Evil with good, for there is no assuring. That bliss shall stay. Chapter 8. For Aristomenes of Aegina, on his victory in the boys' wrestling match, 446 BC. Strophe 1. O gentle-hearted queen of peace, thou daughter of righteousness, to greatness dost thou raise cities, of counsel calm and war's mad slaughter. The master keys thou holdest of thy grace. Welcome the praise of Aristomenes, in athlete strife. Won at the Pythian games. Thou knowest truly How to receive and give in season duly. The kindly courtesies that sweeten life. Antistrophe 1. Yet thou, whenever any man hath driven thine heart to righteous wrath, relentlessly, sternly against the might of foes hast striven, their insolence into the abyss of sea is hurled by thee. Porphyrion had not learned thy mighty sway, when he provoked thy spirit over measure. If willing be the giver, precious treasure is that which the receiver bears away. Epode 1. But violence bringeth low the fool high vaunting. At last, Sicia's spawn, that demon thing, Typhoeus 100-headed, spirit daunting, escaped not thee, nor yet the giant's king, whom lightnings wing, and Phoebus' shafts o'erthrow, though ne'er so strong. Phoebus received with gracious condescending Xenocrate's son home from Cairo wending, crowned with Parnassian wreaths and Dorian song. Strophe 2. Ne'er hath she lost the favor of the graces, that all which I doth public faith uphold. The Aeacid's glory never she effaces, her fame abideth flawless as is told in songs of old. Rings down the years the music of her name. They hymn the nurse of many an heir of glory, who reaped renown in battle's stormy story, who won the crown in many an athlete game. Antistrophe 2. Yet is she preeminent, a nation of men heroic, but the time would fail, if I should now essay the consecration to lyre strings and to song's soft rippling gale of all that tale, lest men's ears should be overfilled the while, and envy vex us. Let the task yet lying before me speed on wings of poesy flying. Thy due, boy, youngest glory of thine isle. Epode 2. Thou in the wrestler's strife with feet unfailing followest thy mother's brethren glory hymned. Theognatus at Olympia stood prevailing. His, nor Clitomachus' fame by thee is dimmed. The mighty limbed at Isthmus victor, the Mytilid clan, dost thou exalt, who gainest that fruition of glory of which the prophet spake in vision before Thebes' gates, who saw in battle's van. Strophe 3. Them of the second race, sons of the seven, who to avenge their sires from Argos came, spake riddling, while that first fight yet was striven. The spirit of their sires' heroic fame brighter shall flame, yet in the sons inborn. I see, Alcmaeon with the iridescent glancing dragon on his bright shield, foremost advancing through Cadmus' rift gates victoriously. Antistrophe 3. But he, who in this war must flee the foemen, hero Adrastus, in that day I see. He is with tidings of far happier omen, compassed as with a wreath of victory. Yet also he in his own house affliction's cup shall drain. For, of the Danaan host shall he only, gather a slain son's bones in anguish lonely. Ere safe, with folk unscathed, he comes again. Epode 3. By the gods doomed to Abba streetways stately, so Amphiaraus spake. And also I cast on Alcmaeon's tomb, rejoicing greatly, my wreaths of song, the dews of poesy, thereon shall lie. Neighbor and warder of my wealth is he, who met me to earth's storied center faring, with triumph boding. Dead, he still is sharing in his forefathers' gift of prophecy. Strophe 4. But thou, far smiter, of whose presence haunted is that world-welcoming fane in Pytho's glen, even there unto our champion hast thou granted the greatest of all joys within the ken of mortal men. In the home isle, at Artemis' feast and thine, the five-fold contest's prize by thee was given to him, for which men passionately have striven. O King, I pray thee, graciously incline. Antistrophe 4. Thine eyes on each new song, that still my singing may with the muses peal in harmony. Beside our revel band of sweetly ringing voices, doth justice pace. Ye gods, hear me. Oh, let there be no jealousy of thee in heavenly eyes, Xenarchs, nor of thine. If one attaineth glory the which with no long toil he gaineth, to many a fool he seemeth to be wise. Epode 4. Who think his own good counsel still begetteth triumph. Yet not with man's success is found. God is the all-bestower, yea, he setteth on high the low, abasseth the renowned even to the ground. At Megara also didst thou win the prize. In Marathon's valley nook thy name was glorious, Aristomenes, and thou didst stand victorious in thine own land at Hera's contests thrice. Strophe 5. With purpose grim thou hurledst thee, with fierce straining, on four that met thee in the wrestling ring, youths to whom was not given by fate's ordaining from Pythian games thy glad mien home to bring, which now I sing. Nor, as each fared back to his mother's side, thrilled them with joy proud laughter softly pealing, but from the sneers of foes through byways stealing, heart stung by their ill-hap in shame they hide. Antistrophe 5. He that in youthtide's bloom hath won so lately glory, is wont to be uplifted high on wings of hope. His courage waxeth greatly. With lifting pinions, rich as witchery, doth he defy. Yet it is but for one little hour that mortal bliss grows, not curse overtaken. In one short hour, as by an earthquake shaken, 'tis hurled to the dust by adverse destiny's power. Epode 5. What are we, what not, things in one day ending? Man is a dream through shadows dimly seen. But when a glory shines from God descending, then rests on men a sunbright splendor sheen, and life serene. Speed thou, Aegina, mother love adored, this city on her voyage of freedom onward. May Zeus and Iacchus blessing lift her sunward. Peleus, Achilles, valiant Telamon ward. Chapter 9. For Telesocrates of Cyrene, on his victory in the race in full armor, 474 BC. Strophe 1. Fain am I, by the favor of the graces, deep girt, to chant aloud the victory won by Telesocrates, Cyrene's son, at Pytho in the brazen harnessed races. His fortune fair I sing, and chant the glory that crowns the city of the flying car. Cyrene, her Apollo, saith the story, the bright-haired son of Leto, caught afar from Pelion's dells with echoing winds enfolden, and bare her thence upon his chariot golden. That huntress made, to where he made her queen of flocks and harvests in her wide domain, the third part of the great earth's boundless bosom, a root of leafage fair and lovely blossom. Antistrophe 1. Then welcomed Aphrodite silver-footed her Delian guest, and touched with fingers light the car a god had fashioned starry bright, and o'er their bridal couch, the rapture fruited, the loveliness of shamefastness down shedding. In bonds of mutual love she linked the twain, the archer god unto the daughter wedding of Hypsius wide dominioned, who did reign in that day o'er the haughty Lapith nation, a hero son of the third generation of Ocean's lord, him mid the mountain dells, world famed where mighty Pindus heavenward swells. The child of earth, Creus a fountain maiden, bare to Peneus bed with sweetness laden. Epode 1. His child Cynrene of the arms of snow had little love for pacings to and fro before the loom, nor for feast revelry with maiden friends home keeping young as she, but warring with bronze darts without surcease, and with the hunter's knife, that princess slew. fierce beasts of prey. Aye, widespread was the peace, and restful that her father's cattle knew. But little wasted she upon her eyes of slumber, restfellow that sweetly lies on tired ones, when dawn's feet prepare to climb the skies. Strophe 2. Where gloomed the forest solitudes around her, she grappled a fierce lion once in fight. Spearless. Then he of the far arrow flight, Apollo, god of the wide quiver, found her. Straightway amazement-stricken did he cry on Che iron, whose rocky hull was hard thereby. Leave thou thine hallowed cave, O Philara's scion. Gaze on the mighty strength with wondering eye of yonder woman, how with brow undaunted she wages conflict grim, not terror-haunted. Her spirit is in peril's tempest rush. Her iron heart no weight of toil can crush. What sire begot a child so lion-hearted? From what strong kindred is she exile parted? Antistrophe 2. That now in hidden folds she should be dwelling of hills dark-shadowed, she puts to the test strength limitless. Doth it beseem the blessed to lay on her his glorious hands all quelling? Even now, or rather to pluck this sweet flower of spousal rights upon a bridal bed? Came on the centaur inspiration's power, and in the wisdom of his heart he said, with eyes beneath his kindly brows soft smiling, Phoebus, the keys of suasion heart beguiling, that ope the portal of love's sanctities, are from the light withheld. A shame it is for gods or men to leap to love's fruition, first in broad day, dishonoring night's sweet mission. Epode 2. Now even thee, whose tongue hath never lied, nor can, thy softened mood hath turned aside to utter feigned speech, thou askest, King, the maiden's lineage, thou to whom everything is known, all issues whereto all things tend, all paths that lead thereto through all the world. How many leaves earth up to light doth send in spring, the number of the sand grains hurled down seas and streams when waves wind-driven rise, and what shall come to pass and whence, thine eyes see clearly. Yet, if I must match me against the wise. Strophe 3. I will speak on. To this glade sombre shady, thou camest to espouse her. Yea, and thou shalt bear her overseas unto the garden fair of Zeus, where thou shalt make her royal lady of a new city. Thou shalt gather thither an isle folk round its plain-encircled hill, and that land's queen, content to queen it with her, Libya of broad meads, shall with gracious will welcome thy glorious bride in golden bower, and there the lady Libya shall, for dower, give her a portion of the land to be lawful domain beneath her sovereignty, land rich in tribute of all plants fruit laden, and wildwood prowlers for thine huntress maiden. Antistrophe 3. There shall she bear the son whom thou hast given, whom glorious Hermes in his hour of birth shall from his mother take, and bear to earth, and to the hours, the splendor throned in heaven. And while upon their knees thy child is lying, soft cradled, these between his lips shall pour ambrosia and nectar, so undying, even as a god, shall he be evermore. As Zeus, as holy Apollo, sweetest, dearest to all his friends, to their hearts ever nearest. Nomius, flock warder, Agrius, these shall name thy son, as Aristaeus those acclaim. His words spurred on the god's heart passion thrilling, to bring to pass the bridal's sweet fulfilling. Epode 3. Swift are the acts of gods, and short their ways, whose purposes to their fulfillment race. That selfsame day saw love his goal attain, for in a golden chamber were the twain, Maid 1, in Libya's bower, whence she looks down on a fair city famed in athlete rings. Comete's son hath linked Kyrene's town at Pytho with the fair flower fortune brings. His victory there hath published wide her name. The city of fair girls with glad acclaim greets him who brings to her from Delphi lovely fame. Strophe 4. Great deeds of prowess lure the bard unwitting to lengthen out his strain, yet brevity. Grace-clad the wise here most acceptably, in everything to grasp the season fitting, crowneth the emprise. Thebe 7-gated knew it, nor Iolaus failed to tread that path. He clave Eurystheus had all hated with the keen sword, but when himself lay dead, then Thebe buried him with honor, heaping his grave mound where Amphitryon lay sleeping. Her chariot chief, that tomb wherein did rest his father's father, he who was the guest of the sown men, lords of white steeds, who greeted that hero well in Thebe's stately street. Antistrophe 4. To him and Zeus did royal-souled Alcmena in love united, in one travail bear the might of twin sons, conquerors they were ever, these twain, in battle's grim arena. A dullard is the man who never riseth his voice to sing the deeds of Heracles, and Dirk's streams remembereth not nor praiseth, whose fountain maid reared him and Iphicles. Unto these now will I uplift a chanting of triumph song for that their gracious granting of vows fulfillment. On me may your light, O Grace's ringing voiced, shine ever bright. Aegina and Nisus hill have heard me singing 3 times ere this, Kyrene's praise utraying. Epode 4. And so the impotence that is the shame of tongue-tied bards do I escape. I claim that citizens, friends or foes, shall ne'er conceal good work accomplished for the common weal. That jealousy set not at naught the reed of that old sea-god, give wholehearted praise. If justice claim it, for each noble deed, even to a foe, dispraise is thy disgrace. Our maids at palace yearly feasts saw thee full oft victorious, and prayed silently to Telesocrates, that such their spouse or son might be. Strophe 5. In games Olympian thine was fame far-ringing, and in the lists beside earth's central stone, and in the land thou claimest for thine own. But lo! As I would quench my thirst for singing, I hear a voice that speaks of old-time glory, that bids me pay a debt, recall the pride of thy forefathers, bids me tell the story. How, for the winning of a Libyan bride, hasted to Irace's city many a lover of a fair-haired one famed the wide world over, drawn thither for Antaeus' daughter's sake, whom many a gallant kinsman fain would take to wife, and many in far countries dwelling. For wondrous was her beauty, past all telling. Antistrophe 5. With passionate longing for love's fruit they sought her, this mortal Hebe of the golden crown. Howbeit a marriage of more high renown her father purposed for his princess daughter. For he had heard how Danaus meditated at Argos how should spousal rights be won for 48 daughters yet unmated, ere their life's noontide should have come and gone. And how he compassed this with no delaying, for at the limits of the lists arraying the throng of suitors of the maiden's suite, he bade them by contention of swift feet decide which several daughter should be given to each whose feet had for the guerdon striven. Epode 5. So would that lord of Libyaland decide between those suitors for a princess bride. He set the maid bedecked with gold and gem to be the goal and prize, and cried to them that he should lead her home who foremost sped, and touched her robes of all that suitor band. Alexithymus' swift feet foremost fled. And his hand clasped the noble maiden's hand, and led her through the nomad horse array. Leaves many and wreaths upon him showered they. Aye, many a victory plume had he won ere that day. Chapter 10. For Hippocleius of Thessaly, on his victory in the quarter-mile race for boys, 498 BC. The expenses of the composition and performance of this ode, since the winner's family were not in a position to meet them, were, for the honor of his country, borne by Thorax, head of the Aeluadi clan, the aristocratic rulers of Larissa. These claimed descent from Perseus, through Heracles. Strophe 1. Happy is Sparta, and blessed is Thessaly, seeing their reigneth. In one and the other a race descended from Heracles. Is not the vaunt out of season? Oh nay, for a summons constraineth me from Paulina and Pytho and sons of Aeluas, for these would bring to Hippocleius chanting of victory choruses. Antistrophe 1. He hath tasted the joy of the athlete, the gorge of Parnassus hath hailed him. To the host of the dwellers around as first in the boys' double race. Sweet, O Apollo, man's work is when God's strong help hath availed him. Sweet in beginning and end, and this he achieved by thy grace. And his prowess inborn in the print of the feet of his father doth pace. Epode 1. For twice in Olympia's contests in armor of battle biding, Ares did Phrygia's run, in the mead under Kyra's rock hiding. Were the feet of the father winged with the might of victory. So ever may fortune fair follow these in the days to be. So may their splendor of wealth ever bloom as the flower-starred Leah. Strophe 2. Of the blessings delightsome of Hellas may these win no small measure. No jealous repentings of gods turn ever to darkness their light. Sooth, a god's heart only is painless. Yet he winneth happiness treasure. And is hymned of the singers, whose prowess of hands or of feet to the height of athlete triumph hath climbed by his courage and bodily might. Antistrophe 2. And he who hath lived to behold a son by fate's favor attaining the Pythian crown. Heaven's towers are for mortals' unscalable eye. Yet all havens of splendor a mortal may sail to are his for the gaining. But neither the journeying foot nor the galley, quest as they may, to the restland auroral shall find them vestory hidden way. Epode 2. Yet did Perseus the war-chief feast in their halls, and their sacrificing. Behold, as from altars he saw the smoke of ashecatombs rising unto Apollo. Yea, and the god hath delight evermore in the festival banquets of these, and their chants that heavenward soar. And he laugheth beholding the beasts as they wanton with ramp and roar. Strophe 3. Yea, and the muse from their lives is not exiled, but circle-wise winding. Dances of maidens sweep, and the voice of the lyre rings clear. And the notes of the pipe. And their tresses with golden bay leaves binding. Blithely they banquet, nor eld nor wasting disease draw near to that hallowed folk. But from toil and from clash of sword and spear. Antistrophe 3. Dwell they afar, and the tyrannous goddess of retribution. They escape to that happy folk of old fared Danae's son. Guided on by Athene, and breathing in all his heart's resolution. And the Gorgon he slew, and he bare that head which luridly shone. With serpents that dealt to the island people a death of stone. Epode 3. So the gods but accomplish it, naught is too hard for our credence and wonder. Now stay the car. Muse. From the prow slip the anchor to grapple thereunder. The sea-floor, to guard thee against the reef that lurking lies. For the flower-sweet glory of this my song ever restlessly flies. From legend to legend, a bee with honey-laden thighs. Strophe 4. Oh, I trust that, the while the lips of Ephra's singers are pouring my sweet strains forth by the side of Peneus, my songs may make Hippocleius by age mates and elders more honored, with eyes adoring. Looked on by maidens young, for his victory garland's sake. Men's hearts do diverse temptations with longing captive take. Antistrophe 4. But the prize for which each man hath striven, and won, is the soul alluring desire of his heart for the hour that is present, yet what the tide of time in a year shall bring, none knoweth. Ah, but enduring shall be thorax friendship, I trust. On this car of the Muses I ride. By the help he hath rendered, a friend to a friend, and a guide to a guide. Epode 4. As gold by the touchstone tried is the soul that from right never falters. His noble brethren withal will we praise, the princely exalters of Thessaly's commonweal, whichever they magnify. Yea, best in the hands of highborn men doth the piloting lie of cities wherein their fathers have ruled in the years gone by. Chapter 11. For Thrasydeus of Thebes, on his victory in the boys' foot race, 474 BC. Sung at Thebes in a procession to the temple of Apollo. Strophe 1. Daughters of Cadmus. Semele born mid-flame. To Olympus streets, white goddess whose earth name was Ino, who dost share the Hyalan caves. Of Nereus daughters, maidens of the waves. Come with the mother of that mighty son. Heracles, pace to Melia's temple on. Come to the treasure house of tripods golden, which Loxias hath in chiefest honor holden. Antistrophe 1. And named the shrine Ismenian, the home of truthful oracles. Ye children come, born of Harmonia. Lo, he doth command the host of goddess heroines of the land to gather to his temple, that at fall of eventide ye may with one voice all of holy Themis sing, of Pytho's visions, and of earth's heart that giveth just decisions. Epode 1. Of seven-gated Thebes the glory sing, and of the strife in Kyra's athlete ring, wherein hath Thrasydeus made renowned his sire's hearth, for the third time garland crowned. In those rich fields where Pylades the loyal welcomed the heir to Sparta's scepter royal. Strophe 2. Orestes, him his nurse Arsinoe rescued from the fierce hands, the treachery most foul of Clytemnestra, when she laid the young child's father dead with murderous blade. And when with the pale gleaming bronze she sped to Acheron's shadowy margent of the dead. Cassandra, Dardanid Priam's prophet daughter, with Agamemnon's soul, in one red slaughter. Antistrophe 2. Wrought by a ruthless woman, was she stung by heavy-handed wrath, to life that sprung when on the altar Iphigenia lay beside Euripus' sea gorge, far away from her own land? Or was she adultery's thrall, passion seduced to sin beneath night's pall? For brides new-wedded hatefullest transgression, not to be hidden, made the world's possession. Epode 2. By scandal-gloating neighbors' tongues, for spite of jealousy clings cloud-like to the height of royal station of the common herd. The sins and follies pass unmarked, unheard. So, after 10 long years returned, to die on his own hearthstone in Amyclae, Atreus' scion. Strophe 3. And drew to death with him the prophetess maid, when he, avenging Helen's rape, had laid low all Troy's homes delectable in flame. But that childhead, his son Orestes, came safe to old Strophius, his father's guest, who in the vale dwelt, 'neath Parnassus' crest. And the years watched that murderess, till they brought her a son to join with hers her paramour's slaughter. Antistrophe 3. Surely, O friends, where brancheth into twain one track, in wilderment have I in vain sought the straight path I travelled hitherto. Was it some wind that from the right course blew? Me, as a boat drifts chartless o'er the sea? Nay, Muse, 'tis thine, if thou for silver fee didst covenant to uplift thy voice in singing, to send it this way now that way ringing. Epode 3. Now to the Father's wreath at Pytho 1. To Thrace Idaeus now, his victor son. Gladness and glory ever shine on these. Erewhile they won proud chariot victories. When down Olympus' world-famed course went dashing, their horses' splendor of swiftness sunlike flashing. Strophe 4. Last, mid disvestured runners forth they came, in Pytho's athlete lists, and put to shame a host of Hellene rivals by their speed. God grant that I may crave such prowess meed, as fits with honor, while life's tree is green. May seek things possible. Still have I seen, in all states, happiest is the middle station. But despotism hath my condemnation. Antistrophe 4. The general good I seek with my whole might. So baffled is infatuate envy's spite, when he who hath climbed high holds his spirit's reins, and the brute pride of arrogance restrains. So, when his feet draw nigh the last long home, more bright and fair to him shall dark death come, who to his nearest and his dearest leaveth a good name, costlier treasure none receiveth. Epode 4. 'Tis this hath raised above the common throng Iolaus Iphicl's son renowned in song. So Castor's might lives on in poesy's strain. And thine, King Polydeuc's, God-born twain, who in the tomb lie through one day of sorrow, on whom heaven's glory shineth on each morrow. Chapter 12. For Midas of Acragas, on his victory in flute playing, 490 BC. Strophe 1. Lover of splendor, above all cities beauty dowered, Persephone's home, who dost dwell by Acragas water meads green, sheep pastured, throned on thine hill of the rampart stately towered, with kindly favor of gods and of men accept, O Queen, this crown that from Pytho is brought thee, the glory of Midas hailing. Welcome him who is champion of Hellas in that flute strain, which Pallas Athene devised when she wove into music the wailing of the Gorgons fierce, their death dirge over a sister slain. Strophe 2. The lament that she heard from the awful maid's snake heads out shrieking, as it poured from their lips forth laden with bitterest anguish of grief, when Perseus had smitten the third, their sister, with bronze death wreaking, and bare thence doom to Seriphus island folk and their chief. Yea, and the wondrous daughters of Phorcys he spoiled of vision. And bitter for Polydex his bridal gift he made. Bitter his mother's thraldom, her spousal's enforced decision. With the head of Medusa the weirdly beautiful, shorn by the blade. Strophe 3. Of Danae's son, of the shower of gold, as the legend telleth, begotten. But when the maid had released from his labor's strain the man she befriended, she framed the manifold music that welleth from the flute, that her harmonies so might mimic the shrieks of pain, wild and high from Euryalus' ravening jaws outshrilling. Her devising it was, but she gave it to mortal men to possess. And the strain of the many heads, she named it, the spirit thrilling, kindler of hearts to the contests whereinto multitudes press. Strophe 4. Notes poured thick and fast through the thin-beaten bronze and the reeds upspringing by the Burg of the Graces, the city of fair dance lawns in the close of the nymph of Cephasus, true witnesses they of the dance soft swinging. If bliss among mortals there be, 'tis not won but with travail throes. Yet a god may accomplish it even today, but there is no fleeing that which of fate is foredoomed, but surely a time shall be when a power that smites with a stroke all sudden, past man's foreseeing, shall grant thee a boon unhoped for, yet hold back another from thee. The Nemean Odes. Chapter 1. For Chromius of Aetna, who claimed descent from Heracles, on his victory in the chariot race, BC 476. Strophe 1. O breathing place of Alpheus panting in chase of the nymph Arethusa, O child of Syracuse world-renowned, Ortygia, couch of the huntress queen of the wild. O sister of Delos, the chant sweet ringing is speeding from thee to proclaim with singing the mighty glory of tempest-footed horses, by Zeus' grace, Aetna's lord. For the chariot of Chromius and Nemea stir me to yoke to her victory song's reward. Antistrophe 1. Lo, how the song's foundations are laid in homage of gods, and in praise of the might of the victor's godlike prowess. By fortune fair is he lifted to glory's height. Even the song queen's joy in recording contests strenuous, garland awarding. Ho, scatter achievement splendor seed o'er the isle Lord Zeus to Persephone gave, to be queen of the land fruit wealthy, and bowed the locks that o'er brows Olympian wave. Epode 1. For his pledge to exalt her crowns of wealthy cities, this Sicily harvest teeming, and a people Cronian bestowed on her, wooers of war in bronze-hammered harness gleaming. A folk of the spear and the steed, to be wedded full oft to Olympia's olive leaf golden. Lo! I have lighted on theme after theme, never falsely, but I by the truth have I holden. Strophe 2. Sweet are the strains that I sing as I stand at the doors of a hero who loveth the guest. And there is arrayed a banquet meet for a bard in the halls whither oft have pressed strangers from far-off shores who departed, oh yeah. He hath won for him friends true-hearted, by whom slander is quenched, as smouldering fire by water. Diverse be men in skill, but in straight paths ever 'tis meet to walk, and to fight life's battle as nature shall will. Antistrophe 2. Bodily strength in action worketh, but wisdom of soul in counsel, 4-1. In whom is inborn the skill to foresee the future. Agesidamus' son. To thee, life through, by the grace of heaven, have strength and wisdom alike been given. I love not to hoard in mine hall's vast wealth, but to taste life's pleasures and share life's wine. For my good name's sake, with friends, for the hopes of toil-tried men I account as mine. Epode 2. For me, my spirit is willing thrall to the fascination of Heracles' glory. Mid the heights of achievement whereunto he soared I love to recall that old-time story. How, soon as the son of Zeus came forth to the light of day with his twin-born brother, when he leapt to the splendor of sunlight glow from the travail-tormented womb of his mother. Strophe 3. Then Hera the golden throne marked well where the babe mid his saffron swaddlings lay. And the queen of the gods, with anger stung, 2 serpents against him sent straightway. Into the chamber, when opened its portal, they slid, those servants of hate immortal, ravening eager to coil their swiftly darting jaws round the children twain. But Heracles straightway uplifted his head, and was first to essay the battle strain. Antistrophe 3. And of either serpent he gripped the throat in the hands wherefrom escape there was none, till the breath of life from their monstrous frames was breathed as the feet of time stole on. But the arrow of horror soul overpowering smote the maids round the bed of Alcmena cowering. Yea, even she from her couch of the night had leapt of her tunic disarrayed, and with weak woman hands to beat the monster's tyrannous onslaught back she essayed. Epode 3. And swiftly a throng of the chiefs Cadmean came hurrying thither in bronze mail clashing. And thither the father Amphitryon hasted, his falchion bared from the sheath out flashing. Smitten with keen stabbing anguish, for each man's grief on his own soul heavily presseth. But soon disburdened of grief is the heart that not but another's affliction distresseth. Strophe 4. And there with his soul in a turmoil of wonder and rapture past all bearing he stood, beholding the tokens of giant strength and the child's unearthly awless mood. 4-2. Falsehood the tale of the messengers telling by the gods had been turned. Then one near dwelling he summoned, Tiresias ever unerring seer, the prophet of Zeus most high. And to him and to all his host the child's life fortune did that seer prophesy. Antistrophe 4. For he told how many justice-defying monsters on land and sea he should slay, and should give unto death a man most hateful who walked in malice's crooked way. Yea also, and when the strife should be striven on Phlegra's plain of the dwellers in heaven, against the earth-spawn giants arrayed, then, 'neath his arrows' rushing rain, should the flame-bright hair of the monster brood be fouled in death with dust of the plain. Epode 4. But himself, at rest from his mighty toils, should thereafter inherit through days unending peace ever-during, for sufferings past a recompense all earth-joys transcending, in the mansions of bliss wherein, united to Hebe blooming in youth eternal, with Zeus Cronion he sits at the feast in the deep content of a home supernal. Chapter 2. For Timodemus of Acharni in Attica, who had been trained in Salamis, on his victory in the Pancration, BC 485. Strophe 1. As the sons of Homer, the singers of deftly woven lays, ever begin their chants with a prelude in Zeus's praise, so in the grove whose glory is chanted in every nation, this hero-athlete hath laid his achievements' first foundation, wherein Nemean Zeus's name are bestowed the victor's bays. Strophe 2. And if she, who unswerving hath guided his feet, even destiny, on the path by his forefathers trodden, hath given this man to be a glory to mighty Athens, he surely is fated victorious, this son of Timonus, often to pluck the flower most glorious of the Isthmian games, and at Pytho to win the victory. Strophe 3. For 'tis meet that Orion's rising should follow exceeding nigh to the Pleiad maids of the mountain. Few can with Salamis vie, as a nurse of warriors mighty, yea, Hector in Troy's war leaguer heard Aia's challenge, and thee shall thy prowess contest eager. In the five-fold grapple, O Timodemus, glorify. Strophe 4. Acharni, as tell old legends, for hero sons is renowned, and in all that pertaineth to contests preeminent still hath been found. This Timodemus house, in Parnassus imperial seated, have they won 4 victory wreaths. Strong champions I undefeated. Yea, also in royal Pelops' mountain folds were they crowned. Strophe 5. 8 times by the sons of Corinth, in Nemea withal did they gain 7 triumph wreaths. And at home, where Olympian Zeus's fane looks down on the contest, garlands whose number passeth the telling. Let Timodemus, O citizens, hear your acclaim upswelling, hailing his home return. Now upraise ye the sweet ringing strain. Chapter 3. For Aristocles of Aegina, on his victory in the Pancration, BC 475, some years before, written for an anniversary of the victory. Strophe 1. O queenly Muse, our mother, hitherward come, I pray, when the holy moon brings round the Nemean festal day, to Aegina the guest-thronged Dorian isle, where the ripples are sliding of Aesopian waves, young craftsmen of songs honey-savored, abiding thy coming, are longing to hear thy voice's great song burden. Sooth, diverse deeds ever thirst for many a diverse guerdon, but victory in these games above all things loveth song, meetest companion of crowns and of triumphs achieved by the strong. Antistrophe 1. O Muse, unto me full measure of inspiration accord, and do thou, his daughter, upraise to the cloud-thronged heaven's Lord a noble hymn. I will blend it, its strains as in spousal allying, with the lyre and the voices of singers. Aegina's glorifying shall be a delightsome task, for there did the Myrmidons olden dwell, on the place where in ancient days were their gatherings holden. By thy favor no shameful reproach did Aristocles bring, by weakness in that great strife of the strong in the athlete ring. Epode 1. Of the five-fold grapple, but there in Nemea's low-lying plain, one victory's healing balm for the blow's overt asking pain. But if Aristophanes' son, in whom is the beauty blended Of glorious goodlihead and glorious deeds, hath ascended to the heights of heroic achievement. Impossible is it that he, past Heracles' pillars, should voyage on o'er a trackless sea. Strophe 2. Pillars the hero god set for a world-famed witness to men of their voyaging's limits. Monstrous beasts had he quelled ere then in the seas, and had tracked to the end the fen floods sluggishly flowing, till he came to the uttermost bourne that constrained his homeward going. And he meted the bounds of earth, but to what far foreland art bearing? On an alien shore, my soul, thy bark over dim seas faring? Nay, I bid thee for Iacchus summon the muse, and for Iacchus race. For the flower of justice adorneth the precept, the good shall thou praise. Antistrophe 2. To cherish hot longings for faraway themes is nowise best. Search rather at home. A fitting theme is the fruit of thy quest. For sweet songs gracing, when deeds of the heroes of old thou art telling, sing the joy of King Peleus in hewing a lance, all lances excelling. How alone with no war host he compassed Iolco's storming and spoiling, and made captive and bride the sea goddess Thetis by strenuous toiling. Sing of the world-famed might of Telamon, how with aid of Iolaus his warfellow low was Laomedon laid. Epode 2. And the Amazon maids of the brazen bows did he face in the fray with him, nor the edge of his spirit was ever dulled by dismay. The queller of men, it is inborn valor with peril that copeth. He whose valor of others is learnt is a man that in darkness gropeth. His will is a wind ever veering, his feet are unstable aye. Ineffectual his purpose is still, though achievements untold he essay. Strophe 3. But Achilles the golden-haired, while in Philyra's home yet he stayed, child though he were, made mighty deeds, but his sport, he swayed the short-headed dart in his hands, and, swift as the wild wind's pinions, death to the lions he dealt whom he tracked through their forest dominions. Boars also he slew, and the pulsing bodies of boar and lion. Still would he hail to the cave of the centaur, Zeus's scion, at the first when but 6 years old, but thereafter through all those days. So that Artemis, yea, and Athene the dauntless beheld with amaze. Antistrophe 3. As he slew the deer, unholpen of hounds or the net's hidden guile, for by fleetness of foot he outran them. This tale told long erewhile. I recall, how that Jason was reared in the cave of the rock-rib rafter, by deep-thoughted Cheiron, who nurtured Asclepius thereafter, and taught how by herbs and the pain-soothing hand is disease resisted, and who won for Peleus the daughter of Nereus, the ivory-wrist, and fostered for her that goodliest man of men, their son, and trained up his soul unto greatness by chivalry alone. Epode 3. That, borne on the swift-rushing wings of the winds o'er the sea's highway, unto Troy, he might bide the Lycian and Phrygian and Dardan array, as their battle cry rang through the clashing of lances, and close undaunted, with the Aethiop spearmen, and set the resolve in his heart firm planted, that Helena's fiery-hearted kinsman from battle strain should return not, nor Memnon their chieftain behold his home again. Strophe 4. Thence flashed it, the splendor of Iacchus' house, which abideth for aye. O Zeus! They are thy blood, thine is the contest whereon my lay, like an arrow hath lit. In its strains young voices the glory are singing of the land, for victorious Aristocles, 'tis meetly Utraying, who hath added another wreath of renown unto this isle's story, and hath brightened the Pythian shrine of the envoys with visions of glory. For the issue of all endeavors is seen in the hour of the test, whereby alone is it proved what champion is best of the best. Antistrophe 4. Be he a boy among boys, or a man among men, or again, an elder mid elders, as places in life's racecourse appertain, Unto humankind, yea, for be the excellences attending each life. And to each as it comes all heed should a man be lending. Thou art lacking in none. Farewell, friend. Lo, unto thee am speeding the Muses' honey, and blended therewith is milk white beating, with fairy bubbles the foam of whose mingling mantles around. A chalice of song ushered in by Aeolian flute's sweet sound. Epode 4. Late though it come, most swift is the eagle of all winged things, who suddenly grips in his talons with far-flying swoop of his wings his blood-stained quarry. But chattering daws o'er the low grounds hover on thee, whom the favor of Clio the splendor throne doth cover with glory, because of thy spirit, the athlete champion's mind. From Nemea and Megara light, and from Epidaurus hath shined. Chapter 4. For Timasarchus of Aegina, a member of the Theandrid house, on his victory in the boys' wrestling match, BC 473, the praises of his uncle Callicles, and of his trainer, Milesius the Athenian, are also sung. Strophe 1. When conflict's bitter strain to its decision at last attaineth, then the best physician is mirth, to close the overt asking day. And song, the Muses' child inspired, can lay on the heart's wounds her magic hands of healing. Not steaming baths so softly charm away the ache of toil, as words of praise outpealing in unison with the lyre. Man's speech shall long outlast his deeds, what words soe'er the tongue hath drawn up, by the grace's kind control, from wells of inspiration in the soul. Strophe 2. Now be it mine to make such song oblation to Zeus Cronian tendering dedication thereof, and Nemea. This my prelude be to Timasarchus wrestling. Be it of thee welcomed, O Aeacid stronghold goodly towered, beacon of justice, alien sanctuary. O, were thy sire Timocritus yet dowered with life's heat by the sun all-quickening, oft bending o'er the changeful cithern string, would he have waked his music for his son, and him the glorious triumph he hath won. Strophe 3. Who from Cleone brought a perfume streaming, festoon of wreaths, and one from marble gleaming, renowned Athens. And again beside Amphitrion's sepulchre fame glorified, old Cadmus' sons in Thebe 7-gated, rained on him flowers with welcome kindly-eyed, in whose love is Aegina consecrated. For thither as a friend to friends he hied, as doth a ship into a haven glide. Came to that burg which welcomes I the guest, came to the hall of Heracles heaven blessed. Strophe 4. With whom went stalwart Telamon for the smiting of Troy, and met the Meropes grim fighting. And Alcyoneus the giant did they slay, a warrior terrible in battle play. Yet slew him not till rocks like slingstones whirling from his hands crushed in shattered disarray 12 cars, and hero riders deathward hurling. Twice 12 he strewed amid that wreck of cars. Wholly unversed is he in lore of wars, to whose ears never that old saying came, who doeth violence must endure the same. Strophe 5. But not for me is legend's full unfolding, who see the law of song mine hand withholding. Yea, and the hasting hours brook no delay. A strong spell draws me on to sing the day of the new moon that on those games was shining. Though round thee breast-high plashed the deep-sea spray, stand firm. Strive on 'gainst treacherous foes designing. O'er foes triumphant shall we win the port. In clear day, one of less heroic sort, with envy evil-eyed, in darkness schemes, but fruitless to the ground shall fall his dreams. Strophe 6. But one thing certainly mine heart divineth, that, whatso excellence Lord Fate designeth for me, Time's onward stealing feet will bring to its ordained perfection that same thing. Weave on, O winsome lyre, make speed in weaving thy web of song that shall accordant ring with Lydian harmony, song vesture cleaving lovingly round Oenone and Cyprus, where, far from the ancient home constrained to fare, an island king Telamonian Teucer is, while Ajax rules ancestral Salamis. Strophe 7. And in the Euxine sea a sunbright island Achilles rules, and in the Thyian highland still Thetis queens it. In the pastures green of broad Epirus, where long forelands lean from oak woods of Dodona downward trending to the Ionian sea gulf's rippling sheen, Neoptolemus rules a people cattle tending. But the land under Pelion captain with cloud Iolcos, was of old to thraldom bowed, when Peleus turned thereon a warring hand, and to Haemonians gave the traitors land. Strophe 8. Because Acastus, son of Peleus, hearkened unto Hippolyte's counsels treachery darkened. From Peleus stole the sword that Daedalus wrought, and by the ambush of the man-brutes sought to murder him, howbeit righteous Cheiron rescued him, and that destiny he brought to pass which fate had framed with hand of iron. So Peleus quenched the violence of fire, and quelled the keen claws and the furious ire of lions dauntless-hearted, and the grim edge of the terrible teeth that threatened him. Strophe 9. And won to wife the child of Nereus hoary, Thetis the bright-throned, saw the inringing glory of seats whereon the lords of sky and sea were throned, their bridal gifts of sovereignty to him and his seed after him revealing even the mighty kingdoms that should be, but past Gadara and the gloom concealing. The outsea none press. Turn the sail again of the ship backward unto Europe's main, the whole tale of the sons of Iacchus line to tell throughout transcends all powers of mine. Strophe 10. I with the clan Theandrid covenanted to be their herald, lo, my lips have chanted their prowess. Of those contests is my song, which make the thews of champions passing strong. Olympia, Isthmus, Nemea, wheresoever they prove their might amid the athlete throng, without renown for fruit they turn back never. Home, Timasarchus, where thy clan, 'tis told, in victory crowns preeminence doth hold. If thou wouldst bid me rear, besides all these, unto thy mother's brother Callicles. Strophe 11. A pillar more than Parian marble splendid, as gold when the refiner's work is ended, shows all its brightness forth. So by the lay that chants great deeds in war or athlete play, a man is raised to heights of bliss excelling the pomp of kings. Let him then, though today on Acheron's shore thy Callicles be dwelling, yet catch the sound of this my voice that sings on earth his praise who in the athlete rings of the great trident wielder thunder-voiced, with brows at Corinth garland crowned rejoiced. Strophe 12. His praise did Euphanes thy grandsire hoary sing, fain to tell, my son, his prowess story, hymned by the old bards men of old have been. But, whatsoe'er each singer's self hath seen, that trusteth he that best of all he singeth. So he that chants Milesia's praise, I ween, would be as one who every rival flingeth to earth, with words like wrestlers' limbs that twine. In grapple of speech yields never his mighty line. A courteous conqueror of a noble foe, he deals the churl relentless overthrow. Chapter 5. For Pythias, son of Lampon, of Aegina, trained by Menander of Athens, on his victory in the boy's Pancration, BC 485. Strophe 1. No carver of statues am I, to fashion images moveless abiding. dumb on the pedestals where men set them. Nay, sweet song of mine. Forth do thou fare from Aegina's haven, on every tall ship riding. And on every pinnace, bearing the tidings over the far sea line. How Pythias, son of Lampon the stalwart Theud, hath won the crown of victory at the Nemean games, the all-overcomer's renown. Ere his cheeks were flushed with the summer bloom of the soft vine clusters down. Antistrophe 1. So to the Aeacids, hero spearmen from Cronos and Zeus descended. And from the golden Nereid sea maids, honor hath Pythias brought. And to the mother city which alway the stranger guest hath befriended. That peopled with heroes and famed for ships she might be. This was besought by Endi's scions the far-renowned and by princely Phocus might. Who of Samothea the goddess was born on the sea-beach foam-flecked white. By the altar they stood of Zeus the Hellenian sire, and to heaven's height. Epode 1. These all together uplifted their hands, and for that boon made supplication. I shrink with shame from telling the awful deed unrighteously dared. And the doom from Oenone that drave them forth to be men without a nation. And how from the far-famed island home those mighty heroes fared. I refrain, not every perfect truth its face should prudently show. And how to be silent is oft the wisest thing that a man may know. Strophe 2. But and if the praise of riches or might of hands or of battleward sweeping, steel-clad war hosts kindle the heart of the bard. Let them delve me the ground. For a long leap hence, oh yeah, for my knees are strung for lightsome leaping. I, an eagle am I, and the eagle's swoop is beyond the sea line's bound. Yeah, for those heroes the welcoming song upon Pelion's height was sung. By the choir most lovely of Muses 9. And the lyre with 7 chords strung. With the golden quill in Apollo's hand was swept till melodies rung. Antistrophe 2. Of strains ever-changing in manifold wise. The praises of Zeus they chanted. Then sang they of Thetis and Peleus, and how Hippolyte, wanton child of Cretheus, fain would have trapped his feet in the treachery net that she planted. And her husband, the lord of the Magnete folk, by a tale of lies she beguiled. And by counsel of subtlety wrought upon him to share in her own dark plot. For a slanderous tale of her heart's devising, a web of deceit she wrought. How that Peleus had shamed her, Acastus queen, and his bed's defilement sought. Epode 2. But contrary thereunto was the truth, for with passionate heart she besought him. Oft with beguiling words. But her bold speech stirred him to wrath, straightway. He refused her embraces, with awe of the anger of guest-ward Zeus he bethought him. And All-Father, the King of Immortals, who marshals the host of the cloud array, was ware thereof. And pledged by his nod that his bride ere long should be. Of the maids of the golden distaff a child of the ancient of the sea. Strophe 3. For Poseidon their kinsman's consent would he win, who from Aegae on shores Euboean oft rideth the ridges of sea to the world-famed Dorian Isthmus. Where glad chorus companies welcome the god with the reed flutes ringing paean. And men contend in the lists with the fearless strength of lithe limbs there. 'Tis the fate which is linked with the hour of our birth that controlleth our whole life long. Our actions. Thou from Aegina twice, Euthymenes 21 the strong, hast leapt to the arms of victory, and hast won the guerdon of song. Antistrophe 3. O Pythias, still doth thy mother's brother honor his kin who follow in the steps of one of the selfsame blood. Upon thee did Nemea smile. And the Delphian festal month of Aegina, ever beloved of Apollo. Triumphant wast thou o'er thine age-mates all, alike in thy native isle. And by Nisus hill of the pleasant glades, I rejoice that for glory's crown, in the lists of honor contendeth still Aegina's every town. But forget not thy debt to Menander, through whom were thy toils repaid with renown. Epode 3. It is meet that of Athens a trainer be lent. If thou art come condescending To praise Themistocus, muse, shrink not. Uplift thy voice. Hoist high the sail to the topmast yard. Proclaim him victor with fists contending. And in that strife all overcoming, who won him a double victory. At Epidaurus. And thence to the portals of Iacchus did he bear flower garlands with green sprays twined, led on by the graces of golden hair. Chapter 6. For Alcimedes of Aegina, on his victory in the boys' wrestling match, BC 463, his clan, the Basidae, had had through successive generations alternations of distinction and obscurity in the great athletic contests, thus, Agesimachus, Soclides, Praxidamas, Theon. Alcimedes, those in brackets being undistinguished. Strophe 1. One is the race of men, and one the race of gods, but they and we alike are children of the same earth mother's womb. Yet some power wholly diverse sunders us, we fade away to naught, but evermore abides their heaven's brazen dome. Through all the years, the eternal years, they're never shaken home. Yet have we something in us like the gods, the everlasting. It may be this our mighty mind, our nature it may be. Yet know we not what course by day, or 'neath night's wings on hasting, is marked out, for our feet to run therein, by destiny. Antistrophe 1. Now Alcimedes hath proved, plain for all eyes to see, that this his house is like the fields that flame with golden grain, which, in the alternating years, now yield abundantly to toiling men the bread of life that loads the laughing plain, and in the year thereafter rest, to gather strength again. Lo, now Aegina's athlete son, from wherein Nemea holden are those heart-gladdening contests, cometh home, who, following the course whose chart was by the destiny of Zeus unfolden, hath proved no baffled glory hunter in the wrestling ring. Epode 1. His feet along the footprints of Praxidamas have raced, even those by one of his own blood, his father's father, traced, who, in Olympia victor, first brought home the olive spray. For Iacchus princely lines renown. 5 times at Isthmus won the crown. At Nemea thrice, and wiped Soclides' deedless stain away. Of sons of Agesimachus the eldest, yet unraced. Strophe 2. Howbeit he saw the crown of prowess won by athletes 322. His sons, who dared the trial, and achieved, by heaven's aid, there is none other house beside that is by victory proclaimed the holder of more crowns in that stern strife essayed. At Hellas' inmost heart with gauntlets in the olive glade. Straight flew mine arrow to the mark, though I have told their story in vaunting strain, yet none the less true rang my bowstring then. Come, O my muse, unto this victor waft thy gale of glory, the breath of song. For when from earth have passed her mighty men. Antistrophe 2. Then rescued from oblivion are their noble deeds by lay and legend. Oh, the Bacid clan hath little lack of these. That house of ancient fame, a freight of triumph song bear they. 'Tis all their own. Well may their stately march of victories inspire the bards who till the fields of the Pierides, with plenteous theme for song. 'Neath Phoebus' temple's holy shadow, one of the blood of this same clan, his strong hands gauntlet bound. Callias, won his house a victory in Pytho's meadow, who erst with golden distaff Leto's children favor found. Epode 2. And brightly blazed at eventide his name by Castaly, when rang the Graces' chant. The bridge, twixt sea and tireless sea, gave honor to Creontidas at that feast where the blood of bulls in third-year feasts is poured forth in the close of the sea lord. Brow-shadowed by the lion's herb of Nemea once he stood, victor 'neath Phlius' ancient hill dark-draped with many a tree. Strophe 3. For bards who tell the tale of old-time legend, broad and fair, On every hand stretch out the avenues that open lie. To glorify this world-famed isle, to her folk the Aeacids there. By their example gave of mighty deeds high destiny. Across the land, across the sea, their name's renown flies high. Yea, even to the Ethiop folk, who saw not home returning. Alive their chieftain Memnon, leapt that terrible renown. What time Achilles hurled on them grim conflict. Vengeance burning. For Nestor's son, and from his car to Troy's red plain sprang down. Antistrophe 3. And when the point of that wrath-gleaming spear laid low the sun of splendor glowing dawn. This was the track oft trod before. A chariot highway, where the bards of olden time rode on. And I too follow in their path, inspired by legend lore. Yet still the wave that nighest rolls unto the steering oar disquiets most the shipman's heart, so, twofold burden bearing. Alcimedes, on willing shoulders, to thy land I speed. A messenger to tell that thou, thy new-won glory sharing with thy far-famous house, this 25th triumph meed. Epode 3. Hast gained in those proud conflict lists which men name games divine. Yea also, and the hope of Polytimedes, and thine. Of garlands twain in Cronius close were snatched, my son, from thee. By chance of lots. None can surpass. In training lore Milesia's. He guides, like cunning charioteer, athletes to victory. Teaching a swiftness fleet as dolphin dashing through the brine. Chapter 7. For Sogenes of Aegina, on his victory in the boys' pentathlon, BC 485. Strophe 1. O Eileithyia enthroned forever. By the destinies deeply brooding, hearken. Thou daughter of Hera the mighty, O giver of birth unto babes. Unholpen of thee, never a child of man may see the day dawn break or the even darken. Nor ever thy sister may we behold, young Hebe with limbs of glorious mold. We receive not our breath for a like life all, but to each doth his several destiny fall. We are fettered by fate, by thy grace alone. Chanted today are the glorious feats wrought in the contest of pentathletes by Sogenes, son of Thearion. Antistrophe 1. For he dwells in a city where cannot perish delight in song, where rule spear clashing Aeacids, eager are they to cherish a spirit in strife of the games well tried. If a man by achievements be glorified, he hath dropped on the muses' rills sun-flashing honey-sweet matter for song delight. For shrouded in gloom of oblivion's night are mighty deeds that be left unsung. One mirror alone do we know that hath flung their reflection afar to endure for long. If by grace of the Lady of Memory, of the shining coronal, these may see their requital for toils in ringing song. Epode 1. Wise shipmen know, though the fair wind tarry, it will blow on the third day. Therefore they wait patiently, letting not gainlust carry their freight to destruction. The small and the great, alike to the born of death pass down. But I deem that Odysseus inherits renown, far, far surpassing his sufferings, through the sweet-voiced lay that Homer sings. Strophe 2. For over his winged poet-craft and its feigning hath some strange glamour of majesty brooded, and beguiled by his inspirations constraining, through his realm of faerie lost we stray. Ah, the general throng of mortals' eye are blinded of heart, were their eyes not hooded from discerning the truth, never Ajax the strong. For the armor wroth, as is told in song, had thrust through his heart the sword smooth bright. Ajax, the mightiest man in fight, save Achilles, of all that to Ilium fared, by the west wind wafted over the tide, with breath unswerving, to rescue the bride. Of Menelaus the golden-haired. Antistrophe 2. Over all men alike the dark surge sweepeth. Of Hades. On fameless heads hath descended. And on men of renown, but honor keepeth. Their memories green whose after fame God causeth to wax ever fairer. The name of battle helpers whose days are ended. Even such as in old time journeyed on unto wide-bosomed earth's great naval stone. So buried 'neath Pytho's floor doth lie Neoptolemus, therefore doomed to die. When Priam's town had been sacked by his hand, where also the Danaans travailed sore. But he missed on the home voyage Scyrus' shore. So wandering came they to Ephyr land. Epode 2. Short time in Molosia the mighty-hearted reigned. But the honor was borne evermore by the hero's posterity. Thence he departed to the shrine of Apollo, and thitherward bore rich treasure, the choicest of all the prey that was gathered from Troy. But there, in a fray, embroiled touching sacrifice meats, by the knife, was he slain of a treacherous lover of strife. Strophe 3. But the Delphians were stricken with grief heart-thrilling. Guest-welcomers they, howbeit so dying. His fate foredoomed was he but fulfilling. For in that most ancient hallowed place was it destined that one of the royal race of the Aeacids should through the ages be lying by Apollo's mansion of fair-walled pride, and should over the hero processions preside. That justice's fair name none may despise. And, touching the issue, 3 words shall suffice. No false witness is he, who there sitteth umpire o'er deeds by the mighty wrought. Aegina, I fear not to utter my thought of the children whom thou unto Zeus didst bear. Antistrophe 3. Even this, they have trodden a highway of glory. By inheritance theirs. Through deeds most mighty have they won it, yet needs not to dwell on their story. Sweetly doth rest after labor come. Even honey may cloy, and the flowers that bloom delightsome in gardens of Aphrodite. Diversely all men's natures be wrought, and each man draweth his several lot in life, but if any man think to attain unto bliss all perfect, his hope is vain. None know I to whom I can say that fate this consummation hath granted, to be inalienable. Thiarion, thee in season she bringeth to happy state. Epode 3. Thou hast shown aforetime a spirit daring in gallant deeds, fate suffereth not that thy wisdom now know any impairing. Thy guest friend I abhor the thought of slander stealing in darkness to stain the man that I love, nay, praise will I rain upon him, and crown him with glory. This for the noble of heart meet guerdon is. Strophe 4. Nay, if any Achaean of those abiding beside the Ionian sea be near me, he shall nowise blame me, I rest confiding on my friendship tie, mid the folk of my land. With clear gaze meeting their eyes I stand. Of the charge of presumptuous dealing I clear me. All violence thrust I, a hater of strife, from my feet. May the residue of my life flow blithesomely. He shall testify who knoweth me, whether with slander and lie. I jangle the music of life as I go. Sogenes, son of the Eupatrid clan. The mark line never I overran, when I shot swift speech, as one that should throw. Antistrophe 4. The bronze-headed dart with a cast that delivers 23. Neck and sinew from wrestling with sweat downpouring. Ere the limbs strain hard where the sun glare quivers. Never, I swear it, if toil there hath been, the delight that succeedeth is yet more keen. Nay, forgive, if my song over loudly was soaring for old time's glory. In these my lays. No niggard am I of the victor's praise. Easy it is flower garlands to twine. Nay. But tarry a space till this muse of mine shall have knit the gold to the ivory, and the lily-like blossom of stone that she drew 24. From the depths where it lurked beneath spray dew, that falls on the face of the slumbrous sea. Epode 4. But bethink thee of Zeus the while thou raisest for Nemean triumph the far-ringing song. Soft swelling. 'Tis meet that the while thou praisest him who sitteth enthroned the immortals among, such praise be chanted in this your land, with reverent voice by the chorus band. For that here of his seed begotten, 'tis sung, of an isle nymph mother hath Iacchus sprung. Strophe 5. To be for the fair famed land of his mother, a ruler of cities, in all thy labor, to be ever a loyal friend and brother. O Heracles! If a man may prove of his fellowman any fruition of love, then well may we say that neighbor to neighbor is a joy that is worth all else beside, if with steadfast heart in his love he abide. Now if also a god will sanction this, by thy favor, O queller of giants, it is that, rendering I love homage meet to his father, fain would so genes dwell mid ancestral memories, in the stately builded sacred street. Antistrophe 5. Where his home, twixt thy temples doth stand, which face him at his goings forth, as with blessing laden, like a chariot's twin yokes, so they embrace him. And thee, O Heracles ever blessed, it beseemeth to win to grant his request. Hera's lord and the grey-eyed maiden, for oft upon mortals canst thou bestow help in the hour of the bitter woe, of hopelessly tangled perplexities. O wouldst thou but link with the life of these all steadfast strength, through youth's glad day, weaving its web of happiness still, till an easeful eld thy task fulfill. May their children's children possess for aye. Epode 5. The honor that now is theirs, and ever win greater glory in days to be. But with all my soul I protest that never hath Neoptolemus' name by me been befouled by slander dishonoring. 25. Yet thrice, 4 times to repeat this thing is folly like his of whom children tire. As he babbles, Corinth hath Zeus for sire. Chapter 8. For Deineas of Aegina, on his victory in the quarter-mile, double stadium, race, BC 459. Strophe 1. Queen of the beauty of youth, thou herald of Aphrodite's celestial yearning, who on eyelids of boys and of maidens enthroned, in hands spell-weaving for ever art turning our destinies to and fro, unto this man allotting joy, and to that man grief. Sweet is it for one who hath transgressed never in aught that he doeth the right's due measure, to be suffered to grasp the fulfillment of life's most noble aims, of his heart's dream treasure. Antistrophe 1. Such spirits were they who dispensed the Cyprian's gifts in the hour of the love communion of Olympian Zeus and the nymph Aegina. And born was Oenones king of their union, one peerless in prowess and counsel. And many a time men prayed to behold that chief. For of all the heroes that dwelt around him exceeding fain were their goodliest flower, unchallenged of any, to bow in subjection before him, obeying his sovereign power. Epode 1. Alike the heroes that marshalled the host in Athens' crag-built town, and they that in Sparta traced their long descent from Pelops down. Lo, I come as a suppliant clasping the holy knees of Iacchus, bringing for his city and people a Lydian crown fair woven, with sweet song ringing. For the foot-race victories Deineas and Megas his father at Nemea won. For longest enduring mid men is prosperity sown with the blessing of God thereon. Strophe 2. So of old were riches on Kinnerus heaped in Cyprus ringed with the sea crests hoary. Lo, upon light-poised feet do I stand, drawing breath till again I take up the story. For in manifold wise many tales have been told. But to coin new thoughts and to put to essay of the touchstone, this is perilous all. A dainty morsel our hero's praises. For envy's fong, she leaps on the great, but against the mean not a hand she raises. Antistrophe 2. By her was Telamon's son devoured, by whose hand through his side was his own sword driven. For the tongue-tied, how stout soever of heart, when the bitter strife of words is striven, is oblivion's thrall, but shiftful lying beareth the goodliest guerdons away. For by fraudful voting the Danaans showed to Odysseus favor, for truth uncaring. And Ajax, robbed of the golden armor, wrestled with death in his mad despairing. Epode 2. Diverse the wounds were they tore in the quivering flesh of foes, these twain. When under the onset of storming spears men reeled in the battle strain. Now o'er the fresh-stricken course of Achilles, anon in the conflict travail of days wide ruining. Aye, for of old the hate of malignant cavil consorted with cunning speech, and imagined deceit and the venomous sneer. Ah yes. The bright name still it assails, and exalts the abject's fame which is rottenness. Strophe 3. Never in me be such spirit as this, O Father Zeus. May I still be cleaving to the paths of a life of innocency, and so unto death may I pass down, leaving to my sons no name of evil repute. Some pray for gold, and others for land. Without limit, be I to my fellow-men well-pleasing, ever extolling the lover of righteousness, ever rebuking the doer of wrong, till the earth my limbs shall cover. Antistrophe 3. Ever groweth the fame of a noble life, as a tree that is quickened by dews down-drifted. Yea. So by poets inspired and righteous high as the heavens its glory is lifted. Of manifold sort be the uses of friends, but the chiefest of all is the helping hand in trouble. Yet also doth happiness crave some certain assurance of bliss to inherit. It is nowise within my power, O Megas, to call back again into life thy spirit. Epode 3. Nay, vain is the end of baseless hopes. Yet for thee and thy chariot line, I lightly may rear a pillar of song for feet of fair omen, thine and thy sons. With gladness unfeigned am I now the exultant praise outpealing that befitteth your deeds. By the spell of song hath the singer oft brought healing to the faintness of toil, yea, victory chants processional rang in the olden days. Long ere the flame of the feud twixt Cadmus' sons and Adrastus began to blaze. Chapter 9. For Chromius of Aetna, on a victory in the chariot race, won, not at Nemea, but at Sicyon. BC 474. Strophe 1. We will lead the revel, O queens of song. From Apollo's Sicyon fane unto new-built Aetna, whose doors flung wide are too strait the throng of her guests to contain. On unto Chromius' wealthy palace. Upraise ye the chant of lips sweet singing. He hath mounted his car of the steeds triumphant, proclaiming a hymn in the mother's praise, and of her twin offspring who warred in fellowship Pytho through everlasting days. Strophe 2. A saying there is among men, it befits not that great deeds done he immersed of fame, and he buried in earth. The chant celestial is meet the renown of such to acclaim. Awake, awake ye the pealing lyre, awake the flute in the honor ringing of the crown of contests of steeds which Adrastus founded in Phoebus' name beside Aesopus' streams. When I tell their renown, in my far-ringing praise shall be magnified. Strophe 3. That hero king who exalted his city and made it glorious, reigning there with festivals new, and contests of strength of the athlete, and chariots carven fair. Being exiled from Argos his home ancestral by Amphiaraus the aweless-hearted, and by baleful sedition. For Telos' sons were lords no longer therein, overborne by civil strife. When a stronger cometh, a realm from the rightful possessor is torn. Strophe 4. Yet the Talaids gave for a pledge of alliance the woman destined her lord to betray. Eriphyle, to Oikel's son, and now of the bright-haired Danaans greatest were they. And leading a valorous host of men on a march ill-omened to Thebes they departed. To the burg seven-gated, but Cronos' son would speed them not from their home to fare. In their madness of heart, but hurling the flickering levin he bade from the journey forbear. Strophe 5. And so to a doom foreshone to their eyes that company marched with spear and targe. All brazen, and war steed trappings. And there forever they left on Ismenus' marge. Sweet hope of their home return, and fed with their war-grudge carrot corpses the smoke upsoaring. 7 pyres ravined up those young men's limbs. But for Amphion rose Zeus with the might of his thunderbolt clave broad-breasted earth, and hid the man and his steeds from sight. Strophe 6. Ere his warrior soul should be shamed by a thrust in the back from Periclymenus' spear. For when panic is sent from heaven, even the sons of the gods must flee in fear. If it be possible, O Cronion, such trial of manhood with spears blood pouring, such struggle for high and death, I fain would defer to the uttermost. Nay, I implore, grant thou to the sons of Aetna a portion in governance fair for evermore. Strophe 7. Zeus' father, and wed her people to pageant splendors through gladsome streets outrolled. Lo, there dwell chariot lovers and men who have spirits above the lust of gold. Sooth, hard to believe is the thing I have said, greed steals away honor by secret cajoling. Honor, renown bringer. Hadst thou to Chromius been shield-bearer in battle's day, mid footmen or horsemen, or clash of ships, thou hadst judged what peril he faced in the fray. Strophe 8. For in war it was honor the goddess that girded his warrior spirit with might to withstand the war god's havoc of onslaught. Few there are that have strength of heart and hand backward to hurl on the foeman's ranks the imminent war cloud nearer rolling. Yet is it told how Hector's fame bloomed fair by Scamander in those old wars. And even so on the banks of Helleris, the deep-channeled stream walled in by scores. Strophe 9. At the ford men call the passage of Rhea dawned his light of victory. On Agesidamus' son in his earliest manhood, in days thereafter hath he won many a triumph on dust-grey plains and on neighbor seas, I will tell their story. But to toils by the strength of youth and the right achieved there succeedeth when eld draws nigh an even of calm. Let him know he is dowered with wondrous bliss by the dwellers on high. Strophe 10. For if any, together with wealth abounding, have won him renown far shining bright, it can nowise be that a mortal's feet may attain any loftier mountain height. Peace loveth the banquet, a conqueror's fame like a tree grows with fresh blossoming glory, watered by soft dropping dews of song. By the goblet the bard's voice waxeth bold. Let them mingle the mazer that heraldeth sweetly triumph's processional chant outrolled. Strophe 11. And in silver chalices bear around to the feasters the potent child of the vine. In the cups that Chromius' horses won him, and sent with the wreaths that for victors they twine. In Phoebus' honor in holy Sicyon. Zeus, let me chant the fame, I implore thee, of Chromius' prowess by help of the graces, and outsing every rival in praise of his victory, hurling my shaft of song true aimed to the mark that the muses place. Chapter 10. For Theus of Argos, on his victory in wrestling at Argos, BC 463, he had previously been victor in wrestling at the Pythian, Nemean, and Isthmian games, and was in training for the Olympian. Strophe 1. Sing, Graces, the city of Danaus and of his 50 daughters splendor throned. Argos the dwelling of Hera. Meet for a goddess, she shineth starry zoned. With countless achievements of chivalrous deeds of valiant heroes essaying. Overlong to tell were the story of Perseus, the tale of the Gorgon slaying, Many the cities were that were founded by Epiphus' hands in Egypt land. Nor Hypermnestra from duty erred when alone she resolved to unsheath not the brand. Antistrophe 1. And Diomedes immortal was made by a goddess, the golden-haired, grey-eyed. Stricken with thunderbolts of Zeus the earth at the gates of Thebes yawned wide. And swallowed up Oicle's son the seer, a storm-cloud battle-laden. And peerless the land from of old is in beauty of fair-tressed matron and maiden. Yea, this Zeus testified, thitherward coming for love of Alcmene and Danae. In Adrastus father and Lynceus the fruit of wisdom and justice blended she. Epode 1. And she nursed the spear renown of Amphitryon, mailed in bronze he went forth to fight Telebone foes, and was raised the while to the crowning summit of fortune's height. Being linked in affinity with Zeus, for then did the king of immortals, taking upon him Amphitryon's form, pass in through the palace portals. And Aulus Heracles there he begot, who hath Hebe, of goddesses fairest, for bride. Who with Hera her mother walks in Olympus, walks at the marriage perfecter's side. Strophe 2. Ah, but my tongue would fail me to tell all glories wherein the hallowed close of Argos hath shared, and ill to encounter is jealousy of praise-weary foes. Yet awaken the lyre of the lovely strings. Be thy rapt meditation of the prowess of wrestlers. The strife for the buckler of bronze forth summons a nation. To the sacrifice of oxen to Hera, to conflict's decision, where Oileus' son, Theus, the twice triumphant, to rest from the toils so unflinchingly borne hath won. Antistrophe 2. And at Pytho once o'er the Hellene host was he victor, and won by the gracious will of fortune at Isthmus and Nemea crowns. And he gave to the Muses new acres to till. Thrice at the mountain gates of the sea in the athlete contests excelling. And thrice on the hallowed ground where stood mid pastures Adrastus dwelling. Zeus father, his lips are sealed, but thou knowest his heart's desire, for in thine hands rest all issues of deeds. He prayeth thy grace with a toil-strong heart, with a dauntless breast. Epode 2. All that I sing is known unto him and to whoso striveth to win the crown of that which of athlete contests is chief, yea. Pisa beareth the highest renown in Heracles' ordinance. Yet was it sweet, that strain for his victory ringing, when mid sacred Athenian rites he twice heard voices the prelude singing of processional chants. And the limpid fruit of the olive to Hera's city came, in shrines fire hardened, in pictured vases, unto the folk of heroic fame. Strophe 3. Full often, Theus, the glory of contests triumphant attendeth the far-famed race of thy mother's sires by the Graces' favor, and by the Tyndarid hero's grace. Were I unto Thrascyclus kinsman, and Antaeus, then with assurance unfailing I would claim in Argos proudly to walk, the light of mine eyes never veiling. For with how many victories hath this city of fleet steeds blossomed, this Proetus town. For times in Corinthian glens and from hands of Cleone's sons she received the crown. Antistrophe 3. And from Sicyon home with silver laden they came, with cups for the blood of the vine. And they fared from Polene with shoulders mantled with woof of the fleece soft-woven fine. But the countless prizes of works of bronze, their tale can we nowise measure. For the time would fail us to reckon their number. Too brief were all our leisure. Which Cletor and Tegea town, and the burgs Achaean each on her mountain throne. And the hill Lycaean by Zeus' course, offered by prowess of feet and of hands to be won. Epode 3. Since Castor and Polydeuces his brother came for guest welcome to Pamphes. No marvel it is that ever thereafter it should be inborn in the race of these to be mighty men in the athlete lists, for these twain warders abiding of the wide-spreading dancing lawns of Sparta, still unseen are presiding along with Hermes and Heracles, and mete out all fair governance due. And to righteous men they have great regard, for the race of the gods is faithful and true. Strophe 4. Now these twin brethren with lives interchanging pass with their father Zeus one day. Through the next in the crypts of the underworld ere the gorge of Therapne yawns must they stay. And so fulfill they an equal lot, for, when the choice was given, thus Polydeuces willed to live, and not to abide in heaven. Alway and wholly a brotherless god. When Castor his brother perished in fight, for him did Idas, wroth for the rated kine, with the point of his bronze spear smite. Antistrophe 4. For down from Taygetus Lynceus gazing afar, in an oak's hollow trunk had espied these twain in ambush, for he of all men dwelling on earth was keenest-eyed. And straightway thither did Idas and Lynceus hasten with feet swift flying, and suddenly compassed an awful deed when low lay Castor dying. Yet they suffered, those sons of Aphareus, dread retribution at Zeus' hands. Came straightway Leda's son Polydeuces in chase, by the tomb of their father they turned to bay. Epode 4. Thence did they wrench the carven stone which graced the dead who in Hades lie, and hurled it against Polydeuces' breast. Howbeit they crushed him not thereby, nor drave him backward, but onward he rushed with his lance as the lightning flashing, and sped against Lynceus the brazen point thereof through the ribs of him crashing. And Zeus against Idas hurled a smouldering thunderbolt of fiery glow. So together unmourned were the twain consumed. Hard is it to strive with a mightier foe. Strophe 5. Thence to his mighty brother Castor Tyndareus' son returned straightway. And not yet dead he found him, but drawing his breath in shuddering gasps he lay. Then from his eyes the hot tears burst, and broken with groanings panted his wild cry forth, O Father Cronion, shall no release be granted from anguish? With this my brother, O King, command thou that death take also me. From a man bereaved of friends is the glory departed. In suffering few there be. Antistrophe 5. That will loyally share with a man his trouble. So cried he. And Zeus before him stood, and in this wise spake, Mine own son thou art, but he that lieth here in his blood was after thee gotten of mortal seed by the hero lord of thy mother. But nathless choices twain do I grant unto thee. Choose one or other. If thy will be from death to escape and from grey old age that all men hate and fear, and to dwell in Olympus with me and Athene and Ares of darkness shrouded spear. Epode 5. This lot is thine to take. But if for thy brother thou strivest so earnestly, that steadfastly minded thou art that he shall in all things equally share with thee, then for the half of thy time shalt thou breathe with the underworld gloom enfolden, and for half thy time shall thy dwelling be in heaven's palaces golden. So spake the father, and not for a moment doubted the son as touching his choice. And the death-smitten eyes of bronze-mailed Castor did Zeus unseal, and unchained his voice. Chapter 11. This has nothing to do with the Nemean games, but is an installation ode for Aristagoras of Tenedos, on his election as president of the council, BC 446. He was indeed an athlete, and might have won distinction in the great games, had his parents allowed him to compete. Strophe 1. O Hestia, child of Rhea, who hast city halls in ward, sister of Zeus most high and Hera throned beside her lord, to thy bower welcome Aristagoras with gracious mien. His fears to approach thy gleaming scepter welcome graciously, who keep in safety Tenedos the while they honor thee. Antistrophe 1. Thee oft as chief of goddesses with spilt wine reverence they, and oft with reek of sacrifice, while peal out lyre and lay. At guest-ward Zeus' unfailing feast is worshipped Justice, Queen. So with fair fame and heart unvexed may Aristagoras on to the consummation of his 12 months' office pass. Epode 1. His sire Aegisilus I count as blessed as man may be, for wondrous goodly form and fearless inborn constancy. Yet, though a man have wealth and all-surpassing comeliness, Though he show might preeminent in athlete's conflict stress. Let him bethink him, mortal limbs his raiment doth array. And the last vesture he shall don will be the grave mound's clay. Strophe 2. Yet that his fellow burghers praise acclaim his deeds is meet. Well may we grace his name in song whose strains ring honey sweet. For glorious victories 6 and 10 the people's dwelling nigh. Crowned Aristagoras and his clan, a clan of peerless fame. With wreaths for wrestling and the strife Pancration proud of name. Antistrophe 2. Yet his parents' faint heart fears their stalwart son restrained. That Pytho's and Olympia's crowns were unassayed, ungained. Else, by the great oath's sanctity I swear that sure am I. To Castaly and Cronos' tree-girt hill had he but gone. He had returned with triumph crowns from rival champions won. Epode 2. When he had kept the 5th-year feast ordained of Heracles. And bound his hair with wreaths that gleamed with light of victories. But among mortals one is from his blessings height downthrust. By empty-thoughted self-conceit, through overmuch mistrust. Of his own strength another letteth slip the honor due. Because a timorous spirit caught his hand and backward drew. Strophe 3. To old Pisander Spartan blood hath Aristagoras claim. Well may ye trow, from Amyclae he with Orestes came. And hither led Aeolian ranks in brazen battle gear. His mother's brother Melanippus' blood with his, we know, was by Ismenus blent. The might of days of long ago. Antistrophe 3. Will in alternate generations bring strong men to birth. As harvests spring not every year from tilth of this dark earth. Nor are our fruit trees wont as year sweeps round by circling year. To bear in wealth unvarying fruit from odor-breathing flowers. But rest each second year. And so this mortal race of ours. Epode 3. By destiny's breeze is driven. Comes from Zeus no guiding sign. Yet we embark on many a venturous emprise, we pine. For exploits many, enthralled by hope insatiate are our natures. But fate's tides from man's foreknowledge roll afar. In quest of gain he'd measure due the madness of desire. For unattainable ambitions hotter burns than fire. The Isthmian Odes. Chapter 1. For Herodotus of Thebes, on his victory in the chariot race, BC 458. The poet commences with an apology to Delos for making this ode take precedence of the completion of a paean to Apollo, which he was composing for the island of Chaos, paean 4. Strophe 1. Mother mine, O Thebe of shield all golden. Me shall thy sovereign behest embolden. How full soever mine hands be, to lay all other service aside for today. O Delos, thou for whose exaltation hath my soul been outpoured, have no indignation. What to a son true-hearted can be more dear than a mother? Yield to my plea. Isle of Apollo, by grace of heaven, shall coupled fulfillment ere long be given unto hymnal homages twain by me. Antistrophe 1. When to him of the hair unshorn I come paying due honor with choral dance arraying. In chaos by sea waves weltered about. Strains hailed by her shipmen with jubilant shout. And honor the Isthmian ridge that doth sunder two seas that against its crag walls thunder. To Cadmus people from Isthmus have gone. 6 crowns in her athlete contests won. To grace with triumphant victory's glory. My motherland, where, as is told in story, of Alcmena was born that Aulus son. Epode 1. At whom quake Gereon's hounds, that never had quaked before. For Herodotus' frame I in honor lay, for his 4-horse team. And the reins that himself swayed, needing none other man's chariot lore. I will sing so that he as a Castor or Lolos shall seem. For these of all heroes were mightiest charioteers on earth. Unto the one Lacedaemon, Thebes to the other gave birth. Strophe 2. More athlete contests did these adventure than any of champions beside dared enter. And with brazen tripods their halls they graced, and with cauldrons and goblets of gold rich chased. For they tasted the rapture of strife victorious, and they bore thence garlands of triumph glorious. And ever their prowess shone clear and bright, alike in the course where in eagle flight raced runners with vestureless limbs white flashing, and when with the shields on their shoulders clashing, men ran arrayed in the harness of fight. Antistrophe too. And in all the deeds of their hands, in hurling the javelin, and when they sped far whirling across the field the discus of stone. For as yet was no five-fold contest known, but each of the several strifes was striven by itself, and to each was its own prize given. So, many a time and oft, their hair wreathed with the victory garlands fair, these twain where Dirk's fount upleapeth, or where Eurotas' swift flood sweepeth, bowed thanking the nurturing waters there. Epode 2. By Dirk, Iphicul's son, his descent from the dragon who drew. By Eurotas, Tyndareus' scion, who dwelt the Achaeans among, in his highland home of Therapne. And now farewell unto you. O'er Poseidon and holy Isthmus I cast the mantle of song, and over on Chestus' shores, and as this man's honors I tell, I will sing of the fate to Asopadorus his sire that befell. Strophe 3. And Orchomenus' fields in my lay shall be chanted, henceforth by his father's memory haunted, who was cast on her strand, a shipwrecked wight, from the boundless waters, in evil plight. But with welcoming kindness that land embraced him. Yet his house's fortune hath now appraised him, to behold once more the unclouded ray of prosperity's sun of the former day. Yea, he who hath suffered sore tribulation wins forethought for pain's one compensation, and bears it thenceforth in his heart for aye. Antistrophe 3. If a man seek noble achievements attaining, with his soul's full energies upward straining, unsparing alike of cost and pains, meet is it that when at the last he gains the prize, our ennobling praise he inherit, lavished on him with ungrudging spirit. For easy it is for the bard inspired, when by hard toil won is the goal desired, to acclaim his endeavors with glad laudation, and, along with the man, that the fame of his nation be set on high to be world admired. Epode 3. Sweet unto diverse men is the meed that from labor they reap. To the shepherd, the plowman, the fowler, to him who is fed from the sea. Yet of these each strives but the wolf of hunger at bay to keep. But who wins in the game's renown, or in battle victory? When all men extol his achievement, receiveth the highest gain. For praises as flowers on his head do strangers and citizens rain. Strophe 4. Oh, well it beseemeth our lips, the awaking of thanksgiving praise to the King earth-shaking, who is also our neighbor, Cronos' son. He who sped of his kindness our chariots on, who is God of the swift steed goalward racing. Meet is it withal that our song be praising Amphitryon, those great sons of thine, and the Minyan valley's recess divine, and Eleusis grove world celebrated, to the goddess Demeter consecrated, and Euboea's course's curving line. Antistrophe 4. And with these I acclaim, as in holy paean, thy sacred precinct by heroes Achaean, reared, Protesilaus, in Phylake. But to tell over every victory, which Hermes the lord of the games hath given, to the steeds that in many a race have striven, to win for Herodotus' triumphs bay. The narrowing limits of this my lay take from me. Yea, and often the keeping of silence bringeth a richer reaping of joy, seeing envy is balked of her prey. Epode 4. Upborne on the shining wings of the sweet-voiced Muses 9. With garlands from Pytho, with choicest wreaths from Alpheus' flood. And Olympia's contests won. May he his hands entwine. For the honor of Thebes seven-gated. But if one secretly brood over hoarded wealth, and at other men mouth, he considereth not that to death he is rendering up his soul, and his name shall rot. Chapter 2. For Xenocrates of Acragas, and his son Thrasybulus, on the victory in the chariot race won by their charioteer Nicomachus, BC 472. The ode was composed after the death of Xenocrates, and hence is addressed to his son. Strophe 1. The singers of old, Thrasybulus, who mounted the car of the queens of song. The golden tired, giving voice to the ringing lyre and the tuneful tongue. Shot lightly the arrows of honey-sweet strains in the fair one's praise. Whosoever by bright summer bloom of lovely form and face stirred hearts to dream upon splendor-throned Aphrodite's grace. Antistrophe 1. For then was the muse not yet a lover of gain, nor a hireling was she. Nor then honey-throated Terpsichore sold the melting melody of her lays, nor with faces silver-masked did they tread the stage. But now she biddeth us heed the word of the Argive sage, which cometh all too near to the truth in this our age. Epode 1. 'Tis money that mocketh the man, he said, when his friends forsook him so soon as his wealth had fled. But enough, thou art wise. Oh, famous afar is the Isthmian victory won by the car thy swift steeds drew, that I sing. For Poseidon gave to thy sire renown, and the Dorian garland, the parsley crown. O'er Xenocrates' hair did he fling. Strophe 2. And so did he honor the lord of the goodly chariot, Acragas' star. And at Crisa looked down on him graciously Apollo prevailing afar, and gave to him glory. In gleaming Athens did he attain, mid the sons of Erectheus the grace of triumph. Nor might he complain 20. Of the skill of the hands that lashed his horses and swayed the rein. Antistrophe 2. Nicomachus' hands, that gave to his steeds full rein at the moment due. He whom the truce-bearing heralds Aelian of Zeus Cronion knew, who published the season of games. For his hospitality well they remembered, and sweetly their voices proclaimed o'er the hallowed dell his triumph, when he on the lap of golden victory fell. Epode 2. In their land, which they name the grove of Olympus Lord, where the sons of Anaxidamus gained the award of honors whose memory aye is enscroyed. For, O Thrasybulus, known from of old to the halls of thine ancient line, is the winsome charm of the song that leaps from the lips, as on the procession sweeps, in triumph for victory, thine. Strophe 3. For not uphill ward nor steep is the path, if the bard is fain to guide the feet of the praises of Helicon's maids with famous men to abide. May song's shaft sped from mine hand as far past all else fly, as in sweetness of spirit unto Xenocrates none came nigh. Amidst of his townsmen ever a prince of courtesy. Antistrophe 3. After the wont of the Panhellenes horse-rearing he fostered still. He was constant at every feast of the gods, no wind's breath blew so chill on his guest fane board as to make him furl his canvas spread. But far as the Phasis in summertide's gales the fame of him sped, and in wintertide anchored his guest renown in broad Nile's bed. 26. Epode 3. What though the cravings of envy like veils bedim the vision of many men's souls? Ah, never let him hush into coward silence the praise of his father's prowess, nor these my lays. Not statue-like idly to stand did I fashion them. Nyxippus, bear this, to my loyal friend to declare, when thou comest to that far land. Chapter 3. For Melissus of Thebes, on his victory in the chariot race at Nemea, BC 477, This ode is a mere prelude to 4, it is in the same meter, and many scholars are of opinion that they were originally 1. Strophe. What man soever hath prospered in winning prizes of high renown in the games, or is mighty in wealth, who yet in his spirit crusheth down pestilent arrogance. Worthy is he to be graced with his townsman's praise. For of thee, O Zeus, all excellence cometh that mortal men doth upraise. And longer abideth their bliss who reverence thee, with the froward-hearted. Through life it abides not, but lo, as a suddenly vanishing dream hath departed. Antistrophe. It beseems that in guerdon of glorious achievement the deeds of the valiant we sing. It beseems that mid-triumph procession with grace of loving welcoming should our praises conspire to exalt him. In contests twain hath fortune fair favored Melissus, to turn his heart to delightsome joy from care. In the glens of the isthmus he won for him crowns, where the thunder-throated lion prowled through the cavernous Nemean dell. He proclaimed him Thebe's scion. Epode. In the chariot contest triumphant, he bringeth no stain on the mighty name of the prowess his sires made glorious. Of old, well know ye the fame which Cleonymus won, as the old lay singeth, how his chariot raced victorious. By the mother akin to the Labdacid clan, they walked in the ways of wealth, and they trained with manifold toil the yoke of 4. But time with its onward rolling days bringeth change upon change, unscarred, unpained are none but the god seed evermore. Chapter 4. For Melissus of Thebes, on his victory in the Pancration at the Isthmus, probably in the year preceding the chariot victory at Nemea. Strophe 1. By grace of the gods there be countless paths far spreading before my feet. But, Melissus, thou at the Isthmian games hast shown me a highway meet, whereon to follow in song the track of the prowess of thy line, wherein the sons of Cleonymus ever have prospered by help divine, and so pass on to the term of mortal life. But ever shifting are the winds of fate that swoop upon man, and drive him chartless drifting. Antistrophe 1. Aye, the story of these from of yore is told, how with honor in Thebes they were named. Warders they were of the tribes dwelling round, and in arrogance brawling unshamed. No part they had. And what record soever there be of the men which have died, or of yet living men, such as fly wind-blown through the whole world far and wide, records of limitless glory, these they attained in their fullness receiving. Yea, Heracles' pillars they touched by the gallant deeds of their lines achieving. Epode 1. But let none press on to achievement that reacheth farther beyond that bound. And in that house many a lover of the rearing of steeds was found. And they joyed in the lore that the war god teacheth. But ere one day's hours passed over, the merciless sleet-laden tempest of war had bereft of hero science 4. That hearth once happy. But now again, after the wintry gloom of the months of changeful vesture, the earth once more hath blossomed with roses of crimson grain. Strophe 2. By the will of heaven, the shaker of earth, who hath at Onchestus his halls, and whose mansion is on the sea-lashed ridge afront of Corinth's walls, even he bestoweth upon that house this hymn of wondrous praise. And the olden glory of far-famed deeds from her bed doth he upraise, where erst she had fallen on sleep, but now is awakened, and shines resplendent over all her form. As the morning star mid the stars is a light transcendent. Antistrophe 2. That olden glory which even on Athens' fields proclaimed the renown of a chariot triumph, then in Adrastus games at Sicyon town, gave wreathed leaves of such old-time song as these of our own days are. Nor yet at the national contests failed they to ride the curved car, but they joyed in contending with all the Hellenes, in spending on steeds their treasure. But unhonored, unsung, is the man that spareth his might against others to measure. Epode 2. Yea, even when champions in strife be contending, till the end in uncertainty, her face Queen Fortune veileth. For triumph now giveth she, and anon defeat. But at whiles in the ending, the craft of the weaker prevaileth, to cast to the earth the stronger. Ye know of the prowess of Ajax the blood-stained fame, how, when the night was now far spent, he cast himself on his own sword, thereby bringing reproach and abiding shame on the sons of Hellenes that Troy ward went. Strophe 3. But lo, he is honored of Homer the wide world over, who set on high all knightly prowess of Ajax, and his God-gifted poesy hath taught the measure whereby all other bards must frame the lay. For a noble song passeth down the years with a voice that liveth for aye, and over the harvest-abounding earth, and across the sea for ever, goeth the sun-bright shining of noble deeds, to be quenched never. Antistrophe 3. May the Muses to us be gracious, that so we may kindle a beacon light of song for Melissus, a wreath that shall worthily crown the Pancratian might of the son of the house of Telesias. For he showeth in conflict's toil the courage of roaring lions, and coupled therewith the fox's guile, who lies on his back. 27 So holding at bay the eagle's swoop down rushing, so cunning and strength must alike be used for the adversary's crushing. Epode 3. For not by nature was this man dowered with Orion's giant height, mean was he to outward showing, but with iron heavy might in the grapple his foe he overpowered. So of old for Antaeus o'erthrowing, to his dwelling in Libya's cornland came a man low-statured, a hero who bore a spirit unflinching in conflict strain, a scion of Thebes whose wrestling grip should forever stay him from roofing o'er with the skulls of strangers Poseidon's fane. Strophe 4. Even the son of Alcmena, who passed to Olympus after that he had tracked all lands, and traversed the cliff-walled face of the surf-white sea, had slain the sea-rovers, and safe for voyagers made the sea's highway. And now by the aegis-bearer in glorious bliss he dwelleth for aye. As a friend is honored of all the immortals, with Hebe hath made affiance, is lord of a golden palace, is kinsman to Hera by spousal alliance. Antistrophe 4. For him above the Electran gate we burghers the feast prepare, and the crown-like ring of the altars newly built will we set to him there, and our sacrifices will offer for those 8 bronze-mailed heroes who died, whom Megara, Creon's daughter, bare, that mighty hero's bride. They unto whom at the sun's downgoing the night-long flame is uplifted, and with odorous reek its smoke is lashing the welkin, through cloudland drifted. Epode 4. Then on the second day is holden the struggle of athlete might, the crown of the year's games ended, there with his brows made bright with leaves of the myrtle wreath enfolden, twin triumphs Melissus blended, when already among the boys he had won another by heeding diligently the words of the wisely counseling tongue of the pilot-trainer who steered his course. With Melissus Orsia's name join I, as I shed on them grace of delightsome song. Chapter 5. For Philoctetes of Aegina, son of Lampon, and brother of Pythias, celebrated in the 5th Nemean, on his victory in the Pancration, BC 476. Strophe 1. Thea of many names, O mother of the sun. 28. Men set their stamp on gold for love of thee, of all things precious counting this the mightiest one. Yea, and in rivalry, Queen, for thy brightness on the sea do galleys clash in wars, and in the whirling fight are marvels wrought by battle cars. Antistrophe 1. He in the contests of the games achieves renown, desired of all, who hath won victory's meed, by hands that wreath his head with many a crown, or by his fleet foot's speed. 'Tis heaven awards each prize of strength, 2 things alone there be, that make life's loveliest blossoms blow in wealth's flower-spangled Leah. Epode 1. To have good hap and reputation fair. Seek not to be as Zeus, all things are thine. If to thee falls of these best gifts thy share. For mortal bounds must mortal men confine. But, O Phylacidas, for thee at Isthmus lies in store a twofold meed of fadeless fame, at Nemea for you twain. For thee and Pythias, crowns Pancration. Oh, mine heart no more rapture of song can taste, except the Aeacids swell the strain. Led by the Graces by sons of Lampon summoned o'er. Strophe 2. To this, the city of fair governance, came. If she to the clear path of deeds that gods inspire hath turned her steps, grudge not the wine of minstrelsy. Her valor's glory higher. Yea, for in days heroic her brave sons earned glory's crown. And lyre and flute notes manifold still peal out their renown. Antistrophe 2. Through years past numbering. By Zeus Cronion's grace. A new theme Oeneus' mighty sons have found. For bards inspired, Aetolians still with altar blaze. Worship the world renowned. And chariot-speeding Iolaus still is Thebe's pride. Of Argos Perseus, Leda's sons Eurotas stream beside. Epode 2. And still Oenone worships the renown of Iacchus and his sons high-hearted, they who in stern battle sacked the Trojans' town. First, when with Heracles they faced the fray. Then, with the sons of Atreus, upward wing, O Muse, thy flight. Tell who were they before whom Cycnus fell, and Hector died. Who smote the dauntless chief who led the Aethiop hosts to fight? Memnon the brazen-mailed? And who, Caicus' stream beside, met valiant Telephus, and with resistless spear did smite? Strophe 3. Even they whose home my lips proclaim the glorious isle. Aegina. That tower builded long ago. For heroism's feet to scale her stately pile. My tongue's true aiming bow hath many a shaft whose flight shall sing their praise, yea. Aia's state can witness how her shipman's prowess saved from thraldom's fate. Antistrophe 3. Salamis in that ruin tempest heaven sent. When slaughter's hailstorm did on myriads fall. Yet hush, O lips of mine, the vaunt irreverent. Is not Zeus Lord of all? He ordereth this and that. These late-won honors gladly hail. Sweet song that hymns the victor's joy. Now, whoso hears the tale. Epode 3. Of this Cleonicus' house, e'en let him dare. The athlete strife. Not dulled as yet the fame of their long toils. Not for the cost they care. No power hath this their fiery hopes to tame. Yea, also Pythias do I praise, who schooled unerringly his brother's hands to deal the blows whereby Phylacidas bare to earth the limbs of rivals. A cunning fighter he. Ho, take for him a crown, and bring the fleecy fillet fair. With song fresh pinioned speed him on his path of victory. Chapter 6. For Phylacidas of Aegina, on his victory in the Pancration, BC 484, or BC 480. Strophe 1. As they do in a banquet of men when the revelry runneth high, so do we mingle a second bowl of the song queen strain. Unto Tampon's athlete seed do we render honor thereby. Our first was outpoured to thee, Zeus, in the day that saw us gain the crown of all crowns at Nemea. The second this day pour we to the lord of the Isthmus and Nereus 50 maids of the sea. For the house's youngest scion Phylacidas' victory. Oh, may we make ready a third for the Saviour Olympus Lord. 29. So may a libation of honey-sweet songs on Aegina be poured. Antistrophe 1. For if one of the sons of men who exults in the cost and the toil attain to achievement that shall like a god-built tower stand, and with heaven's help plant the seed of renown in a fruitful soil, God-honored he casteth his anchor on fortune's farthest strand. Unto such desires to attain this son of Cleonymus prays. Or ever he cometh with death or with hoar-hairs face to face. And of Clotho enthroned on high this day I implore her grace. Praying her and her sister fates propitiously now to draw near. To the heavenward ringing petition of him that I hold so dear. Epode 1. And you, O Iacchus' sons, upon golden chariots mounted. I deem it a sacred ordinance laid most clearly on me. Whensoe'er I set foot on your isle, to shower on you praise. For uncounted highways of 50 feet stretch farther than I can see. For your noble achievements, they pass to southward beyond Nile's fountains. And away to the land lying north of where Boreas leaps from his mountains. No city there is so uncouth of speech, but hath heard the story. Of the blessed one, spouse of a goddess, of hero Peleus' glory. Strophe 2. And hath heard of Ajax Telamon's scion. And Aia's sire. Him did Alcmena's son, to requite Laomedon's lie. Lead with his warriors of Tiryns, an ally whose soul was afire. For the joy of the harness of battle, in galleys led him to Troy. To the land of heroes' travail. So Pergamus city was laid. In the dust by Heracles' might. Thereafter, with Telamon's aid. The tribes of the Meropes slew he, against him in battle arrayed. And the herdman huge as a mountain, Alcyoneus, whom he found in Phlegra. And spared not his bowstrings thunder-clanging rebound. Antistrophe 2. But when Heracles came to bid to the voyaging Iacchus' son, him with his company feasting he found, and as there he stood in the lion skin, Telamon called on the son of Amphitryon, the first libation to pour of the cluster's nectar blood. And the chalice rough with the gold embossed with the word did he place, wine brimming in Heracles' hands. Thereupon did the hero raise his hands, the invincible hands, in prayer to the firmament's space. And he lifted his voice, if ever, O Zeus All-Father, thou hast hearkened with willing soul unto prayer of mine. O now. Epode 2. With heavenward soaring prayers unto thee do I make my petition. To perfect in Areboia's womb for the man at my side. A valiant son. Who shall I be my friend by fate's decision? One of thews invincibly stalwart, hard as the lion's hide. That at Nemea, first of my labors, I slew, this fell enfolding my shoulders. And may his courage be worthy his frame's strong molding. He spake, and a mighty eagle the god sent down from his heaven. Monarch of birds. And with rapture thrilled for the omen given. Strophe 3. Heracles lifted his voice, and he spake as speaketh a seer. Lo, thou shalt have the son thou desirest, Telamon. And after the name of the bird that thou sawest but now appear. So shalt thou name him, Ajax, a world-famed mighty one. In the battle toils of thy people a warrior deadly strong. So spake he, and sat him down. But for me it were all too long. Of all their achievements to tell. I came, O Queen of Song. For Phylactidas, Pythias, Euthymenes, the march to array. Of the triumph procession, and brief, after Argive won't, be the lay. Antistrophe 3. In Isthmian Pancration victories 3 did they win by their might. And from leaf-shadowed Nemea yet more triumphs, those glorious boys. And their mother's brother. How fair a portion of song to the light did they bring. And with brightest dews of refreshing did they rejoice. The clan of the Seleucidae. And now have they raised to renown. By their prowess the house of Themistocus, yea, and in this good town. Do they dwell, whereon the gods with loving eyes look down. And, honoring Hesiod's words, whatsoever he findeth to do, that Lampon doth with his might, and exhorteth his sons thereto. Epode 3. So he brings to his city glory, the weal of the whole state serving. He is loved for his kindness to strangers, the golden mean alway. In purpose, the golden mean in action he follows unswerving. His tongue is at one with his thoughts. Amid athletes he is, thou canst say. As the Gnossian stone that in grinding of bronze all other excelleth. I will give him to drink of Dirk's taintless spring that upwelleth by the stately rampired gates of the city of Cadmus, whose waters were caused to leap to the light by memory's deep-zoned daughters. Chapter 7. For Strepsiades of Thebes, on his victory in the Pancration, BC 456. The victor's uncle had recently been killed in battle. Strophe 1. In which of the old-time glories that made thy land renowned hath thy spirit, O happy Thebe, delighted most of all? When thou sawest the birth of the god of the tresses that toss unbound, Dionysus, enthroned by Demeter to whom clashed cymbals call? Or when thou didst welcome the chief of the gods at the midnight hour, what time he descended to earth in a golden snowing shower? Antistrophe 1. When he stood at Amphitrion's portal, and went in unto the bride of Amphitryon, whence sprang god-begotten Heracles? Was it when Tiresia's counsels inspired were thy joy and thy pride? Was it when thou didst see Iolaus' chariot masteries? Or the sown men's tireless spears? Or when from thy fierce war-shout thou sentest Adrastus fleeing, bereft of the battle rout? Epode 1. Of his countless comrades, back unto Argos the war-steed land? Or when thou didst set the feet of the Dorian Spartans again firm in the ancient home, and when by a warrior band even thy sons of the Aegeid house was a mickly ta'en, because they obeyed the Pythian oracle's command? But alas! It sleepeth, the olden glory, and mortals forget the heroic story. Strophe 2. Save only that which attains unto poesy's perfect flower, by reason that it hath been wedded to far-ringing streams of song. For Strepsiades then lead forth the procession in this glad hour. With strains sweet rippling, he brings the Pancration mead of the strong from Isthmus. In strength is he wondrous, and goodly withal to behold. Nor his stature is shamed by his valor, his spirit allus bold. Antistrophe 2. Glows on him a splendor breathed by the flower-tressed muse's breath. A share in his crown to his namesake mother's brother he gave, for whom Ares the brazen bucklerd mingled the wine of death. Yet a recompense of renown is laid up in store for the brave. For let him be assured, whosoe'er, overgloomed by the cloud of war, beats back the hailstorm of blood from his dear land's heart afar. Epode 2. By hurling death through the ranks of the host of his fatherland's foe, be assured that he mocketh his nation's glory to shine more bright. Yea, whether he live, or whether the hero in death lie low. But thou, O scion of Diodotus, in that last fight, with strong Meleager didst vie, yea, as his did thy battle fire glow. And with Hector and Amphiaraus vying, didst breathe out youth's fair bloom in thy dying. Strophe 3. In the press of the battle, the forefront of fight, whereof warriors are chief, bear up the weight of the struggle of war in hope's despair. Ah me! At the woeful tidings I suffered unspeakable grief. By the earth enfolder's grace now calm after storm shines fair. With garlands enwreathing my locks will I sing this victory. Oh, may not the triumph be marred by the high god's jealousy. Antistrophe 3. As onward I follow to taste the sweetness of this my day, and peacefully journey to Eld and the bourne that fate doth ordain for my life. For we all must die, alike are we passing away, though our fortune be diverse, how far soever one's gaze may strain. Too frail is man to attain to the heaven brazen floored. Even so did winged Pegasus fling his earthly lord. Epode 3. When Bellerophon fain would have winged his flight to the mansions on high, and have entered the glorious conclave of gods with Zeus throned there, Bitter the end is of pleasure attained unlawfully. But to us, O Loxias, thou with thy glory of golden hair, ever blooming in youth, do thou with a gift of thy grace draw nigh. From Pytho's contests on us bestowing a garland of bright flowers lovely blowing. Chapter 8. For Cleandros of Aegina, on his victory in the boys' Pancration, BC 478. It was shortly after the Battle of Plataea, the poet, while thankful for the liberation of Greece, is filled with sorrow for the traitorous part which his native Thebes has played in that war. Strophe 1. For Cleandros and his comrades, O ye youths, let some of you go and stand before his father Telesarchus' gleaming door, and wake the chant, the recompense for toils, his glorious due. For the crowns that from the Isthmus and from Nemea he bore. What though I be stricken-hearted, to their praying have I hearkened, and on the golden muse I call, from night of woes that darkened. Around us are we rescued, and we may not brook bereaving of triumph crowns, nor over cureless evils linger grieving. But let us cheer the people with the sweetness of our song, though the pain have scarce departed. For the stone that hung so long above our heads, a very stone of Tantalus, at last a god hath turned aside, the peril now is overpast. Strophe 2. That intolerable curse unto Hellas. But the night of terror hath departed, and the crushing load of care is lifted. Yet 'tis better evermore to keep in sight the perils that be waiting in the path whereon we fare. For time is dogging mortal steps, with treacherous feet on stealing, entangling all the ways of life. Yet even here is healing for such as have but freedom. Let us still to hope be clinging. In Thebe 7-gated nursed, the graces flowers of singing. I needs must give Aegina, for Asopus' daughters twain found favor in the sight of Zeus who over all doth reign. And one of these by lovely flowered Dirk's fair domain he caused to dwell, to be the chariot-loving city's queen. Strophe 3. But thee unto Enopia's isle he bore, and couched with thee. And there unto the thunder-crashing father didst thou bear a godlike scion, Iacchus, of men most righteous he. Yea, even to the gods in heaven contention's arbiter was he. His hero sons and children's children war delighting. With peerless valor met the clanging bronze of warriors fighting. And self-controlled they ruled their spirit, even as wisdom taught them. Now when the gods in council met, of all this they bethought them. When Zeus with glory-girt Poseidon in contention strove for Thetis' hand. For either god was captive of her love, and fain would win the fairest. But impossible it was that heaven's eternal counsels should bring such a thing to pass. Strophe 4. Whence once they heard the oracle that spake them fate's decree. For Themis wise in council in the gods' assembly told how that destiny ordained it that the Lady of the Sea should bear a son more mighty than his father, who should hold in his hand another scepter more resistless than the levin, or the trident, were she wedded with any lord of heaven. Cease to contend. In marriage to a mortal be she given. Like Ares' hands her sons shall be where battle strife is striven. His speed of foot as lightning flash, but she shall see him die in war. I give my counsel that this honor from on high to Peleus son of Iacchus be granted. All attest that dweller in Iolco's plain of mortals holiest. Strophe 5. Then let our message straight go forth to Chiron's cave divine. Nor once again let Nereus' daughter set the leaves of strife in hands of gods. But when the mid-month orbed moonbeams shine at eventide, then let her loose her maiden zone, the wife most lovely of a hero. So the goddess spake, preventing the ruined day of Cronos' sons. And they in one consenting bent their immortal brows. Nor did her counsel's fruitage wither. Foretold it is that these two kings in friendship came together to Thetis' bridal. And the lips of bards have published far to them that saw it not the mighty prowess in the war of young Achilles, how he poured a dusky crimson stain, the life-blood of King Telephus, on Mysia's vine-clad plain. Strophe 6. And bridge-like paved the Atriid's safe return across the sea, and rescued Helen, for he hewed asunder with his spear Troy's sinews, them who strove to stay the slaughter-work that he wrought in that battle-harried plain, yea, stayed the proud career of Memnon's might, of Hector and the chiefs in strength excelling, of Troy, to whom Achilles showed to Queen Persephone's dwelling the path, the Aeacid's champion he, and glory so was bringing unto Aegina and his race. Yea, lips immortal singing wailed o'er him dead, when Helicon's maids, a many-voiced choir, stood by his death rites, pouring forth their dirge around the pyre. Aye, so the immortals willed that heroism, even in death, should be a theme for goddesses to him with praising breath. Strophe 7. Yea, to this day that law of honor holds, the Muses' car speeds on to sound his glory forth who won the gauntlet fight. In Isthmus glade, even Nichicals 30 peal his praise afar. Who won the Dorian parsley crown, who vanquished by his might. He too, 31 all rivals, hurled them back with leap as of a lion. Nor him dishonoreth now his father's noble brother's scion. Twine then, ye comrades of the victor, twine the tender greenness of myrtle for his brows. Alcathous contest hailed his keenness of courage with fair fortune. Yea, with welcoming acclaim. The sons of Epidaurus met him. Meet it is the fame of such be sung by good men. For he hid not from the light, as in oblivion's pit, the splendor of his youthful might.